The Xianxia continent was definitely the key area in the Xianxia domain. It was visible from afar away. Yi Futian and the others initially planned to head straight to the Xianxia continent. However, they had to take a detour because of what happened in the Zhongyuan continent. Now that the situation was resolved, they followed other cultivators and marched to their original destination through the infinite space. Soon, they arrived at Qing City, which was the capital of the Xianxia continent. Qing City was a hotspot for cultivators of different forces from every corner of the domain. The domain chief's manor had sent the invitation to all the groups, and they welcomed visitors and representatives with open arms. Rumor had it that the domain chief's manor summoned everyone this time because critical changes were happening within the divine prefecture and war might break out. A lot of people were desperate to know who the divine prefecture would be fighting. What kind of a disastrous calamity would it be if the entire divine prefecture was engaged in war? Countless people gathered in a remote area and gazed at the domain chief's manor, which was the most powerful cultivation group in the entire Xianxia domain. It was a wonderland for many cultivators who longed to join the domain chief's manor and cultivate there. At this moment, the crowd suddenly felt a burst of intense energy coming from the sky. A distant booming sound froze everyone in their tracks. Their hearts trembled with fear. Who on earth was coming? How could someone stir up such a storm? The cultivators inside the domain chief's manor certainly sensed the disturbance as well. One after another, they sprang up and took to the air, gazing at the sky far away. At once, they saw a shocking and thrilling scene. A group of people came into sight in the sky. In the meantime, however, there was also a grand building moving along their side. It seemed that an entire piece of land was uprooted and brought here. It's the domain chief. Everyone in the domain chief's manor was amazed and electrified. What is happening? Did the domain chief move a whole city here? None of the cultivators understood what was going on. Moments later, they saw that the domain chief slammed the floating city down from the sky. With a rumbling noise, the imposing structure landed on the vacant lot outside of the domain chief's manor, which happened to be large enough to accommodate it. What? The cultivators in the domain chief's manor immediately sprinted out toward the lot. They were eager to check out the mysterious structure. The spectators outside of the domain chief's manor were also filled with curiosity and desired to look. Send people to guard the area. No one is allowed to lay eyes on the thing inside the divine casket. I hereby proclaim a strict ban on approaching the area for cultivators of the domain chief's manor. Anyone who violated the ban would lose his vision or even life. The outside cultivators are also prohibited from looking at the divine casket. The trespassers will face the consequence themselves. A firm and solemn voice rang out. Everyone was astounded and perplexed at the same time. A divine casket. What was inside? Moreover, the domain chief warned that anyone who took a look would lose their vision or even be killed. How horrifying! That being said, the domain chief's injunction only made people burning with curiosity. What could be inside? Why did he prohibit people from approaching it? Domain chief, what is that? One of the cultivators from the domain chief's manor asked directly. The sacred remains. The domain chief gave a straightforward answer. The event that occurred in the Zhongyuan continent would be made public in less than no time. He might as well tell the truth now. The sacred remains. The domain chief brought back the sacred remains. Every cultivator, both inside and outside the domain chief's manor, was astonished by the answer. They were even more intrigued now. However, they were deterred by the domain chief's warning and didn't dare to act recklessly. Only now did the crowd notice the cultivators following the domain chief. Everyone behind the domain chief seemed intimidating and unapproachable. They probably were mighty figures who came back to the manor along with the domain chief. I will send someone to inform to the Donghuang Imperial Palace as soon as I return to the domain chief's manor. Would you like to stay for a few days in the domain chief's manor to get some rest? The domain chief said to the people behind him. They darted a glance at the divine casket below. The clan leader of the Nanhai family answered on their behalf. There is no need to trouble you. We will stay in town, waiting for your order. We can go to the domain chief's manor whenever you need. Besides, they were allowed to check out the divine casket at any time anyway. All right, the domain chief nodded and said, "In that case, I will not take up more of your time. Please suit yourselves. I will invite you over in a few days when the Donghuang Imperial Palace enlightens me as far as the next step." Everyone nodded their consent. They took another look at the divine casket and left separately. "Let's go, too," Old Ma said to Yi Futian and the others. They left with the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan and found an inn in the city to stay in. After the domain chief and other master cultivators left, the news about the divine casket and the sacred remains of Xianxia the great emperor swept across the capital of the Xianxia continent. Astonished and intrigued, a large number of people flocked to the area outside of the domain chief's manor, eager to have a look. The domain chief's warning also spread widely. It was said that even the domain chief and other master cultivators couldn't look directly at the sacred remains when they were back in the Zhongyuan continent. Average renhuangs would suffer a gruesome death even if they only sneaked a peek. Even so, the more grisly the rumor became, the more people gathered outside of the domain chief's manor. After he settled down in the inn, Yi Futian couldn't concentrate on cultivation. His mind was still occupied by the sacred remains of Xianxia the great emperor in the divine casket. At this point, Duan Qiong happened to come to look for him. He said, "Brother Yi." Yi Futian stopped cultivating and turned his eyes to Duan Qiong. Duan Qiong asked, "Are you able to focus?" Yi Futian smiled and shook his head. He couldn't concentrate. "Earlier today you saw the sacred remains of Xianxia the great emperor in the divine casket, right? If not for what happened after that, perhaps you could have cultivated with it for a while longer and might have even learned or discovered something. But we probably don't have a chance now since the domain chief has taken the divine casket away. He will likely submit the sacred remains of Xianxia the great emperor to the Donghuang Imperial Palace before long." Of course, Yi Futian understood it as well. It was disappointing to miss the rare opportunity. He might be able to make considerable progress if he could really study the body of Xianxia the great emperor. Duan Qiong noticed Yi Futian's expression and said with a smile, "Let's go. People are gathering outside of the domain chief's manor. I even heard some people in the inn talking about it. We should check it out too. Maybe you can have more time with the sacred remains and comprehend something." "Good." Yi Futian nodded and answered at once. He was not thrilled that the domain chief seized hold of the divine casket, but he didn't have enough power to challenge him. The master cultivators swarmed to the relic and dominated the situation. Even Muyunlan was a nobody in front of them, let alone Yi Futian. Those mighty figures didn't even notice their existence. Yi Futian had no choice but to watch the divine casket being taken away. The opportunity slipped through his fingers. Not only were Duan Qiong and Yi Futian of the same mind, but Blind Tai and the others also came to join them. Soon, they returned to the area outside of the domain chief's manor. The neighborhood looked completely different now. Countless cultivators thronged the streets. The crowd made an awful din. A lot of powerful cultivators were guarding the divine casket. An arrogant Runhuang, who rebelled against the warning, was blinded after one brief look in the casket. Although the domain chief issued a ban, he also said that outsiders who disregarded his warning and insisted on examining the divine casket would suffer the consequences. Therefore, the guards sent by the domain chief's manor would only put people on notice. If someone really attempted to break through the barrier, they wouldn't stop the interloper by force. As a result, the Renhuang, who was quite famous in Qing City, became the first sacrifice. Stumbling through the crowd, he was still bleeding from his eyes and shrieking in agony. However, what happened to this Renhuang served as a cautionary tale for everyone else. The domain chief was not exaggerating to scare people. Whatever was inside the divine casket could blind people in an instant. Countless cultivators gathered outside of the domain chief's manor. Both the ground and midair were seething with people. They were all tempted to take a look, but few had the courage and confidence. At this moment, a person walked in long strides toward the space above the divine casket. Many people noticed him and were impressed by his dignified manner. He certainly was not an ordinary man. A beautiful woman behind him reminded him, "Be careful." He is going to give it a try. The crowd watched him with bated breath. This cultivator stepped forward to check out the divine casket. That's Nanhai Xianxia, the precious daughter of the Nanhai family. The man is her husband, Muyun Lan. Someone in the crowd said loudly. The spectators made a loud din. Muyun Lan, the renowned genius from the Nanhai continent, also came to inspect the divine casket. Yi Futian, who was also standing in the crowd, focused his eyes on Muyun Lan. It seemed to him that Muyun Lan felt bitter about his failed attempt in the Zongyuan continent. He was eager to have another try after they arrived at the Xianxia continent. Muyun Lan was disgruntled and resentful indeed. Back on the Zongyuan continent, he couldn't move forward at all despite his burning desire to take a look at the inside of the divine casket. He kept asking Yi Futian what was inside, but Yi Futian never responded. Muyun Lan felt deeply humiliated in that circumstance. His father-in-law and other master cultivators arrived shortly after that. Even with their tremendous power, they couldn't look directly at the sacred remains in the divine casket. Now, Muyun Lan was more eager to see how terrifying the sacred remains truly were and why most people couldn't take a brief look. Muyun Lan was fully prepared this time. On top of that, he planned to look down at the divine casket from above, so he wouldn't be repelled by the potent force again. His body was illuminated and shielded by the brilliant divine light of the great path, and his eyes glowed with a golden radiance. He kept moving forward and reached the sky above the divine casket. With one glance at the divine casket, he seemed to see endless runes of the great path instead of a dead man's body. Those runes of the great path immediately blasted into his eyes. The ancient characters bludgeoned the way through his defense and stabbed at his eyes in a split second. No matter how strong a cultivator might be, the eyes were always the vulnerable spots. Although Muyun Lan was mentally prepared, he had to hurry to close his eyes. He stumbled several steps back, his body shaking violently. The onlookers saw him covering his eyes with both hands. Blood seeped through his fingers and streamed down his cheeks. Many people were struck dumb by the scene. The crowd stood in shocked silence, watching Muyun Lan suffering in midair. Even a forceful cultivator like him was wounded so badly that he was bleeding from his eyes. People could only guess what the sacred remains could do to an average man. Muyun Lan would lose his vision if he tried again. The magnitude of the danger was beyond anyone's imagination. What on earth did Muyun Lan see? No one dared to take a look at something right in front of them. It also sounded ridiculous. Nanhai Xianxia ran to check on Muyun Lan. Muyun Lan removed his hands and shook his head at her. He said, "I'm all right." Despite what he said to comfort his wife, he could still feel the sharp pain in his eyes and would never forget the amount of power contained in each rune. "Don't look at it again," Nanhai Xianxia said in a soft voice. Although she was rather intrigued, she curbed her curiosity and didn't try it herself. "Yes," Muyun Lan nodded and replied. One glimpse was enough for him. At least he saw what was in the divine casket with his own eyes and finally let go of the obsession that had started on the Zongyuan continent. He cast his mind back and finally understood why Yi Futian didn't answer his questions even after looking at the sacred remains several times. Yi Futian probably didn't know how to put it into words. "Muyun Lan, how did it feel?" someone asked. A lot of prominent cultivators were watching Muyun Lan in the front rows. They were cultivators from various top forces. A few of them stopped at the Zongyuan continent before, but most came directly to the Xianxia continent and only learned about the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor from the elders. No matter how many years it has been since Xianxia the Great Emperor's demise, his sacred remains are not something that are to desecrated by us. We don't even get to catch a glimpse. I suppose that only a great emperor who dared to challenge the heavenly path would be able to achieve that, Muyun Lan exclaimed. He had lost his usual arrogance. How could he remain to be self-satisfied when he couldn't even look at a corpse? As an eighth-order Renhuang with a perfect great path, he was virtually unrivaled among his peers. Apart from several master cultivators, only a handful of cultivators in the entire Xianxia domain were in the same league as him. Nevertheless, as strong as he might be, he was a puny ant who was absolutely incomparable with Xianxia the Great Emperor. The more powerful the cultivator was, the more deeply he understood cultivation and the humbler he became. Many people were surprised by Muyunlan's remark. They noticed the abrupt change in him and felt different from what he used to be. People who were familiar with Muyunlan knew him as an extremely arrogant and proud man. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but be humbled by the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor. "I heard that someone outdid you on the Zhongyuan continent," a person said. With an indecipherable expression, Muyunlan answered, "Yes. As a matter of fact, Yi Futian was more successful than him when they both tried to break into the relic on the Zhongyuan continent. He couldn't deny it. Where did this Yi Futian come from? I heard that he forced his way into the palace of the ancient royal family of Duan, and no one could stop him," someone asked. Duan Qiong is the most outstanding cultivator in the ancient royal family of Duan. They also have several other ninth-order renhuangs, albeit not as good as Duan Qiong. It said that Yi Futian is only a fifth-order renhuang. Such an impressive feat is enough to make him famous throughout the Xianxia domain. Another person chimed in. These people participating in the conversation were all distinguished cultivators from different top forces. Yi Futian was a name that came up more and more often nowadays, and they even heard people in the Xianxia continent talking about him a few times. "He should be here too," someone muttered while scanning the crowd, trying to find Yi Futian. Duan Qiong was not thrilled to hear these people building Yi Futian up at the expense of the ancient royal family of Duan. Nevertheless, he didn't take it to heart since he had become Yi Futian's friend. Before long, a lot of people fixed their gaze on Duan Qiong and Yi Futian. Apparently, they recognized both of them. Plenty of people were familiar with Duan Qiong. They presumed that the silver-haired man next to him was Yi Futian. He was a handsome and dashing man dressed in white with a graceful manner. Yi Futian stood in place quietly. Many people nearby spontaneously kept a respectful distance from him and Duan Qiong. The empty space around them attracted even more attention. Yi Futian was surprised that people in the capital city of the Xianxia continent would know about him. He assumed that it was because he looked at the sacred remains on the Zhongyuan continent. Rumor has it that you and Muyunlan both entered the relic on the Zhongyuan continent. You have seen the sacred remains in the divine casket, too, right? Someone asked Yi Futian. "Yes, I did." Yi Futian nodded and replied. Yi Futian's confirmation dispelled some people's fears. Both Yi Futian and Muyunlan had seen the sacred remains in the divine casket and only suffered minor injuries. The previous renhuang must be blinded due to lesser strength. As scary as the sacred remains seemed to be, they were somewhat convinced that they wouldn't completely lose their sight if they gave it a try. "What do you think of the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor?" the same person asked again. "It can't be seen." Yi Futian raised his head and answered calmly. "It can't be seen?" Everyone was perplexed. Yi Futian had seen it, so had Muyunlan. Why did he say it couldn't be seen? "Do you mean that we can't go to look at it?" someone asked for clarification. "If you ask for my opinion, I think the sacred remains can't be seen. The domain chief also reminded us and issued a ban." Yi Futian replied in a flat voice. It was not his problem how they interpreted his response. "So will you go to see it again?" one person asked. "Yes, I will," Yi Futian nodded and said. A murmur of surprise passed through the crowd. Yi Futian told them that the sacred remains couldn't be seen. Then he confirmed that he would go to look at it again. What did he mean? Was he implying that all the other cultivators were inferior to him? The master cultivators also shifted their eyes to Yi Futian. One middle-aged man spoke loudly. "What an impressive answer from the famous cultivator from Four Corner Village. You certainly live up to your reputation." Yi Futian clearly sensed a strong vibration nearby when the man was speaking. Startled, he turned around to look for the energy source. Much to his surprise, Blind Tai was facing the middle-aged man while unleashing formidable power from his body. Blind Tai had always been composed and quiet ever since Yi Futian met him. After he lost his vision, he was the blacksmith in the village for many years while cultivating his temper and spirit. Blind Tai's strong reaction prompted Yi Futian to check out the middle-aged man. Blind Tai lost both his sight and trust in people from the outer realms because he was betrayed by a friend, who also stole the divine technique from him decades ago. The middle-aged man seemed to possess tremendous power. Yifutian assumed that he was the one who blinded Blind Tai. Yifutian had been inquiring about Blind Tai's story in Four Corner Village. He learned which top force betrayed Blind Tai and stole the divine technique in the past. There was a supergroup called the Demon Cloud Clan in the lower third heavens of the Nine Heavens. The Demon Cloud Clan had a relatively short history compared to other sizable groups in the Xianxia domain. It didn't rise to power on account of a rich heritage. Instead, it was established and developed solely by one extraordinary and domineering cultivator, the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan. The Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan had cultivated for a long time and possessed astonishing power. Although the Demon Cloud Clan was based in the lower third heavens, many people believed that the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan was already in the same league as the master cultivators in the middle third heavens. On top of that, the cultivators from the Demon Cloud Clan were exceptionally ambitious and forceful. As a result, the group had advanced and expanded rapidly. The current generation was led by Moku, the eldest son of the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan. He was bestowed with outstanding natural talent and had become an intimidating cultivator. Many people believed that he might even surpass the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan and achieve more in the future. Rumor had it that the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan suddenly rose to prominence thanks to obtaining a divine item. It was also why Moku, his eldest son, was able to make breakthroughs again and again. The son had become more successful than the father. Although he was from the lower third heavens, Moku was one of the most noted cultivators in the Xianxia domain. He was an 8th order Renhuang with a perfect great path and was only one step away from becoming a master cultivator. If Moku managed to advance to the 9th order, the Demon Cloud Clan would spring up and become one of the most influential forces in the Xianxia domain. They might even have enough prestige to compete with the top forces in the upper third heavens. Moku was also famous for his relationship with Blind Tai from Four Corner Village. Back in the day, they traveled through the Xianxia domain together like close brothers. Both of them were extraordinary cultivators who were well sought after. However, Moku betrayed Blind Tai later. Not only did he steal Blind Tai's divine technique, but he also blinded and almost killed him. The news came as a bombshell at that time. Many people despised the Demon Cloud Clan for their ruthless behaviors and unscrupulous means to get ahead. The groups in the upper 9 heavens also stayed away from the Demon Cloud Clan. That being said, everyone had to admit that the Demon Cloud Clan was growing stronger and stronger owing to their sheer brutality and wild ambition. They were probably aiming at the upper third heavens. As soon as he sensed the rage emanating from Blind Tai, Yifutian figured out the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. This man must be Moku, the eldest son of the Great Elder of the Demon Cloud Clan and the culprit who betrayed and disabled Blind Tai. Yifutian raised his head to stare at Moku and said, "I will keep studying the inside of the divine casket. If you ask me again whether the sacred remains should be seen, my answer will remain the same. It's not my business if you look at it or not. You will know once you have seen it yourself. There is no need to ask me if your mind is settled already. Look at it if you want, don't if you don't have the balls." The crowd was baffled by Yifutian's response. He sounded extremely arrogant, and it was hard to tell in which direction he was pushing. Should the others look at the sacred remains or not? Based on what he said to Moku, he seemed to be goading Moku. Moku was not an average cultivator. Nowadays, he was a wunderkind who was almost unrivaled among his peers in the Xianxia domain. Of course, Moku wouldn't fall into Yifutian's trap so easily. He slowly turned his eyes to Blind Tai and said, "It's been a long time since I saw you last." Blind Tai lifted his chin to face Moku. Even though he couldn't see, Moku's face had been imprinted on his mind. How could he ever forget what Moku looked like? He calmed down a lot, surprisingly. Although he still seemed stern and hostile, he regained his composure and didn't rush to action when facing his archenemy. "I heard that you made a lot of progress after you went back to the village. I didn't go to Four Corner Village with everyone else last time because I know you don't want to see me. Nevertheless, I was still happy for you when I heard the news about you," Moku continued. He spoke as though they were still good friends who wished each other the best. "How happy are you?" Blind Tai asked in a flat voice. It was impossible to detect his emotion from his tone. "I'm genuinely happy for you," Emoku said. "At least at one point, we were brothers who went through thick and thin together." Brothers. A mocking smile crept onto Blind Tai's face. They were good brothers indeed. He only fell for a so-called brother like Emoku because he was naive and over-trusting when he first left the village. So many years have passed. Sometimes I also feel guilty for doing you wrong and letting you down in the past. However, since Four Corner Village has rejoined the rest of the world, we can let go of the bad blood and become friends again like in the old days. The Demon Cloud clan can be an ally for Four Corner Village as well, Emoku said. "So that we can be betrayed by you one more time?" Blind Tai said. "Your strength has increased for sure, but I'm more surprised that you are even more shameless now." Emoku stared at Blind Tai in silence for a short moment. Then he shifted his attention to Yifutian and said, "This young man from your village is much more arrogant than you when you first left the village." "He is better than me," Blind Tai replied. "Of course, he is far better than you too in every aspect." Blind Tai held Yifutian in high regard not only because of Yifutian's cultivation level but also for his character. Yifutian was far superior to Emoku and would never double-cross Blind Tai. "Is that so? I'm surprised that even you would praise him with such enthusiasm. No wonder he became so famous in such a short time. The entire Xianxia domain knows of his name by now." Emoku cracked a mirthless smile and took a deep look at Yifutian. After that, he turned around and walked toward the divine casket. His eyes sparkled with dark and golden demonic light. It seemed as if he had a pair of frightening demonic eyes. Emoku took a few steps forward to approach the divine casket. Then he lowered his head and looked in its direction with a grave face. Although he criticized Yifutian for being arrogant, he was well aware of the danger posed by the sacred remains. Muyunlan was on a par with Emoku, if not better. Yet even he bled from his eyes after one peek and was convinced that the sacred remains shouldn't be desecrated. How could Emoku underestimate the power of the sacred remains? The terrifying black demonic light burst out of the demonic eyes. However, everything was annihilated when the ancient characters hit Emoku's eyes. The runes bludgeoned into his head as though he was defenseless prey. Bang! He didn't dare to look for one more second. He protected his body with great demonic might and jumped back with all possible haste. He didn't cover his eyes as Muyunlan did. Blood streamed from the tightly closed demonic eyes. He looked like a ghastly Azura. The sacred remains couldn't be seen. Yifutian was not wrong. The sacred remains shouldn't be seen indeed. Anyone who attempted to look at it would suffer such an outcome. Emoku was no exception. Muyunlan and Emoku had been defeated. Two extraordinary Renhuangs were wounded like this. What would happen to other average cultivators if they tried to look at the sacred remains too? No one dared to imagine. Muyunlan and Emoku were already mighty, second only to the mighty figures. Emoku's eyes recovered in a short time. He shot a glance at Yifutian after he opened his eyes. "Let's see how you will study the divine casket," Emoku said to Yifutian. Everyone fixed their gaze on Yifutian. Yifutian claimed that he would look at the sacred remains in the divine casket again. What would happen to him when two of the best cultivators couldn't withstand the power of the sacred remains? Yifutian turned to Emoku and replied, "Studying the divine casket is my business. It's not a performance for your benefit." Emoku disregarded Yifutian's response and said, "It's all the same. Of course they are not the same. I'm not interested in looking at it yet," Yifutian replied. He had no reason to be polite to Blind Tai's enemy. Emoku lowered his head and stared at Yifutian as a formless pressure was unleashed from his body and enveloped Yifutian. But Yifutian stared right back at him without any inhibition. His deep eyes were colored with some disdain and aloofness. No matter how powerful Emoku's level of cultivation was, the things he did would not earn him any respect. Instead, they only made others despise him. An invisible storm appeared within the space. Behind Yifutian, Blind Tai took a step forward. and a tremendous amount of great path power surged out of him and headed straight for the space. It clashed with the authoritative pressure that Emoku had unleashed and actually transformed into this invisible storm, which created a suffocating feeling in this place. Since you do not dare to look, then do not speak so boastfully. Just then, a voice came from afar. It sounded rather cold and distant, carrying a tinge of disdain. Everyone looked at where the voice came from to see a group of elegant-looking people. They were all in white, and their aura was intense, especially the leader of the group. He was overwhelmingly valiant-looking, particularly those eyes of his. His eyes didn't seem to look like the eyes of the other people, and they exuded an otherworldly beauty. Cultivators from the palace of the illusory god. Someone among the crowd muttered in a low voice, "That's Bai Yan from the palace of the illusory god." In no time, the leader of the group was quickly recognized as one of the palace of the illusory god's best disciples, Bai Yan. He was a direct disciple of the current illusory god, a level 6 perfect great path cultivator. His prowess was extraordinary, and he killed without leaving any traces. One look from him was enough to kill. Palace of the illusory god. Yifutian said this in his heart. Another enemy of Four Corner Village had appeared. When Four Corner Village was going through that change, none of the cultivators from the Demon Cloud nor the Palace of the Illusory God had appeared. These two factions of power had the deepest feud with Four Corner Village, and the divine techniques of Four Corner Village had gone to these two factions. Someone from the Palace of the Illusory God had once taken the Eye of Reincarnation from the one who was to inherit the divine techniques of Four Corner Village and put it into his own eye instead. That way, he robbed Four Corner Village of its divine techniques in this terribly cruel fashion. After Yifutian thought about how Four Corner Village would have passed the divine techniques on, he guessed that the cultivator who got his eyes dug out by the Palace of the Illusory God was very likely to be connected to Duo Yu and was likely a senior related to Duo Yu by blood. That's why Duo Yu could be awakened and inherit the Eye of Reincarnation. "If you dare, you can try it yourself," said Yifutian very nonchalantly. Bai Yan spun around and looked toward Yifutian. It took only an instant for Yifutian to see a pair of terrifying eyes. A pair of eyes that could bring a person into an illusionary world. That pair of eyes seemed to be filled with divine light, which soon turned into a huge whirlpool that sucked in one's consciousness. He didn't say anything, and it took only one look at Yifutian to bring Yifutian into his world of eye sorcery. When everyone else saw Bai Yan turn around, as well as the divine light flowing in his gaze, they immediately understood that Bai Yan had used his eye sorcery on Yifutian. Yifutian's body appeared within the realm of the eye sorcery. An enormous shadow appeared near his body like a god of sorts. It held a long spear in its hand and was aiming it towards Yifutian's body. This deity seemed impossible to fend off as it held the ultimate authority within the world of its eye sorcery. Boom! The terrifying deity brought its divine spear down as it made a stab at Yifutian's body. In that instant, Yifutian seemed especially minuscule. The spear of the deity came right down onto Yifutian's body, but instead of going through Yifutian, it was blocked from doing so. A surprised voice came out from the emptiness as the divine light around Yifutian started flowing, and he looked into the emptiness within the illusionary realm. He said, "You wanted to try using an illusory method like eye sorcery to control my consciousness at your level of cultivation? You're not good enough." This voice resounded in the outside world as well because it had come out from Yifutian's own mouth. Even though everyone could see that the two men were standing there without moving, they knew they had already started fighting. "Is that so?" Bai Yan said icily. The divine light in his eyes became even more terrifying as they shot straight towards Yifutian's body. Many of them could sense an invisible force covering Yifutian. Inside the world of the eye sorcery, Yifutian continued standing there. A frightening windstorm started blowing towards him. It twisted and destroyed the space he was in as it threatened to swallow him as well. This was a true storm that attacked the spirit, and there was nowhere to hide in the space of the eye sorcery. That actual spiritual windstorm was like a knife that cut through the space as it hit Yifutian's body, making him feel like he had been stabbed. But his body seemed to be protected by divine light as it stood there and looked towards the outside. Outside, Yifutian's gaze had also become incredibly sharp as it cut through all emptiness and rushed straight into the other person's eye of reincarnation. In that instant, Bai Yen felt as if a terrifyingly sharp sword had stabbed right into his consciousness. This was eye sorcery. Yi Futian was also good at eye sorcery. Two frightening gazes collided, and a terrifying illusion appeared between their bodies. It was as if it was the image of the fight between their eye sorcery attacks. Boom! A chilly wind flew right into Bai Yan's eye, making him feel an extreme coldness that nearly stopped his thoughts from being able to move and threatened to freeze his very soul. Right there and then, Bai Yan wanted to stop using his eye sorcery, only to find that the divine light that shot out from Yi Futian's eyes had gone right into his consciousness. Within that illusion, everyone around them saw the frosty moon. They saw the incredibly gorgeous divine sword and the impossibly invincible long spear. A terrifying amount of great path divine light turned the tables as it enveloped all of Bai Yan's body within itself. Yi Futian's eyes became even more terrifying to look at, and everyone else's heart was palpitating. Was Yi Futian actually using eye sorcery to fight Bai Yan? Bai Yan's expression was clearly changing. It looked like he was struggling and wanted to get out of this fight, but the divine light had fully enveloped his body. He seemed to be completely entrenched inside and had no way of getting out. This really puzzled a lot of people. Bai Yan's best technique was eye sorcery, but the technique he was best at was now being attacked by the same thing. Worse still, he hadn't gained any advantage, and it wasn't wrong to say that he was actually losing now. How dare you use the eye sorcery technique that you stole from someone else in front of me? Spat Yi Futian. He took a step forward. With a loud explosion, Bai Yan's body flew backward. His face was deathly pale, and fresh blood seeped from his eyes. My goodness! Everyone felt their hearts tremble when they saw this scene. Yi Futian's eyes slowly regained normalcy, but the way he looked at Bai Yan was still filled with nothing but disdain. Bai Yan's bleeding eyes opened to stare at Yi Futian. His face was as white as a sheet. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He had used his best technique to attack Yi Futian but had been humiliated in return. He had literally asked for it. My goodness, is he really that powerful? All the cultivators thought as they all looked at Yi Futian. They had heard some rumors about how powerful Yi Futian was, but this was the first time they had watched him fight. Even the cultivators from those highly acclaimed factions of power were surprised. Yi Futian had used eye sorcery to defeat Bai Yan, an expert in the eye sorcery. What sorcery was this? They now looked at Yi Futian more respectfully than before. Few in the Xianxia domain could compare to someone with such gifting. Even the strongest fighters from the ancient royal family of Duan had been thoroughly thrashed by him and had admitted defeat. And now, Bai Yan had been soundly defeated by eye sorcery. Yi Futian didn't look at Bai Yan anymore and just walked towards where the divine casket was. Everyone's eyes followed his movement as he walked past them. What would happen when Yi Futian looked at the ancient body lying in the divine casket? Rumor had it that Yi Futian had looked into the divine casket back at Songyuan continent while Muyunlan could only watch on from the side. And now they were going to witness this for themselves. Both Muyunlan and Emoka's eyes started bleeding when they looked upon the body. Was Yi Futian really able to look at the body without getting injured? They watched as that man with white hair continued to walk toward where the divine casket was. A terrifying aura of light shone in his eyes because those eyes of his seemed to be hiding true divine light within them. He had tried this several times when he was at Songyuan continent, so he knew how terrifying this corpse could be. He also knew how he could minimize the force that surged out of it. He walked all the way to one corner of the casket and took a glance into the casket. With just that one glance, he witnessed that incredible scene yet again. The body of Xianxia, the great emperor, had transformed into countless ancient inscriptions, and those inscriptions went right into his eyes and into his consciousness, causing his body to tremble slightly. Those beams of light had not only entered his eyes, but that frightening divine light had also enveloped all of Yi Futian's body. It was as if those inscriptions were printed directly onto his body. He's really done it. Everyone felt their hearts shudder when they saw this scene. They knew that Yi Futian must have looked upon the body inside the casket. Otherwise, this amazing scene would not have happened. However, he did not end up getting thrown backward. and his eyes did not bleed. The inscriptions within the casket were even projected onto his body. This made a lot of them wonder, isn't a body lying within that divine casket? Where did these inscriptions come from? Were great and talented people like Muyunlan and Emoku unable to even glance at the inside of the casket because of these inscriptions? Then how was Yifutian able to do this? Just then, they watched as Yifutian's body was thrown backward, and his eyes shut fast. Countless eyes were on him right now, so the vast space they were in seemed rather quiet. After a few moments, Yifutian's eyes finally opened again. Tiny capillaries in his eyes had burst, and it was clear that it had been painful for him to resist the force from the casket earlier. His eyes had undergone a tremendous amount of pressure, but he managed to hang in there and look in a few more times. Muyunlan and Emoku had been unable to do it, but Yifutian, who was only a level 5 Renhuang, had managed it. This made many of them gasp. Rumors didn't appear out of thin air. They had heard a lot about Yifutian before this and how he was truly as capable as his fame claimed him to be. His gifts and potential were astonishing, and he was definitely no less powerful than Muyunlan or Emoku. What do you think now? Someone in the crowd looked up at Emoku and asked. It was Feng Huan from Four Corner Village. He knew everything about what Emoku and the Demon Cloud had done. As a cultivator from the village, Feng Huan also viewed Emoku as an enemy. Before this, all these cultivators threatened Yifutian, and many of them had thought too highly of themselves. They thought that Yifutian was being arrogant and wasn't truly as powerful as the rumors claimed he was. But how about now? Emoku looked down at Feng Huan. His aloof gaze carried some frostiness. He had been rather surprised, too, and didn't think that Yifutian would have been capable of this. It seemed like this white-haired young man who had stormed the ancient royal family of Duan and gained the recognition of Four Corner Village was not simple at all. He's really not bad, replied Emoku. After that, he looked towards Yifutian and asked, how did you do that? He had looked into the divine casket before too, and he knew what was going on in there. One glance had been enough to strike fear in his heart till today. Even though he still wanted to look in, his heart was extremely wary. So how did that Yifutian actually do it? Yifutian turned to look at Emoku and said, you'd get used to it after a few times. Do you want to come and try? Everyone looked oddly at Yifutian. Why did his words sound so fake? If one looked into the divine casket a few more times, you'd get used to it? Was this fellow trying to fool Emoku? Emoku looked at Yifutian rather doubtfully as well. After a few times, his heart still felt fearful after just that one glance into the casket. Would he really become used to it if he tried looking again? If that was the case, then why didn't Muyunlan try again? Are you trying to fool me? Asked Emoku as he stared at Yifutian. He was sure there was something special about Yifutian. Since he could do something that neither himself nor Muyunlan had been able to, there must be something about him that the two of them didn't have, allowing him to gaze into the casket. Before this, you asked me a question and refused to believe my answer. Now, you're asking me a question again, and you still don't want to take my word for it. In that case, why bother asking me? Retorted Yifutian. Emoku kept his eye on Yifutian as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If not for the fact that he was a little wary today, he would have unleashed an attack on Yifutian to force him to say how he had done it. But cultivators from both Four Corner Village and the ancient royal family of Duan were here. Also, they were right outside the domain chief's manor. Since there was probably nothing he could do, he decided not to attack. If you're not going to look at it, then I'm going to continue looking, said Yifutian to Emoku before going back towards that same upper corner of the divine casket again. At this moment, countless eyes were frozen as they stared at Yifutian in shock. Was he serious? Was it true that he was getting used to it after taking a few more looks, as he said earlier? Emoku had an equally puzzled look on his face when he watched Yifutian. Yifutian was really using his own actions to prove his point? Before this, Yifutian had already proved himself with his own actions. He said that he could look into the casket, and he really did it. Countless eyes watched as Yifutian stood diagonally above the casket and looked in. Again, it only took one glance for light to envelope him and for that gorgeous divine light to shoot out at Yifutian. He's doing it again. Chun Yi shook his head as he looked at Yi Futian. He understood this fellow now. Yi Futian went all out no matter what and didn't seem to understand the concept of staying low-key. So many people were here right now, and many of them would be watching him closely. Chun Yi was right. Many cultivators from the Xianxia domain and other top factions of power were all here. Some had walked over, while some remained in the shadows. But regardless of where they were, they all looked towards that white-haired person in the air. There was even a group of people standing in the air inside the domain chief's manor. They too looked at Yi Futian's body. But actually, Yi Futian wasn't trying to attract attention. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Back in the Zongyuan continent, he had wanted to take a few more looks at this casket so that he could comprehend the secrets within, but it had been taken away, and there was nothing he could do about it. This left him feeling empty and disappointed. So when Duan Qiong suggested coming here, he agreed to it without hesitation and immediately came out to view the body in the casket. He knew that he didn't have much more time to do this, and he had already gained some enlightenment from looking at the corpse. As everyone else continued to watch, Yi Futian looked into the casket several more times. In fact, the amount of time he could spend looking increased the more times he tried to take a look. It was as if what he said earlier was right. One could really get used to it after a few times. Thus, the hesitant and indecisive Mo from before decided to take a step forward again. It seemed as if he believed what Yi Futian said and wanted to try again. Everyone was puzzled by what Mo was doing. He walked up and took a look at the sacred remains in the divine casket. Mo growled after taking a single look. His body was sent reeling, and blood dripped from his eyes again. The scene was harrowing. The hell? Everyone around looked at Yi Futian, who was standing in front. We'd get used to it after taking several looks? How are we supposed to keep looking like that? They wondered. Mo had only taken a look on his second try, and his eyes were still filled with blood. How are we supposed to keep looking? We will probably go blind if we look one more time, let alone several. This is terrible, they thought. It was then that all of them realized that Yi Futian was toying with Mo. There was no way one could get used to it just by looking more. Yet Mo actually believed those ridiculous claims of his. Yi Futian had tried this personally, taking repeated looks at the sacred remains. It was indeed as he had put it. He eventually got used to it. Mo would not have been duped otherwise. Mo opened his eyes moments later, and the look in his eyes was filled with cold killing intent. He saw how effortless and graceful Blind Tai and Yi Futian had behaved before. Yet, being repeatedly fooled by Yi Futian in front of everyone was something that someone of his status could hardly stomach. It was true embarrassment. One could easily imagine his mood at that moment. Formless power emanated from Mo. Someone was seen shooting into the sky. It was none other than Blind Tai. Blind Tai had also decided to release a powerful aura, which shrouded over Mo. Seemingly, he was trying to remind Mo to remember his place. Mo sensed that aura and shot a look at Blind Tai, yet his eyes were still filled with killing intent. There was still blood beneath his eyes, making him look rather eerie. There are things that one is not worthy of looking at, and there is nothing that one can do to change it. It's not like all those years ago, where one could take whatever one wished, Blind Tai said, jabbing at Mo being unworthy of looking at the sacred remains. You never changed, did you? Still as blunt with your words as ever. Mo said plainly. If I were unworthy of looking at the divine casket, isn't that the same as saying that no cultivator in the Xianxia domain would be worthy of doing so? While my words do not sound pleasant, it is the truth. It is what it is, and I myself am not worthy of doing so either. Is there any reason for me to sugarcoat it? Blind Tai replied. He had, of course, gotten to know Mo better after what had happened all those years ago, that the man he once called a brother was someone who would get what he wanted by any means necessary. What he said earlier was deliberately worded to provoke him, but given that his conscience was clear, he didn't mind at all. While what Blind Tai said didn't sound nice, everyone who was present was a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain, and some were indeed very, very powerful. As such, they knew that Blind Tai was telling the truth. These were not just any sacred remains but the remains of Xianxia the great emperor. a great emperor and a god of ancient times. If they were not allowed to look at it, that would only mean that they were indeed not worthy. There was nothing to be ashamed about. Emoku moved his sight away from Blind Tai and turned to Yifutian. He walked up to Yifutian after seeing the other man was about to retreat, shrouding massive pressure over Yifutian, placing a lockdown on the space Yifutian occupied. He coldly said, "If you're already used to it, why not take a few more glances instead of retreating?" The divine light around Yifutian was terrifying enough that Emoku closed his eyes all of a sudden, about to retreat. Yet he was prevented from doing so by the powers of the Great Path. Boom! He emitted a huge pressure, which he then withdrew. Blind Tai attacked after sensing what was happening. He brought down a divine hammer from above, viciously aiming at Emoku. Emoku raised his hand and grabbed outward. A massive hand took hold of the specter of that divine hammer, and the mighty pressure of the Great Path swept all over the place, causing a harrowing storm below as it traveled downwards, causing many to reel from the shock right away. "What are you two doing outside the Domain Chief's manor?" A voice came from the Domain Chief's manor. The voice was heard before the man was seen. A group of people then walked out of the Domain Chief's manor and emerged in the air, looking at Emoku and Blind Tai fighting each other. Emoku pulled his hand back, and Blind Tai stopped attacking as well. Yifutian retreated and glanced at Emoku. There were young men and women, as well as powerful elders that had just emerged. They concealed their powers. Also, they needed to stand in midair in order to cast a faint pressure over everyone. The leader was a middle-aged man who was the son of the Domain Chief's manor of Xianxia Domain, Zhou Muhuang. He could also be called the young master of the Domain Chief's manor. His powers were towering, and he was already one of the most powerful cultivators to be found in the Xianxia domain. He was at level 9 of the Great Path. Even the titans among the top-notch cultivation forces wouldn't have many among them capable of winning against Zhou Muhuang. The father and son of the Xianxia domain were both standing at the very pinnacle. Of course, given that even Zhou Muhuang himself had trained for over 100 years, the chief was definitely much older. He was someone of supreme power among those of the previous generation. However, due to Zhou Muhuang having unparalleled training, he appeared rather young, around 40. In the Xianxia domain, few dared to be disrespectful to that young master. This was due to his status and because his powers were more than enough to put a great many powerful fighters in the domain in their place. "Greetings, young master," many greeted. Those with weaker powers had even bowed to Zhou Muhuang. The man stood where he was and scanned the crowd before saying, "At ease, everyone. This divine casket was brought here from the Zhongyuan continent. It is unimaginably mystical yet very dangerous. That was why my father forbade anyone from looking at it. But if any of you would like to take a look, the Domain Chief's manor won't stop you. However, the consequences are all yours. You all are the best that the Xianxia domain has to offer. Anybody who would like to learn about the divine casket is welcome to do so. There is simply no need for fights," Zhou Muhuang elaborated. Although both Emoku and Blind Tai were powerful cultivators and of advanced age themselves, if one were to really go about counting, they would probably be deemed juniors to Zhou Muhuang, especially in the case of Blind Tai. Blind Tai was probably the youngest and was probably far younger than Zhou Muhuang. As such, it was only natural for Zhou Muhuang's words to carry immense weight. "Forgive us for our impulsiveness, Muhuang." Emoku cupped his hands and said, despite his status, he still had nothing to brag about before Zhou Muhuang. "Right?" Zhou Muhuang nodded. "My father invited cultivators from all over, and we would not wish to see any altercations break out. Should there be any personal feud among you, I'd advise you to try not to act on them here. With you being the one giving the word, I shall do as you say, Muhuang," Emoku replied, and Blind Tai nodded. Zhou Muhuang nodded and turned his eyes back to Yifutian. "Your reputation precedes you, Emperor Yi. You're indeed as dashing as you are reputed to be." Everyone was stunned. Zhou Muhuang was of such prestigious standing that he could afford to ignore Emoku and Blind Tai. He did not need to be courteous, even to the many titans from the many cultivation forces out there. Yet, he seemed to have taken a liking to Yifutian very much, complimenting the man as he did. "Zhou Muhuang, a young master of the domain chief's manor of Xianxia domain. Level 9, Perfection in Great Path. Yi Futian looked at the middle-aged man and recalled Duan Xiong's introduction. According to Duan Xiong, not even her father Duan Tianxiong would beat Zhou Muhuang. Furthermore, one could tell just how ambitious he was from his name alone. Zhou Muhuang. Just how many expectations had his father piled on his son? Was he hoping for his son to become the great emperor then? Yi Futian had been in two domains before, the Donghua domain and the Xianxia domain. The ones from the domain chief's manor were all mighty. There were Ning Yuan and Ning Hua from Donghua domain, and both were mighty beings. The way Yi Futian saw it, those of the domain chief's manor who ruled over the 18 domains in Donghuang the Great Stead were all supreme beings in their own right. All of them were titans, and the powers of such people were every bit on par with those who served the great imperial palace directly. Said titans could actually be more powerful instead. It would seem that the establishment of the domain chief's manor reigning over the 18 domains was anything but simple. The years in which Donghuang the Great ruled over the divine prefectures were not all that long. The nobles of the divine prefectures carved up their own territories, and powerful beings were aplenty. Donghuang the Great would naturally need to enlist the help of those who were of supreme powers, to begin with, if he were to rule over the divine prefectures. That was probably how the domain chief's manors of the 18 domains came about. They weren't necessarily considered closed ones of Donghuang the Great. You speak too highly of me, senior. Yi Futian bowed slightly. Despite being the young master, he was nonetheless Yi Futian's senior, so there was nothing wrong for him to address him as such. I know a thing or two about your exploits. You hail from Donghua domain, then went to Four Corner Village. You've gotten acquainted with the ancient royal family of Duan. You are nothing less than extraordinary. It is a pity that Ning Yuan of the Donghua domain's domain chief's manor overlooked your brilliance, wanting to actually kill someone of your caliber. I wonder what was he thinking. Zhou Muhuang then said to Yi Futian, Yi Futian, if you intend to train in the domain chief's manor of Xianxia Manor, you'd be welcome to do so by both my father and me. Everyone was stunned upon hearing what Zhou Muhuang just said. The first thing he did after coming outside was try to get Yi Futian to his side. He had actually invited him to train in the domain chief's manor. One could tell that he was incredibly impressed with Yi Futian and wanted to capitalize on this opportunity. Furthermore, he was totally unfazed by the powers at Donghua domain and voiced Ning Yuan's mistakes just like that. One could tell that the domain chief's manors were hardly acquainted with each other and left each to their own devices. So long as Yi Futian was willing to agree to join the domain chief's manor, he would definitely be able to rise to greater heights in terms of status. By then, not even those from the Donghua domain could easily do anything against him. Yi Futian was rather surprised by the treatment. This treatment was rather ironic given that he had intended to train in the domain chief's manor back at the Donghua domain. Instead, it was he had been set up and hunted instead. When he had lost all such intentions, those of the domain chief's manor of the Xianxia domain extended their invitation instead. However, he was no longer in a state suitable for doing so. He had joined Four Corner Village prior and was already one of them. He was not about to abandon the village for the domain chief's manor. I'm sorry, senior. I've joined Four Corner Village, and it would be unsuitable for me to train in the domain chief's manor. I'm afraid that I have no choice but to pass up the offer. Truly, I beg for your forgiveness, Yi Futian replied. Blind Tai, Fang Huan, and the others nodded in silence. Those from the village had indeed been right about Yi Futian. He would have received more benefits, and great ones at that, if he were to choose the domain chief's manor over the village. However, given that he had become one of the cultivators of the Four Corner Village and the village had decided to train openly in the world, that itself would then make the village one of the titans in the Xianxia domain. Given the circumstances, he couldn't join either without renouncing membership of the other. If the village were to remain closed to the world, it wouldn't have been a problem. Zhou Muhuang heard what Yi Futian said and nodded. I understand. The way the others behind Yi Futian looked at him suggested that they were having other thoughts. It was indeed quite a pity for Yi Futian to pass up such an opportunity, as Yifutian was someone with such superb talent that it was incredibly possible for him to become a titan on his own. However, he would most definitely achieve success a lot more quickly if he were to train in the domain chief's manner. Most importantly, Yifutian had a lot of enemies. The way they saw it, there were just too many superb geniuses perishing on their way to greatness. If Yifutian were able to train in the domain chief's manner and, as such, gain the domain chief of the Xianxia domain's protection, he would have been at considerably lower risk. Yet, he chose to remain with the four-corner village instead. Zhou Muhuang looked up at the crowd and said, "A lot of all of you present today are the best that the Xianxia domain has to offer. It would be impossible for you not to look at the divine casket. Anyone who wishes to take a look, please do not get in the way of the others. Whether or not any of you can gain something from it or not is entirely up to you." Everyone nodded. There was nothing else the others could say, given that Zhou Muhuang had spoken. Zhou Muhuang was then seen walking up to the divine casket at that moment, taking a look inside. Massive fluctuations of the great path rumbled around him from him taking just a single look. Yet, that pair of frightening eyes continued to look into the divine casket. Took him quite a while to close his eyes and back away. All who saw what happened were in awe, deeming that he had indeed lived up to his prestige of being among the strongest. While Zhou Muhuang's training was only one level higher than Muyunlan and Moku, the difference of just one level was in itself a chasm. No matter how superb said people were, they could still never win, even if they were to join hands in the face of Zhou Muhuang. So, this is what those at great emperor level are like? Zhou Muhuang mumbled to himself. His aura was flighty, making him feel like someone who was above mortals. He could tell that those ancient symbols seemed like that they were beyond what people knew to be the Great Path. It could even be said that those were in the path that great Emperor Xianxia himself created. With those symbols carved within his body, that body itself had become a manifestation of the path. Someone was walking to Zhou Muhuang's side at that moment. That woman had a superb appearance, and her bearing was extremely elegant. It felt like she was a goddess that had descended to the mortal realm. The woman was none other than Zhou Muhuang's sister, Xianxia. Xianxia took a look at her brother, who then told her, "Be very careful if you're about to look. The level great Emperor Xianxia reached all those years ago is already somewhere we mere mortals cannot comprehend. All powers that we're versed in are utterly useless before him. Be prepared if you really want to take a look." "I want to take a look," Xianxia answered. Insistence was seen in her eyes. She deemed herself capable of bearing whatever cost it could have incurred, and she would never rest until she got to look at the sacred remains with her own eyes. "All right then." Zhou Muhuang nodded and didn't stop Xianxia. Xianxia went up, and she shrouded herself with divine light, which made her look even more spiritual and mystical. That princess from the domain chief's manor was, too, a supreme genius. She had superb cultivation talents and was at perfection at level 6. One more step and she could already make a step into high-level Renhuang. One could imagine just how terrifying the powers the domain chief's manor would command by then. Other than the domain chief himself, it was obvious that even his children were people who were a cut above the rest. Xianxia went up to the divine casket and took a look inside. There was no miracle happening. Despite being a princess of the domain chief's manor, her eyes were bloodied, and her aura wavered from a single look. She was sent reeling back as blood poured all over her face. She covered her face with her hands and looked in very, very bad shape. Many felt pity that a female Renhuang was in such a pitiful state. Zhou Muhuang came to his side without saying anything. Xianxia took a while before her state gradually steadied. She moved her hands away, and her eyes remained bloodshot even then. This gave her a tinge of withering beauty. She looked like she was some beautiful woman who was about to pass away. "Are you all right?" Zhou Muhuang asked. "I'm fine." Xianxia shook her head slightly. Slivers of watery mist appeared, and she wiped the blood off of her face. Her eyes remained slightly bloodshot still, making it obvious that that one look before had greatly damaged her eyes. She was only at level 6 after all. This put her beneath the likes of Muyunlan and Moku. Many murmured among themselves, looking like they were seriously discussing something. Many cast impressed looks at Yi Futian. They could tell from what happened with Zhou Lingxi when she looked at the divine casket how rare someone like Yi Futian actually was. When he was being compared to Muyunlan and Mo Ku, he had been able to do better than they had. Zhou Lingxi, too, was at a level higher than Yi Futian, and everyone was able to see what happened to her. Zhou Lingxi turned her eyes around to look at Yi Futian. She walked up gracefully to him, which caused him to wear a puzzled expression. Zhou Lingxi then came to Yi Futian's side, and she actually bowed to him. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What warranted that, Princess Lingxi?" "I'd like to ask you something, Sir Yi," Zhou Lingxi said. Yi Futian then replied, "Please, Princess Lingxi, just tell me what you would like to know." "I was unable to take the strain after just taking one look inside the divine casket, which enabled me to learn what was so extraordinary about you, Sir Yi. However, I was more or less able to tell what was inside the divine casket. I'd like to know how you prevented yourself from being injured by the sacred remains inside." Zhou Lingxi asked, and many were wearing curious looks, as she was not the only one who wanted to know. Everyone around was curious as well. Mo Ku had, too, asked before, but Yi Futian never wanted to say anything. However, given that it was the princess of the domain chief's manor asking for his advice after taking such damage, Yi Futian simply couldn't refuse. Yi Futian looked at the princess, and he indeed was finding it difficult to refuse to answer. However, the sacred remains which he was able to gaze on were more complex as far as the secrets of the world tree were concerned, which meant that he could never tell her the whole truth. He had even wondered if the princess was actually asking for his guidance or if she was just testing him. It seemed that, eventually, T would be more likely that the former was true, given that she had looked in the coffin herself and had been severely damaged because of that. Furthermore, be it the domain chief's manor itself, or the Zhou siblings, they had all been very courteous with him. "If it is something that you find inconvenient to voice, Sir Yi, then please forgive my rudeness." Zhou Lingxi looked at Yi Futian before bowing again. "It's not actually all that inconvenient. It was just that the very reason why I could gaze upon the remains is due to something particular about my training. Furthermore, I experienced some surreal encounters back in the Donghua domain that allows me to resist such effects to a degree. However, they will not do you much good, Princess," Yi Futian answered. "I see." Zhou Lingxi nodded. "It seems that I don't have the opportunity to learn by looking at the sacred remains then. Given that you have such an ability, Sir Yi, are you able to sense the will of the ancient gods from the sacred remains?" Although Yi Futian was responding to Zhou Lingxi, this was only polite small talk. In reality, no one knew what he was actually doing. They could only guess. Perhaps it was because he had received the gift from the demon monarch in the Donghua domain back that he could block the great emperor's divine armor will. This is a rare opportunity indeed. If you come to some understanding, Emperor Yi, I would hate to miss out on it, said Emperor Zhoumu with a smile. I understand, said Yi Futian with a nod. I will work hard and see if I can glean some ancient cultivation arts from the divine body. However, if I only get to look at it for a little bit, then that will be too short a time to learn much. The divine body is full of wonder, but it will be hard to get much out of it. The body of Xianxia, the great emperor, is indeed wonderful. We will see it together. If you have any doubts, Emperor Yi, you can find me in the domain chief's manor at any time, and we can discuss your feelings, said Emperor Zhoumu. Thank you, elder, said Yi Futian with a slight nod. Zhoumu said no more to him. He turned to the crowd around them and said, If any of you want to come, you must take caution that you do not make any mistakes. If you do not have enough control, you should not try. Of course, if you think you do have enough control, you can come with Emperor Yi and try to seize this opportunity. Everyone nodded. Given Emperor Zhoumu's lofty position, he naturally had the right to lecture them like this. On saying this, Emperor Zhoumu turned and left, leading them towards the domain chief's manor. He turned his head and saw Zhou Lingxi still standing there. Lingxi, are you staying here, or are you returning to the manor? He asked. I will stay here and watch. You go on ahead, said Zhou Lingxi. All right. Emperor Zhoumu nodded and did not linger any longer. Zhou Lingxi stood not far from Yi Futian, smiling at him and saying, I expect that you will be able to gain an understanding of the imperial will from the body of Xianxia the great emperor, Mr. Yi. You are too kind, Princess Lingxi, said Yi Futian with a smile and a nod. Among the crowd, Chun Yi and some of the others felt that this scene before them was quite strange. This Zhou Lingxi seemed quite close to Yi Futian. It is still essential to keep up appearances, murmured Chun Yi. Even in the Renhuang plain, appearances still mattered. You don't understand, whispered Condor-sama, looking at Chun Yi with a bit of contempt. It was not surprising that Chun Yi had not understood. I don't understand? Sneered Chun Yi. What don't I understand? The boss has walked all this way on his own, under his own halo. How could you understand it? Said Condor-sama. What? Chun Yi looked at the condor as if it were an idiot. Even demons can flatter so shamelessly? Spring insects know nothing of ice. How can common people understand the world of masters? Said Condor-sama enigmatically. Chun Yi wanted to hit it, but there was no need for him to do it. The black-winged condor felt a cold will. It turned around and saw Xia Qingyuan looking at it coldly. It shrank back. She was murderous. At that moment, a soft, clear voice rang out. Of all the heroes, Emperor Yi is the only one who can observe the divine body. In that case, is he the most powerful of all the proud heroes of the Xianxia domain. The clouds in the sky shifted as a group of figures descended. Many veiled women were pulling a carriage behind them. The chariot was very spacious, and behind a thin veil, there seemed to be a charming figure reclining, seeming almost insubstantial. Even looking through the thin curtain, she seemed to be exquisitely beautiful. The black-winged condor looked up and whispered, Do you understand? Condor-sama's expression was profound and mysterious. It was like he was in a divine trance. Chun Yi's mouth twitched. He seemed to understand a bit now. Everyone's eyes were upon the carriage. If empresses were pulling the carriage, what kind of person could be inside? It's someone from the palace of the illusory god, someone whispered. It's her. The cultivators from the top powers narrowed their eyes. They already knew who was coming. This woman was an incredibly famous figure in the world of cultivators. And she was a bit eccentric. She had been born in the palace of the illusory god. But it was said that she had been kicked out when she was young due to an inter-family conflict. She had lived a hard life and experienced much suffering. However, she had managed to slay all the members of the family who had hurt her own family all by herself. This had caused a great stir when it happened, and many people had heard of it. But in the end, the palace of the illusory god had accepted her once again. This woman was called the goddess Qihuan by the world of cultivators. She had already cultivated up to the 9th tier, and although her great path was not perfect, her illusions were powerful. She could entice people towards any earthly desire and make them fall into a deep trance from which they could not pull themselves out of. Thus, she was called Goddess Qihuan. When she had dealt with her family's enemies, she had hurt them so badly that they no longer wished to live. Careful, that is the Goddess Qihuan of the 9th tier. Her illusions are frighteningly powerful, and she is a tricky swordswoman. She is an eccentric of the palace of the illusory god, said Duanqiong to Yi Futian telepathically. The palace of the illusory god and the ancient royal family of Duan were both great powers of the middle third heavens and had come into conflict many times. Thus, he understood them very well. He naturally knew of the goddess Qihuan. Yi Futian was a bit uncomfortable when he heard this. This goddess Qihuan seemed to be praising him, but her words had pushed him to the forefront of this storm. What he had done before had attracted a lot of attention. Now Goddess Qihuan had said that he was the most powerful of all the proud heroes of the Xianxia domain. A title like that was absolutely not a good thing. You honor me too much, senior. The reason I can observe the divine body is due to the specialty of my cultivation. I would not dare call myself the most powerful. There are many other Renhuangs who are much stronger than me. Yi Futian called up into the sky. Although he knew her name, he did not call her goddess, opting for senior instead. Laughter like that of a silver bell rang out. The woman descended into the air above Yi Futian, the curtain before her blowing in the wind. Everyone could faintly see a stunning figure lying within. Her eyes seemed able to enchant people's very souls. She smiled at Yifutian. Just an ordinary glance from her seemed able to send one into a trance. She made it so that she was the only thing that Yifutian could see. His consciousness was drawn into the carriage where he beheld her perfect, flawless form. This woman was no less beautiful than Xianxia, and she had a more concrete sense of charm about her. Her killing power was greater as well. Everyone appreciates beauty, and cultivators were no different. But they were able to control their appreciation of beauty and would not let their minds to affect it. This was especially true for Renhuan-level cultivators. They would certainly not sink to that level. Thus, her beauty was not that enticing for Yifutian. "It hurts me to hear you call me that, Emperor Yi," said the goddess Qihuan softly. Even her voice seemed to have a mysterious charm to it that would make people fall into reveries. "You are much older than me, senior, and you have cultivated to a much higher level. That is why I call you senior, to show you respect." "Why would you say that I am hurting you?" said Yifutian casually, looking up at the figure in the sky. He was still calling her senior and not goddess. Goddess Qihuan smiled and came out of the carriage, standing before it in the air, wearing a gorgeous red robe. She looked graceful and luxurious. In an instant, she transformed from an alluring woman into a noble empress, brimming with peerless elegance. In the instant that she changed her manner, many people would not even dare to look at her. Yifutian was surprised. This change had been so quick. She truly was a cultivator of the palace of the illusory god. "If that is what you wish, Emperor Yi, then so be it," she said with a smile. Her noble atmosphere spread out as her gaze fell upon Yifutian. In an instant, her form seemed to enter into his mind. "I have heard of your deeds, Emperor Yi, and I admire you greatly. I wish to become your friend," continued the goddess Qihuan, smiling. As her voice reached him, Yifutian seemed to enter another space, a world of illusion magic. In this world, there was only him and the goddess Qihuan. "Your method of making friends is rather peculiar," said Yifutian. Goddess Qihuan stepped through the air towards Yifutian until she was right in front of him. "I don't want the common people of the outside world to disturb us," she said. "Here there is only you and me. You can confide in me anything you want. How does that sound? We have only just met. Why speak of confiding things in each other?" Yifutian's face was impassive as he spoke. "We may have just met, but I have heard your name for a long time. Why can't we confide in each other?" Goddess Qihuan stood in front of Yifutian, staring right into his eyes. At that moment, a powerful will entered into Yifutian's mind. Suddenly, many images flashed through his mind, and many of them were images of this woman. Yifutian was suddenly incredibly wary. He let loose a burst of a powerful will that cut through everything. It sliced right through the images of gods Qihuan in his mind. Boom! Everyone outside only saw Yifutian take a few steps backward, after which he steadied himself and looked up into the air. Goddess Qihuan was still standing there calmly, looking extremely noble. She grinned down at him and said, "I never thought you would be someone prone to infatuation, Emperor Yi. What power is this?" Yifutian's heart trembled. He narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the figure in the air. This goddess Qihuan was able to invade his willpower and spy into his emotional world. He had never run into power like this before. "If you do not mind, I would truly like to become friends with you, Emperor Yi," continued goddess Qihuan. "I do mind," said Yifutian coldly. He swept his gaze over her as she stood there in the sky and said, "Since this is only the first time you have offended me, I will not pursue justice in this matter. If there is a next time, the consequences will be on your own head." "Ha!" Surprised looks came over everyone's faces. The situation had changed so quickly. Yifutian had just threatened goddess Qihuan, a cultivator of the 9th tier. This was unspeakably arrogant. But considering his past victories, he had fought his way through the ancient royal family of Duan single-handedly, sweeping away all of their renhuangs. He had defeated 9th-tier renhuangs before, and that had not even been the first time he had done so. Moreover, as long as their great path was not perfected, Perhaps Yifutian really would not be too worried about them. But Goddess Qihuan was no ordinary person. She could not be compared to ordinary ninth-tier renhuangs. Her cultivation techniques were mysterious and unique, and she could excite any of her opponent's desires. It seemed that she had done something to Yifutian before that had prompted this reaction from him. However, everyone knew that Goddess Qihuan must not have used her full power. She was testing him. If she had really acted against Yifutian, things would not have ended so simply. Goddess Qihuan was stunned when she heard Yifutian's words. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and saw the white-haired young man staring back at her, cold while filling his deep eyes. Clearly, her invasion of his mind had angered him. "You are not even the least bit concerned with saving face, are you, Lord Yi?" she said, looking down at him. At that moment, Noble Will suffused her. "I am curious, are you really able to be so rude to Emperor Yi?" There was a bit of coldness in her tone as she stared at Yifutian once more with her charming eyes. Boom! In that instant, divine light wrapped around Yifutian, and a terrible demonic air flow swept out through the sky. The image of a divine peacock appeared, shining its brilliant light through all the heavens as well as towards Goddess Qihuan. At the same time, Yifutian's eyes became both strange and terrible as his gaze seemed to pierce the goddess. "Just try me," said Yifutian. As they felt the violent airflow coming from him, everyone also felt a suffocating pressure. For a time, the vast area around them was silent. No one had thought Yifutian would do this. At that moment, Yifutian, who had been ignited by anger, was like the descendant of a demon god. He was completely different from how he had been before. He floated in the air, silver hair dancing behind him like silver blades. It was an overwhelming sight. Perhaps this was the real Yifutian. This proud son of heaven, who had come from the Donghua domain, had made his name in Four Corner Village and had swept through the ancient royal family of Duan, was now showing his true glory. Goddess Qihuan stared at Yifutian. Try him? She was naturally not afraid of Yifutian, but the way he was acting right now put a little bit of pressure on her. Suddenly, she smiled, and it was like 100 flowers coming into bloom, both delicate and beautiful. It made all the cultivators who were watching become stunned. She had transformed from a noble empress into a charming beauty in an instant. Both of these attitudes were present within her, which made her even more alluring. It was like her image had been imprinted on everyone's mind. "No wonder you are the most famous genius in the Xianxia domain. Your charm and mannerisms are impressive, Emperor Yi. There are many heroes in the Xianxia domain, and yet I do not know how many of them can compete with you," said Goddess Qihuan. As she smiled, the tense atmosphere seemed to disappear instantly. Everything was light and breezy. Yifutian still did not retract his aura, but at that moment, everyone relaxed a little bit. Yifutian could see that the Goddess Qihuan had no intention of attacking him. He ignored her words and recalled his aura, becoming a completely different person in an instant. Off in the distance, more people were coming, including the prince and princess of the Xiangyu deity nation, the cultivators of the Lu clan, and more. They stood in different places, some looking at the divine casket and others at Yifutian. Yifutian had clearly become a focal point for all the cultivators. Apart from the greatest figures, he was the only one who could observe the corpse within the divine casket without being instantly injured. The others, even those as powerful as Muyunlan and Moku, could not do this. Yifutian ignored their gazes and continued to observe the divine body. Since this was the way things were going to be, he did not need to worry about it anymore. He would gaze at the corpse for a little longer before it was taken away. As time passed, Yifutian continued to stare at the divine body. Moreover, he started trying to have the ancient characters enter his body. At that moment, he was standing in the sky gazing down at the divine casket. A halo of light was around him, and it seemed like ancient characters were carved into his body. What was most frightening was that the characters that were rushing into his eyes were having a wild effect on the world within him. Within his life palace was the spatial world that the world tree had forged. The sun and the moon hung high in the sky, and the stars revolved. But once those characters rushed in, they swept through wildly, destroying everything. Even the stars collapsed as thunder and lightning smashed everything to dust. The characters that had charged in tried to destroy everything. They even attacked the world tree itself. This was the first time Yifutian had been in this situation. Previously, even when he had encountered a divine item, the world tree had still stood firm as the absolute master and had even swallowed and absorbed their power, just like it had with the heart of the demon peacock god. But this time, the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor within the divine casket, was giving off endless characters that were all rushing through all his spirits and attacking everything. A great, stormy wave rose within his world tree life palace. Boom! Yifutian began trembling incessantly. After a moment he groaned, and his body was sent flying backward. He spat up a mouthful of blood. His face had gone deathly white. But as he landed on the ground, he sat up and crossed his legs. A porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He crushed it and took out a pill from within, swallowing it. Powerful life will suffused his body. But even so, his trembling body was still giving off great booming noises. Everyone was staring at him, watching more and more blood pour out of his mouth. His face was so pale it seemed as if he was suffering from great pain. I was too impulsive, he said to himself. He had done this a little too sloppily. He thought he could adapt himself to this power, but obviously he was nowhere near good enough. Xianxia strode towards him, a worried look on her face. The cultivators of Four Corner Village were concerned as well. This man seemed to have bitten off more than he could chew this time. Is he gravely injured? All the cultivators around were watching Yifutian. This was the first time they had seen him get hurt while looking at the divine casket. Previously he had had no problems. The power of the characters coming out of the divine casket was truly frightening to behold. Yifutian kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His aura had grown much weaker. Many people, though he had been wounded to the very core, that his great path had suffered injury. It would truly be a shame if one of the world's top figures fell just from observing the divine body. However, after a while, Yifutian's aura began to gradually revive. Divine trees surrounded him as his body became a tree of life. He began to recover swiftly. Everyone could clearly sense that Yifutian's weak aura was beginning to strengthen. What a marvelous recovery! Everyone thought to themselves as they watched him. His rejuvenation was so swift that they were all shocked. Previously, they had clearly felt how grievous the injury that Yifutian had received was. He had possibly even been injured in the very root of his great path. However, he had still been able to start healing so quickly. This is the great path of life. To have such a robust life aura is something that even peak-level Renhuangs would not necessarily be able to obtain, said an upper-level Renhuang as he spoke with those around him. Many people nodded in agreement. They had also noticed how vigorous Yifutian's life aura was. Before long, Yifutian had healed enough where he was as good as new. He had returned to peak fitness. At that moment, Blind Tai and Feng Huan came over to his side and whispered, "How do you feel?" "I feel fine," Yifutian answered. "Be a little more careful. Don't put yourself in danger in your rush for success," Blind Tai reminded him. "I will take care," said Yifutian with a nod. "Do you still want to keep going?" said Xianxia from behind them. Her tone was cold. Yifutian looked over at her and saw that her beautiful eyes held him in an icy, tight gaze. "Don't worry about it. I will be careful," said Yifutian with a smile at Xianxia. However, she did not seem satisfied with his response. She kept glaring at him. Yifutian rose and stretched out, looking very casual. However, when his eyes fell upon the divine casket, a sharp look appeared in them. He turned to Xianxia again and said, "Does it look like I'm having trouble? This divine casket cannot injure me to my core." "So what happened before was not an injury?" said Xianxia. "Compared to the risks I take when cultivating, something like this which I am in complete control of is nothing," Yifutian said to her telepathically. "Don't worry, I know my limits. Moreover, I have already begun to understand something from it. It will probably help me with my cultivation and might even help me observe the abilities of the ancient gods." When she heard his telepathic message, Xianxia looked at him. He seemed to be completely unconcerned. She knew that she would not be able to convince him. Once he had made up his mind, she had no way of changing it. She could only say, "Don't put yourself into too much danger." "I won't," said Yifutian with a nod and a smile. Then he looked at the divine casket once again. His gaze became fixed upon it. Although he had received a terrible wound before, he did not shrink back from it in the least. If he could really take this power into himself and comprehend it, it would perhaps be very helpful for his cultivation. Thinking of this, Yifutian once again stepped forward. This made everyone look at him. Was he going to try again? This man was truly not afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. While they were still considering this, Yifutian had once again come up to the divine casket. A very strange phenomenon happened outside of the domain chief's manor. Divine light glittered within a certain space, which held a set of sacred remains. Despite so many supreme people throughout the Xianxia domain coming to that place, only Yifutian alone was able to gain access to the sacred remains and train with them. Yifutian went into that space on the second day, intending to train near that divine casket. He had sustained many injuries, yet he seemed like some undying immortal, capable of recovering very quickly every time he sustained injuries. The whole process had been repeated so many times over that the cultivators present were all in awe at just how tenacious he was. Yet, he was forbidden from going inside the place holding the casket by the guards from the domain chief's manor. The chief himself had given orders forbidding anyone from looking at the divine casket, but they allowed those supreme cultivators to do so anyway. However, the place at which the divine casket was held was barred from entrance. "Emperor Yi, please train outside," one of the Runhuang guards said to Yifutian. Despite forbidding Yifutian from getting inside, he was, nonetheless, being very polite. His powers had been seen by all cultivators present, after all, and they all deemed that someone with such powers would definitely be able to achieve great things. He could possibly even stand at the very top of the Xianxia domain if he were to be able to stay alive. Yifutian looked at the person who got in his way, and a faint pressure actually emanated from those deep eyes of his. At that moment, yet another person walked up to his side, saying to the Runhuang guard, "I want to take a look inside as well. Let us pass." The Runhuang guard took a look at the one coming up to Yifutian's side and nodded. "Yes, my lady." The one who asked for the guard to make way was none other than Princess Xianxia. Despite the rules laid down before, her status was superior. As such, no one dared to object when she was the one giving Yifutian passage. Furthermore, she wanted to get inside herself as well. "Thank you, Princess Xianxia." Yifutian nodded at Xianxia. "I've seen what you're capable of, Sir Yi. I'm curious if you'll be able to actually learn something using the divine casket. I'll be watching you from afar, and I assume that I won't be getting in your way," Xianxia said. "Of course it wouldn't," Yifutian replied. There was nothing else he could say. She was the one who let him inside, so it was ridiculous for him to tell her to stay outside instead. "I look forward to it." Xianxia flashed a smile, which stunned him for quite a bit. That brimming smile of hers felt rather surreal to him. Xianxia, who was a female Runhuang, actually had a tinge of pure beauty about her. The tone with which she talked to him made him feel like he had traveled through time, triggering some emotional fluctuations inside him. "What is it?" Xianxia saw Yifutian staring at her and asked, feeling rather surprised. "It's nothing." Yifutian snapped back to reality and smiled. "After you, princess." "Sure." Xianxia nodded as both of them walked into that space. Countless eyes were looking at them. Both of them walked to the space between the stone beams and then walked up the stairs to reach the divine casket. Some people murmured under their breaths after seeing how the two of them looked like a match made in heaven. Emperor Yi and Princess Xianxia sure looked like a good fit for each other. Quite a number of them nodded. There was no need to say more about her status as the princess, and her powers were superb as well. Yifutian was extremely dashing with his white garb and silver hair. His talents were so extraordinary that hardly anyone throughout the Xianxia domain could be compared to him. If such an extraordinary figure were to be able to pair up with the princess, it would have been quite a story to tell, just like how it had been with Muyunlan and Nanhai Qianxua back then. A good number of people talked after hearing what was said. The two of them really did look like a good match for each other. However, there were also some displeased by what they heard. A bunch of mortals who know next to nothing. Konder-sama looked at the expression of some people by its side and mumbled, "Arichi way I see it. There is only one princess fitting enough to be by his side." The look of some princess by his side softened somewhat. The bird took note of that and thought that its days would probably be easier. Yifutian and Zhou Lingxi walked up the steps and arrived not far away from the divine casket. Divine light emanated from the stone pillars around it. "There was no path in this world," Zhou Lingxi murmured in a subdued tone. Her body was subjected to terrifying pressure, causing her aura inside to fluctuate. She then commented, "I wonder what level Emperor Xianxia was at all those years ago, daring to utter such words. I assume that you've heard of rumors regarding the collapse of the heavenly path." Yifutian then said to Zhou Lingxi, "I do." She nodded. "I heard that there were some extremely powerful people that emerged in ancient times, and that the heavenly path balked under the power they commanded. Perhaps those people had been fighting the heavenly path the whole time," Yifutian muttered. Zhou Lingxi looked at him and nodded, then adding, "It is often said that there is no end to one's cultivation. Yet, when one reaches the most powerful of levels, one will naturally need to break the shackles and start all over. Perhaps these supreme overlords in ancient times were daring enough to fight the heavenly path. This space will really be able to wreak the will of the great path on me. Right?" Yifutian then said, "Please stay here, princess. If you were to proceed any further, you'd probably be in danger." "All right. I shall stay here and watch while you look at the sacred remains to further your learning." Zhou Lingxi nodded and smiled. The people outside were watching the whole time while they chatted. It looked like Zhou Lingxi indeed had intentions of getting close to Yifutian. Given her status, she had no need to go so far otherwise. A superb genius like no other would catch the attention of even the daughter of the domain chief manor indeed. Yifutian walked up to the divine casket. That time he was walking up to the casket from that space within. His sight was on the sacred remains within. At that moment, the feeling was far more intense than looking at the sacred remains from outside. Countless runes rushed into his eyes right away and then surged into his life palace. The world of his life palace, as well as his body, were totally different at that moment. His blood seemed to be of golden color, which emanated an incredibly dazzling divine glow. This made him look like an overlord of all the humans, and he truly was a cut above the rest. Dazzling divine light shrouded his body, making him look like a young great emperor. The world of his life palace was even more terrifying. Sacred light dazzled everywhere, enveloping the entire place. The world tree had turned into a divine tree, shooting up to the heavens. His branches spread far and wide, connecting the world. The swaying branches and leaves emanated a divine glow, which was extremely dazzling. It seemed it might be readying itself for the attack that was to come. As expected, as the boundless runes surged into his life palace, they invaded the whole place like towering waves, crushing everything in their path. Boom! Frightening rumbles seemed to be heard from within his body, so much so that even Zhou Lingxi, who was standing not far away, trembled deep down, finding the commotion a little frightening. She wondered just what Yifutian was doing that allowed him to resist the invasion from the sacred remains. Furthermore, she was curious as to what Yifutian was trying to achieve. He looked as if he was completely drowned within a short period of time. Zhou Lingxi's mind was thoroughly shaken as she stood by the side. She felt as if she was experiencing the rumbles herself as well. She wondered what he was trying to learn through those sacred remains. Yifutian was sent reeling back before long again, sustaining injuries just like before. However, he was hardly fazed, and that look in his eyes looked just as steeled as ever. He simply went to the side and sat down with his legs crossed, meditating to recover and looking at ease. It was as if he had gotten very used to all that had just happened. Zhou Lingxi thought, as she was looking at his incredibly handsome looks, that other than talent, he had been able to come so far due to factors that had to do with his temperament. There was an air of seriousness about him when he trained, which she had never seen. He remained completely unfazed despite all the injuries he sustained. Those outside were still only able to watch, unable to do anything. Yi Futian remained training inside several days since then, and Xianxia was present the whole time. Whenever Titans came to visit, they came up close and looked inside. Their sight would often linger on Yi Futian. Despite the presence of said Titans, Yi Futian looked completely at ease. He was devoted to his own training and ignored anything else completely, entering a trance. Yi Futian was still training that day. He stood before the divine casket, clad with divine light, looking like a heavenly god. Dazzling divine light emanated all over him, and the rumbling in his body sounded like towering waves. At present, what he saw in his own world seemed to no longer be just runes but a true god. The sacred remains within the casket of great Emperor Xianxia seemed to have been resurrected, standing before him. All those boundless runes seemed to have become a part of him. His body became like a world of its own, and those runes looked like all the rules governing that world. Yi Futian seemed to want to take a closer look. He seemed to be able to see great Emperor Xianxia appearing right before him, and the emperor looked like a true god just by standing around. Boom! Yi Futian was sent flying yet again, and it was more serious that time. He was blasted off of the steps right away, crashing into a stone pillar far away. He coughed up blood and sustained massive injuries. Those outside gasped at the scene. Sir Yi. Xianxia turned around and made her way down the steps. Yi Futian then supported himself with his hand on the pillar as he sat up, leaning on the pillar. He shook his head, then smiled and said, "I'm fine." He then closed his eyes to train after that. Xianxia felt rather moved upon seeing all that. Despite being such a supreme being, he was still putting his life on the line just to further his training, ignoring the cost to himself. The cultivators outside were thoroughly impressed. Every single supreme genius, while indeed possessing superb talent, was just as hard-working. At that moment, divine light dazzled from within the domain chief's manor. A group of people came, and titans from all corners appeared one by one. The chief came out to greet them personally as he scanned the crowd. "News from the imperial palace, then?" someone asked. "Indeed." The chief nodded and continued, "It is the will of the great emperor that the divine casket of great Emperor Xianxia shall be taken care of by the Xianxia domain. Given that it was found in Xianxia domain itself, the imperial palace will not interfere." The man speaking was watched by all who were present, and all of them felt something right there and then. The palace's decision to not take away the divine casket and leave it for those at the Xianxia domain, where the divine casket was discovered, to deal with it spoke volume of its magnanimity. They thought that only the likes of the imperial palace would be able to be so magnanimous. They had actually refrained from claiming the body of an ancient god. The imperial palace would only need to say the word for the divine casket to be delivered to them otherwise. Yet, those from the imperial palace actually told them to take care of the casket as they saw fit. But then again, none from the domain itself would have dared to fight the domain chief's manor for the right to the casket. As such, the divine casket would probably be left at the domain chief's manor for good, serving as a sacred relic of the place. But then again, while that was the common thought among those present, with the titans from the cultivation forces arriving, it was probably not all that easy for the domain chief's manor to claim the casket as its own. At that moment, the place appeared unusually silent. The supreme titans were all present. None of them spoke, and they just looked at the chief who just emerged from his residence. The atmosphere of the place seemed to appear rather weird. It would seem that all of them were waiting for someone else to speak first. "The great emperor is generous enough to leave the divine casket for us, the cultivators of Xianxia domain," someone said. Someone had finally spoken after the silence persisted for some time. The man who was speaking was none other than the leader of the Nanhai clan. He looked at the chief and continued, "We of the Nanhai clan were the ones who discovered the divine casket. It was then brought here by the chief to report to the imperial palace. Now that word from the imperial palace has arrived, how would you intend to deal with this divine casket then?" The divine casket was so out of their world that none of them, despite their powers, were able to learn from it. Yet, they nonetheless knew of the value of the sacred remains which the casket held. That was the body of great Emperor Xianxia, and it had devolved into boundless runes to the point that the body couldn't be observed. Even they, the pinnacle cultivators that reigned supreme over Xianxia domain, would suffer backlash just by taking one look at the body. They also knew repeated looks would even cause serious injuries. They were thinking if they were able to take it home for further study. Of course, they were definitely not the only ones harboring such thoughts. None of those from the top-notch cultivation forces wouldn't have wanted the divine casket for themselves so as to peer into the secrets harbored by the sacred remains. If they were to be able to get more powerful in the future, they might actually be able to learn what the imperial realm was like. Whoever was holding the casket at the moment, the others wouldn't just back away from claiming it, even if said holder was the domain chief's manner. Domain Chief Zhou looked at the crowd, and despite hearing the question clearly, he didn't rush to give an answer. Although he was the one with the most authority in all of the Xianxia domain, he was still unable to so casually order people from top-notch cultivation forces around because those people were not actually his subordinates. They were cultivators of the divine prefecture like everyone else. And while they would do him favors and give him face, they were not about to comply with his every command. It was especially so when one such divine relic was concerned. He naturally knew that if the domain chief's manner were to claim such a relic as their own just like that, he would have invoked the wrath of everyone present. The forces would be displeased with either the domain chief's manner or with him, so much so that some might actually get into an altercation. As such, he needed to be cautious with the matter. The divine casket of great Emperor Xianxia was discovered in the Zhongyuan continent by chance. As such, it could be considered as something that belongs to nobody. While many discovered it before, nobody was able to take it away. That is, until all of you came. Then, you all brought the casket here to report to the Imperial Palace. However, given that the Imperial Palace's reply was for us of the Xianxia domain to take care of it on our own, it was apparent that the great emperor was wise and wished to see the divine prefecture be strong. Giving us the divine casket to the Xianxia domain was an act to see that we could learn by using it. The chief elaborated, "In that case, we shall not let the great emperor down." Everyone was still listening silently, and some were already frowning. The leader of the Nanhai clan was able to more or tell what the chief meant, and he knew that the chief would probably still intend to keep the divine casket around. As expected, the chief then continued, "I shall build a divine mausoleum near the domain chief's manor, in which the divine casket of great Emperor Xianxia shall be placed. Guards would be assigned to the mausoleum, and all top-notch figures from the continent shall be permitted to enter the place. Any from the Xianxia domain who are sufficiently powerful will be permitted entry as well, so as to ensure that the cultivators of the Xianxia domain are able to learn by observing the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia for generations to come. What do you all think of this?" Everyone knew what the chief meant by what he said. Constructing the divine mausoleum by the side of the domain chief's manor and placing the divine casket inside was but a ploy for the domain chief's manor to keep the casket under their control. They could research and learn from the divine casket at all times, yet it was ridiculous for those of the top-notch forces to stay back at the Xianxia domain all the time. The divine casket was anything but ordinary, which meant that studying from it was anything but easy. As soon as the divine mausoleum was finished, the divine casket would be put completely under the domain chief's manor's control. However, the way the chief put it was so perfect that they couldn't come up with any reason to object, as it would be more ridiculous to think that the divine casket could be placed on their respective continents instead. Furthermore, the ground they stood on at that very moment was right outside the domain chief's manor. The leader of the Nanhai clan said that they were the ones who discovered the divine casket, but what the chief said had practically denied such claims. The divine casket was dug out by chance, to begin with, and the ones who discovered it earliest were not even qualified to get inside. If anyone were to be said to be the earliest to observe the divine casket, it would be Muyunlan and Yifutian. Yet, it was not to say that the casket would belong to any who laid eyes on it first. The divine casket belonged to none, and any would be able to fight to claim it. However, given that no one fought over it and it had been brought to the domain chief's manor instead, it was only natural that the chief got to call the shots. Silence blanketed the place yet again. No one said anything, and they all seemed to be thinking. Despite feeling displeased deep down, no one stood out to object to it. Anyone who dared to object first would have gotten on the bad side of the chief, after all. Furthermore, such objection would be futile all the same. Moreover, the chief didn't say that the divine mausoleum would be constructed within the domain chief's manor's grounds, and the place would be built elsewhere instead. That meant that he had indeed taken into consideration the thoughts of others. He would have simply built the place inside the domain chief's manor and then claimed the casket as their own otherwise. But then again, as far as practical application was concerned, the divine casket was still practically theirs. If the divine mausoleum is to be built, is it to say that my juniors would be allowed to train inside at any time we wish? The leader of the Nanhai clan asked. That is a given, the chief replied. All from the top-notch cultivation forces of the upper 9 heavens, including those from Four Corner Village, would be permitted to freely enter the divine mausoleum at all times. Everyone nodded, seemingly having accepted the proposal. In terms of raw power in the Xianxia domain, those of the domain chief's manor would probably still be the most powerful. Even those supreme beings would hardly be able to match Zhou Muhuang, the young master, let alone the chief himself. Furthermore, the cultivation forces also deemed it imperative to not offend the domain chief's manor unless absolutely necessary. Even if there were to be anyone who didn't agree to it, it eventually still wouldn't have changed anything. There was literally nowhere else the divine casket could be placed after all. Well then, given that the chief has given his word, we will naturally not object to the proposal, the leader of the Nanhai clan said, giving face to the chief. He agreed to the proposal right away. I'm fine with it as well. The leader of the Lu clan seconded the decision. With 2 of the greatest clan leaders having agreed to it, it would be pointless for the others not to be all right with it. Everyone else then agreed to the proposal of having the divine mausoleum built near the domain chief's manor, placing the divine casket within. Well then, that settles the matter. I shall order for the construction of the divine mausoleum and place the divine casket within. When the construction of the divine mausoleum is completed, we shall gather around and discuss some other matters. The actual purpose of bringing you all together was actually to discuss something else. But the case with the divine casket has taken precedence instead. The chief said, and everyone nodded. The purpose of them being there was not initially due to the divine casket. The appearance of the divine casket was but an accident. At that moment, Yi Futian, who was recovering by the side, opened his eyes and looked at the chief. With the divine casket not being taken away by the imperial palace, he would be able to rest easy, as that meant that he could have more time to learn from the sacred remains. Those of Four Corner Village were allowed to enter the divine mausoleum any time after all. There would be no need for you to rush then, Sir Yi. You will have plenty of time to learn from here on out. Xianxia smiled at Yi Futian as she spoke to him. She saw that Yi Futian had seemed to be racing against time, sustaining injury after injury. Yet he still insisted on learning. However, there was no longer a need to do so. Yi Futian nodded and said, "The great emperor is indeed magnanimous." "Indeed." Xianxia nodded and added, "Well, then in that case, let's head outside. How about I give you a tour inside the domain chief's manor, Sir Yi?" Yi Futian looked at her and said, "Thank you, Princess Xianxia. I'm indeed getting exhausted from training from the past several days, and a break would be nice. However, I'll be taking a rest in an inn so that I don't get in your way." "Sure." Xianxia didn't say anything else. She nodded and added, "When you have the time, we shall walk around in the manor again." "That would be nice." Yi Futian nodded, and both of them walked outside. Xianxia bade him farewell as soon as they both emerged outside, returning to the domain chief's manor, which caused the chief to look at Yi Futian. Yi Futian went back to where his own place and saw cold eyes looking at him. He felt rather exasperated as he rubbed his brow and said, "Let's head back." Yi Futian trained alone in the inn. He had been training in isolation right after he returned from the domain chief's manor. He was seen sitting cross-legged at the moment. Great path rumbling was heard from his body like a tsunami. The terrifying power of the great path howled within the world of his life palace, causing divine light of the great path to keep seeping out of his body. The power of the great path tempered his body over and over, growing his physical body stronger and stronger as the will of the great path became increasingly intense. It took quite a while before he stopped training. The divine light of the great path surged all over his body, causing his body to seem to have developed into a body of the great path. His eyes were filled with the intense will of the great path when he opened them again. Boom! The light swept all over his body, and a formless fluctuation appeared, spreading everywhere around him. It caused the others from the inn to look where he was training. It was apparent that they had all sensed the will of the great path, which emanated from his body. He got up and opened the door, seeing several people standing right outside. Someone walked to his room, and it was none other than Duan Xiong. He glanced at Yi Futian and sensed that Yi Futian's bearing seemed to have changed somewhat. He then grinned and said, "I knew that you were probably about to finish training when I sensed your aura. Your level has gotten somewhat deeper, and I'd say that you wouldn't take long to make it to level 6 of Renhuang Realm." "I've made some progress." Yi Futian nodded. Furthermore, the progress he made was not that of some kind of path or that of the divine wheel of the great path. The progress he made was overarching, and he made a comprehensive leap forward. His understanding of the great path became more profound, and his level got even deeper. With the powers of great path which he had developed so far becoming more powerful, so was his divine wheel of the great path. I'd say that even I, at level 6 perfection of the great path, wouldn't able to win against you as you are right now. If you were to be able to make it to level 6 of Renhuang Realm, even those at level 7 perfection of the realm wouldn't be able to beat you. By then, I'm afraid that only the likes of Muyunlan could contend. Duan Xiong felt rather impressed. He was naturally able to tell that Yi Futian was still very young, yet his combat prowess was already above that of countless supreme ones of the previous generation. If he were to make even further progress, he would possibly be able to touch the peak of combat prowess, excluding those who were deemed the Titans. Judging from his rate of progress at Cultivation, he probably wouldn't need many years, so much so that he might only need a dozen to 20 years to achieve such a goal. Yi Futian might actually stand a chance at reaching the levels of the Titans before he turned 100 years old, and that would have been rather harrowing. I've managed to learn something watching the sacred remains of the great Emperor Xianxia in that casket, he added. That was the whole truth. He would come back with considerable gains every time he observed the sacred remains. Despite being repeatedly injured, every single injury was, nonetheless, a temperance of sorts to him, enabling him to grow stronger every time. He was even able to vaguely sense the deepest secrets of great Emperor Xianxia and just how terrifying said great emperor was. Even just a single look would have brought about a surreal amount of learning. Yet, those Titans were unable to observe the sacred remains. Right? Duan Xiong nodded. I'm somewhat jealous of you. At present, I've only taken one look, and I've never been more miserable before. It would seem that I'd have no hope of learning through the sacred remains. When the Divine Mausoleum is completed, you could train at the Xianxia continent for a period of time, learning as you stay in the Divine Mausoleum often. That's what I'm thinking. Yi Futian grinned as he replied. When the Divine Mausoleum was completed and the Divine Casket placed within, he would stay around and train for a period of time there. All that he had learned so far, other than furthering his training in the Great Path, he had also vaguely sensed something mystical, so mystical that he was still unable to place it. He deemed that he might need more time to learn from it. He looked outside and saw a good number of people gathering around. Chun Yi took a look at him and said, "You're about to make a breakthrough? I'm getting such a feeling. Probably won't take long. I should be able to make a breakthrough within a year," he replied. Cultivators were very perceptive of their own progress, and he already had such a feeling about himself. 1 year was actually a conservative estimation. In actual fact, he vaguely sensed that he was mere steps away from making a breakthrough, and he had probably lacked some kind of catalyst. "You plan on training like how you did before?" A grumbling voice was heard. Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan looking at him, and she was feeling rather displeased. The way she looked at it, the way he trained was practically self-torture, inflicting severe damage on himself as he trained. Given his talents and powers, he would still be able to make a breakthrough without training like that. "Qingyuan, you don't understand what I feel every time I look at the sacred remains. If you knew, you wouldn't have thought much of it," Yi Futian said to her. "Every time I look at the sacred remains in the casket, Every attack was actually a process of tempering on my path. What I've accumulated would bring about further change in me, which was why I felt that it wouldn't take me long to make my next breakthrough. Such opportunities were hard to come by, and they are now right before my eyes. How could I pass up the offer? I know that you're worried, but you know what kind of powers I'm good at. The injuries were hardly more than mere pain to me, and none of it would affect my foundations. Such injuries are utterly beneath mentioning when compared to the growth of my powers, don't you think? Yifutian explained. Xia Qingyuan naturally was able to understand what he said. In actual fact, he was able to comprehend it all. Yet when she saw him undergo such a torturous process of temperance over and over, she felt awful for him nonetheless. While she was going through all that on her own, she was still able to sense just how intense the pain was as he was being tempered by the sacred remains. He wouldn't have ended up with severe injuries every time otherwise. Relax. Yifutian clapped on her shoulder and added, compared to what we've been through before, this is nothing. She naturally knew how much he had been through throughout his journey. She lowered her head and nodded. But still, don't push yourself too far. Don't get the kind of injuries that you won't recover from. That was the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia, and any lapse of judgment could have come with severe repercussions. There had been times when he had been so anxious to make progress that he had been even more severely injured than before. Thanks to his ridiculous healing powers, he was able to make it without any serious repercussions. Seems like it's getting increasingly rowdy outside. He cast his glance outside and was able to see many people in the air heading towards the area where the domain chief's manor was. The domain chief's manor intended to construct the divine mausoleum to house the divine casket, which naturally caught the city's attention. That divine mausoleum would most probably become yet another important landmark of the Xianxia domain. But then again, that was only if the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia were still inside. He continued training in the inn for the next several days, and the commotion outside remained. Many top-notch figures in the domain chief's manor would definitely need to build the place to be extraordinarily sturdy. There were even pinnacle Runhuang figures laying down arrays in the divine mausoleum so as to build a foundation of the great path with it. If the divine mausoleum was any less sturdy, any commotion that it could encounter in the future could probably bring the entire place down right away. However, none of that had anything to do with him. He simply shut himself in to train and cared about nothing else. That remained until one day when the divine mausoleum's construction was completed. Those from the domain chief's manor went out to inform the titans of the supreme forces to have them head to the domain chief's manor. A supremely majestic building was erected somewhere nearby the domain chief's manor. The place was huge and looked very tall and mighty. Furthermore, it had truly been constructed in the form of a mausoleum fitting for a god. Other than that, they had indeed placed the divine casket containing the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia inside, thus truly making it a divine mausoleum. The order which the chief gave was considered an act of respect towards that great emperor. They had been very insolent before for interrupting the rest of the sacred remains of the great emperor, yet there was no way around it. There was just no way the physical body of an ancient god, when unearthed, would be able to rest in peace, as countless would certainly fight to get their hands on it. The very reason why such a thing never happened with that sacred remains was that Yifutian had brought the divine casket there. Furthermore, given how difficult it was to even take a look at the remains, claiming and taking it away was anything but easy. As such, there was probably no cultivation force capable of just hauling the divine casket away from where it was. The center of the mausoleum was very tall, and it was built in the form of a spire. The divine casket was moved inside, with this spot serving as its resting place. Countless formidable ones arrived outside the divine mausoleum en masse. The news spread for several days, and many cultivators from the city showed up. Other than the completion of the divine mausoleum, that was also the day which the domain chief's manor summoned the forces from all corners. There was just no way they wouldn't have showed up. A group of people took to the air. Those people were none other than Yifutian and those with him. Yifutian and those with him landed. Before the divine mausoleum, there was an empty field where the fighters from the domain chief's manor were standing guard. There were quite a lot of cultivators from top-notch cultivation forces that had arrived before him. Let's get over there. Duan Tianxiong and Old Ma were there as well. They led their entourage over to that spot. That day was the day when the Divine Mausoleum was opened, as well as the day the chief would hold a meeting to discuss matters. There were people from top-notch cultivation forces coming to that area one after another. Some were chatting among themselves while others walked up to them. The leader of the Nanhai clan took a look at Duan Tianxiong and Old Ma before his gaze rested on Yi Futian. Will he not be present for the meeting today? The leader of the Nanhai clan asked Old Ma. The clan leader had been one of the three who showed up at Four Corner Village when the village experienced quite a commotion. That man the clan leader was referring to was someone of unimaginable power from the village. He was every bit on par with the three of them. As such, they retreated from the village and told their men to back off, acknowledging the existence of Four Corner Village. With that master in charge, it was near impossible for the three to take over the village. Even if they were to do so, the cost would probably be beyond what they could sustain. As such, they would naturally not take such risks. Furthermore, they sensed that that master had some special relationship with the village. If they were to act against that master back in the village, it would probably be them at a disadvantage instead. At that moment, it became apparent that the master was unwilling to show despite the fact that the chief was holding a meeting. This made the master as mysterious as anybody could imagine one to be. The master is a hermit, and he involves himself with nothing but the affairs of the village. I'm certain that the chief will understand, Old Ma replied, and the leader of the Nanhai clan chuckled. Many members from other cultivation forces showed up one after another. A huge group of people headed over at this moment, and the man taking the lead was none other than Zhou Muhuang. He was followed by his people. Zhou Lingxi was among them. She then took a look at Yi Futian and nodded at him with a smile. Yi Futian naturally returned the gesture. Xia Qingyuan's eyes darted between the two of them quite a bit. Shit, the condor thought to itself. It simply turned its head away, pretending to have seen nothing. Zhou Lingxi was not the only one. Goddess Qihuan, Bai Yan, Mo Ku, Muyunlan, and a few others carefully glanced at Yi Futian as well. It became apparent that while he had not been in the Xianxia domain for long, word of his deeds had spread far and wide, making him one of the topmost figures in the domain. There were few among his peers capable of being compared to him. As such, even during such events when top-notch cultivation forces gathered around, he could still attract a lot of attention. Welcome, everyone. A man was seen landing on the ground. He was none other than Chief Zhou. He looked at the crowd and said, "Let's get inside the Divine Mausoleum for further discussion." Very well. Everyone nodded. The chief took the lead, and the titans from all other top-notch cultivation forces followed right behind him. Duan Tianxiong and Old Ma walked up as well. Other cultivators from said forces followed right behind the titans as they went inside the Divine Mausoleum. Zhou Lingxi slowed down and got to walk with Yi Futian's group. She came before Yi Futian before long. How has your training been the past several days? Zhou Lingxi looked at Yi Futian. She commented, "It would seem that your bearing has changed somewhat. While it's not all that obvious, it's, nonetheless, somewhat noticeable still. Changes have happened, indeed. I've come to learn quite a bit from looking at the divine casket back then, and my understanding of the great path has deepened somewhat," Yi Futian replied. "That explains it." Zhou Lingxi grinned and continued, "With the Divine Mausoleum finished, you could train here from here on out. I'm afraid it won't take you long to break into the next level." "I hope so." Yi Futian nodded as the group walked into the mausoleum. The Divine Mausoleum was built in such a way that it appeared magnificent. There was a passage within and a stone door not far away. The door remained opened and was guarded by Renhuang guards, who stood to the sides. This door has a massive array carved into it, and it is melded with the place into a single entity. So long as there are 2 guards assigned here, no one could force their way in and sneak into the mausoleum. That is, unless they are someone of our level, Chief Zhou introduced. Other than that, the entire Divine Mausoleum is one single entity, and it has a massive array in place. Even if the intruders were able to get inside, the place would be sealed up immediately after the array is activated. No one other than very powerful beings will be able to escape. The chief has really put his mind to it. Everyone nodded, but that line wasn't actually all that sincere. The location of the mausoleum meant that the place was basically under the domain chief's manor's control. Everyone else had to go there if they were to study and research the sacred remains. Passing through that passage led them to an extremely majestic palace within the mausoleum. The chief had moved the entire space of that divine casket in there. Stone pillars were erected in the air, and there was that staircase as well, which, without a doubt, led to the divine casket above. As such, the central area of the divine mausoleum was in the shape of a spire. On the walls around the spire, training platforms were hovering in midair, and they were all of different positions. Sitting at the very front of the platforms would allow one to see the sacred remains inside the casket. And if they were to be sent reeling behind, they would be stopped by the walls. There were countless lines on the walls which glittered with divine light. The entire divine mausoleum was like a super-powerful great array in itself. The place was not actually complex, so much so that one could even say that it was actually very simple. The place was still mainly used for training, and as such it only needed to be sufficiently safe and sturdy. There was no need to complicate the layout at all. With the divine casket there, all of you can come and train as you wish. The chief then added, "There is one other thing that I summoned you all here for, and that is to discuss the matters of warfare of the divine prefecture. Given that all of you have been training for many years, I'm sure you are all familiar with what happened hundreds of years ago. Ever since the passage leading to the Void Realm was opened, a great many forces went there for a pilgrimage. That included those from outside the divine prefecture who had taken an interest in the Void Realm and clashed with the forces from the divine prefecture. The war happening in the Void Realm has gotten increasingly intense in recent years, and I wonder if any of you have heard of it." Yifutian was rattled deep down. Ever since he came to the divine prefecture, all connections with the Void Realm had been severed, including those with some monsters which he used to control. Said connections were completely severed as soon as he entered the divine prefecture. He deemed that this had to do with both realms being of different spaces. The chief then claimed that there was a war going on in the Void Realm at present. He wondered if said war would involve the entire Void Realm. He wondered if all whom he knew from the Void Realm were doing fine. He came to worry intensely for them. Many years passed, and he had been very diligent at training, thinking that he could return when he had finally reached the pinnacle of Renhuang Realm. However, his heart sank as soon as he heard the news, and he wanted more than anything to return there at once. "We've heard some stories about it, but we don't know much," the leader of the Liu clan said. Some other forces were interested in the Void Realm, but they were not one of those people. The Dark Court has invaded the Void Realm, nullifying the treaty all those years ago. They are waging war. There were also other forces seen appearing at the same time. According to news from the Imperial Palace, there are now signs of the war spreading. Also, the Dark Court has begun to amass more troops, commanding the armies of the Dark World to make their way there. The Divine Prefecture is under a lot of stress as well, requiring support from the 18 domains. All of you are top-notch forces of the Xianxia domain. If the Imperial Palace were to call us to arms, I'd hope that all of you could cooperate and send your most formidable warriors there. What do you all think of this?" The chief then continued slowly. "Besides, this would be a great opportunity to test one's mettle. Not only would the forces from the 18 domains would be there, but there will also be forces outside the Divine Prefecture getting involved. It is a grand event that is hardly ever seen during times of peace. The Dark Court has made the Void Realm into a battlefield?" the leader of the Nanhai clan asked. "There are possible signs of it." The chief nodded. "Sir, how is the war going in the Void Realm now?" Yifutian couldn't help but ask, feeling rather worried. "I've not been in the Void Realm, so I didn't know specifically how things are in there. If you all are fine with it, I may send my men to gather your forces. Of course, anyone who is unwilling to join will not be pressed to do so," the chief continued. Everyone nodded and made it apparent that the chief had their support. Of course, it was entirely up to them to decide just how powerful would the fighters they send. Naturally, Nobody would refuse such a request under these circumstances. "Thank you, all of you," the chief then said. "With the divine mausoleum completed, I'm sure all of you would like to stay around for a bit. I have yet to act as a proper host despite being the host. As such, I have thrown a banquet in the manor. How about we move there now?" Everyone nodded and took a look at the casket before heading outside. There were untold numbers of fighters gathered just outside. Yet the vast majority of them would probably not be able to get inside the divine mausoleum. Countless pairs of eyes looked at those who emerged from the divine mausoleum, and the chief addressed them all. "The divine mausoleum is now complete, and anyone who fulfills the requirements will be permitted to train inside. However, my advice remains the same. Do not attempt without caution." Everyone understood what he meant. There was literally nobody who didn't already know just how dangerous the sacred remains of the great Emperor Xianxia were. After taking care of things over there, the chief and many formidable ones took to the air and made their way toward the domain chief's manor. Some formidable ones up front were chatting, while Yi Futian's brow was locked tight. Xia Qingyuan could relate to his feeling at the moment, as she, too, was worried about things over there. All of their friends and families were over there, and there was no telling what would happen if the entire place became a war zone. "It'll be fine," Xia Qingyuan comforted him despite worrying about the same things herself. "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. His only wish at the moment was to get back there and check on things as soon as possible. The banquet at the Xianxia domain chief's manor was ready, and the people from the cultivation forces took their seats. Yi Futian and the others around him were present, sitting with those from the village. The table beside them sat cultivators of the ancient royal family of Duan. The chief sat at the main seat, and Zhou Muhuang sat beside him. The seats below him were taken by Zhou Lingxi and some others. All of them had superior bearings. Chatter was everywhere as soon as everyone took their seats in the banquet. The chief then raised his cup, and everyone quieted down. Everyone everywhere turned their eyes to the chief. "It is not every day that we all get to gather like this. I'd like to take this chance to see the renowned ones from the cultivation forces of the Xianxia domain better. The successors of old people like Mu Huang have reached a decent level of training. There are also many renowned ones behind, and some had even made it to the high-level Renhuang realms and were perfect at their levels, all of whom would possibly get to the very pinnacle. Right now, those of Four Corner Village have become a part of the world, and quite a number from the village are superb. They look even more powerful than any from the cultivation forces of the Xianxia domain, including those of the domain chief's manor. It would seem that since the war all those years ago, the divine prefecture would see a new era where renowned ones emerge everywhere." The chief made his speech, and it was apparent that he had high opinions of those from Four Corner Village. In actual fact, the powers commanded by the village were indeed extremely powerful. Other than Old Ma, Fong Gai, Blind Tai, and the other elders were all cultivators whose great path levels were perfect. Their combat prowess was also extremely terrifying. Fong Huan was considered one of the later generations. While it could be said that the village had saw fractures among the generations, as all others other than those people mentioned were all incapable of cultivation, the generation after that was all capable of cultivation. As such, the place held terrifying potential. If one were to consider only those who were perfect at higher Renhuang levels, even if the individuals from all top-notch cultivation forces throughout the Xianxia domain were to be taken into account, the number would still only more or less equal those of the village. People of such levels were few and far between throughout the Xianxia domain, and Four Corner Village couldn't be judged using usual conventions. Of course, 2 were exiled from the village and were not actually cultivators from the village, and those 2 were the ones from the Nanhai clan, Muyunlan and Muyunlong. From a certain standpoint, the Nanhai clan was the top-notch cultivation force that had the greatest number of cultivators at such levels, other than Four Corner Village. Those at the zenith will eventually fall, and those at rock bottom will eventually rise. The Lord of Xiangyu Deity Nation said, "During the war all those years ago, countless cultivators perished, and countless more died in the chaotic world. Now, with the world united as one and the wars subsided, all forces had finally and gradually regained vitality. The later generations continued to train and develop into what we are today. We will walk towards glory, riding the rising waves we are on right now. Everyone nodded. Those of the previous generation had all lived through those times. There had been untold numbers of powerful ones who had perished back then. They were actually considered fortunate to be able to survive and reign over a certain region during peacetimes. Indeed, the chief nodded. However, a chaotic world gives rise to heroes. Never forget that Donghuang the Great rose to prominence at that age. Among the many renowned figures standing the pinnacle of the 18 domains today, many cultivators managed to shine in that era. They had all retreated to behind the scenes to teach their juniors in order to become great figures themselves in the eras to come. Chaotic times saw the rise of the best as well. The cultivation environment of present times is far better than what it used to be, some said, feeling rather impressed. Times changed, and time had indeed changed everything considerably. The eras back then were totally different from the present. When the cultivation environment gets considerably improved, the pressure is lacking. As such, the war against the Dark Court this time would serve as an opportunity. The chief then added, Muhuang will be heading to the Void Realm this time. I'd like to know your thoughts. What would you do if the Imperial Palace were to call you to arms? But relax. We just chat in today's banquet, and I wouldn't mind any opinions put forth. The conflict of the Divine Prefecture is not something that a single force could steer. I would send all core members of the Nanhai clan. It is indeed an opportunity like none other, the leader of the Nanhai clan said. The others nodded, and at that moment, the chief looked at Yi Futian and said, I heard some rumors saying that Emperor Yi hailed from the Donghua domain and achieved great fame in the Donghua banquet. I heard that you went to the Donghua domain from the Void Realm. Everyone turned their eyes to Yi Futian as soon as the chief said what he said. Everyone wondered if Yi Futian really was from the Void Realm. Few actually knew about that, as they had only heard that Yi Futian was originally from Donghua domain, and he was hunted by the domain chief's manor of said domain. There was a wanted notice issued against him, and there were even people of top-notch forces in that domain attacking for Corner City just to do so, but they failed nonetheless. Yi Futian was stunned, as he never anticipated that the chief would ask him such a question. He took note of the eyes on him and replied, I was indeed, but that was something that happened many years ago. When you left the Void Realm, had forces like the Dark Court made it there? The chief then asked. Yeah. Before I left, the Dark Court did open a passage leading to the Void Realm, Yi Futian replied. In actual fact, he was involved in the incident the whole way, and he played a great part in what actually happened, but he didn't elaborate on any of that. I assume that the Dark Court was only probing their way into the place when they first arrived. How were things back then? The chief continued. 2 of the 7 kings of the Dark Court were there, and a good number of formidable people arrived. The devil generals were there as well, but there had been 2 divine generals from the Imperial Palace being there as well, he replied. The chief nodded slightly. They were probably probing only then. The entourage seemed formidable, but they had yet to send the best of their forces. Things might have changed considerably over the years. Yi Futian didn't say much, as he didn't want to talk too much about himself back in the Void Realm. It had been difficult for you to come all the way here from the Void Realm. I've heard quite a few things about you. You arrived first at the Donghua domain, then to Four Corner Village, and then to where you are now, rising to prominence along the way. Xianxia told me a lot about you, and the way I see it, your achievements in the future won't be any less than Muhuang's, the chief continued. Many wore peculiar expressions, and the way they looked at Yi Futian changed. Many among them knew how extraordinary he was, and his future was definitely be anything but ordinary. They were not surprised that the chief was holding him in such high regard as well. But the key to their surprise was the meaning behind what the chief said. The chief mentioned both Zhou Muhuang and Zhou Xianxia when he talked to Yi Futian, and the meaning behind that was something worth looking into. You flatter me, chief. The young master is already at the pinnacle of Renhuang, and that is my goal, Yi Futian replied. He looked rather humble, yet one would wonder if that was really his only goal. That was a level that he would definitely reach. Among the many renowned ones throughout Xianxia domain, only you get to look at the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia in the divine casket. I heard from Xianxia that you were able to learn through it. I'd say such an appraisal would be apt. In fact, said appraisal might have been watered down instead. The chief laughed heartily and continued, Xianxia never complimented anyone like that, and you're the first one that caught her attention. She has mentioned things about you quite a few times that rocked the minds of the formidable ones around, and the banquet became unusually quiet, as everyone had their ears perked. What is the chief trying to do here? Those behind Yifutian looked rather complicated as well, especially Xianxia. She turned her eyes at the chief, wondering what the man meant by what he said. Yifutian felt rather weird about it all as well, being rather puzzled as to why the chief brought such things up on an occasion like that. Xianxia was of esteemed status, and her social standing was high. She had extremely formidable powers as well, and such a person would catch massive amounts of attention. However, many wouldn't have any other thoughts, as they knew just how impossible those thoughts could be. Thank you for your compliments, princess. It might just be me being lucky that I'm able to look at the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia. Yifutian replied, There is no need to be so humble. I could naturally see just how good you are myself. Xianxia hardly sees anyone that she is impressed with, and she speaks highly of your level. I agree with what she said. You two may get in touch more in the future when you have the chance. It would benefit both of you if you two could train together. The chief smiled and added. His intentions behind his words became increasingly obvious. Xianxia didn't look sheepish or shy as well. As a very esteemed female renhuang of Xianxia domain, she appeared at ease, as she smiled as she looked at Yifutian. Is the chief trying to make Yifutian his son-in-law? That was the thought that came to the minds of everyone present. Muyunlan and Nanhai Qianxue had been a couple that everyone deemed to be a match made in heaven, and the Nanhai clan gained themselves a powerful son-in-law. They wondered if the domain chief's manor was trying to pull the same trick as the Nanhai clan. Furthermore, it was apparent that not only was Yifutian's potential not below that of Muyunlan, but he could actually be above Muyunlan. Many cultivators from the Nanhai clan wore complicated expressions. Zhou Muhuang had invited Yifutian into the domain chief's manor before, and the latter refused. Yet, if Yifutian were to be the son-in-law of the chief, he would then naturally be considered as a member of the domain chief's manor nonetheless. Yifutian also wasn't sure about what the domain chief and Xianxia meant. Humans were impulsive by nature. The higher the cultivation level a person achieved, the more self-possessed and dispassionate he became. Most cultivators could leave emotions out and weigh the pros and cons rationally when they reached the Renhuang plane. Of course, Yifutian wouldn't assume that Xianxia had fallen in love with him during such a short time. That being said, the domain chief obviously made those remarks with Xianxia's permission. Otherwise, he wouldn't say it in front of everyone. In that case, what on earth did they mean? Could they genuinely intend to let him marry Xianxia on the strength of his remarkable potential and promising future? Did they want him to join the domain chief's manor? Nevertheless, the possibility felt too simple and didn't fit the domain chief's manor's usual style. Unless the domain chief's manor somehow figured out Yifutian's true capacity and was eager to rope him in by any possible means. However, the domain chief's manor only dropped a hint and didn't say anything explicitly. To avoid embarrassment for both sides, Yifutian certainly wouldn't react in a presumptuous way either. He replied with a smile, The vice chief and Princess Xianxia both have extraordinary talent. I will gladly learn from them if I have a chance in the future. The domain chief smiled and nodded without saying anything further. For a high-ranking man like him, an indirect suggestion in public was enough to show his high opinion of Yifutian. There was no doubt that Yifutian could join the domain chief's manor as the son-in-law, as long as he was keen on the idea himself. In that case, he would be backed by both the domain chief's manor and Four Corner Village. No one in the Xianxia domain would dare to touch him no matter what he did. Xianxia deliberately approached you in the beginning. I'm afraid that she has some ulterior motive. Xianxia talked to Yifutian through voice transmission. Although Yifutian couldn't help but chuckle to himself, he knew that Xianxia had a point. He carefully thought back on how Zhou Muhuang invited him over, and Xianxia made advances on him ever since he arrived at the Xianxia continent. The cultivators from the domain chief's manor seemed a little too warm-hearted and generous as well. Wuxia knew he should be more cautious. Although the domain chief's manor hadn't shown any malicious intent yet, there was nothing wrong with staying vigilant. At the very least, Wuxia couldn't place too much trust in the domain chief's manor. "Why does the Dark Court want to attack the Void Realm?" someone asked. The Void Realm was the original realm at first and became an abandoned land later. Nonetheless, it remains to be a special place. Perhaps the Dark Court believes that the original realm still holds a great value, the domain chief replied. Or maybe neither side wants to turn their own territory into a battlefield, so they picked the original realm. In fact, the domain chief didn't tell the whole truth. He also heard a rumor about a prophecy. The change of the world would originate in the original realm. The prophecy was known by few people and was far from concrete. Nevertheless, as far as the domain chief knew, the prophecy was made by an authoritative figure as his prediction for the future of the world. The original realm was shattered when the heavenly path collapsed. If the change of the world really arose in the original realm again, it must be predestined by divine will. Regardless, the deserted original realm was likely to be the beginning of the new world. It also meant that a major event would probably take place and even transform the entire world. Of course, the domain chief would never tell this to the public. After all, he had no solid proof, and no one could guarantee what would happen in the future. What he heard was nothing but an elusive prophecy. In the meantime, Wuxia felt anger rising from within. They chose the original realm as the battlefield because they didn't want to damage their own territories. Why did people living in the original realm deserve to suffer the calamity and ruin of war? Wuxia grew up in the original realm. His attachment to the original realm was far greater than his feelings for the divine prefecture. While everyone else was engaged in casual conversations, Wuxia was not in the mood for small talks. He couldn't stop being worried about the situation in the original realm. As soon as he finished the current stage of cultivation, he planned to set out and return to the original realm when the Donghuang Imperial Palace summoned everyone over. "Mr. Yi, is something bothering you?" Xianxia darted a look at Wuxia from nearby and asked with a smile. She could tell that Wuxia was absent-minded. Wuxia exhaled a long breath to keep his anxiety and distress under control for now. It was meaningless for him to fret about the possibilities. Instead, he should be focusing on improving his strength before he went back to the original realm. He would be able to protect himself better if he managed to advance to the Sixth Order. Otherwise, there was no point for him to go back. He might even become a burden. "Many friends of mine live in the Void Realm. I'm a little worried about them," Wuxia replied. Xianxia nodded and said, "We probably will head to the Void Realm in a few days. They will be all right." "Thank you, Princess Xianxia," Wuxia answered, nodding slightly. Xianxia gave a slight smile without saying anything else. The banquet went on. The mighty figures were still chatting with each other while the youngsters listening to the conversations intently. The guests didn't split up and leave until the banquet was over. "Mr. Yi, would you like to take a walk in the domain chief's manor?" Xianxia invited Wuxia. "There are many unique places in the manor that can be helpful for cultivation." The domain chief's manor was not an ordinary residence. It was as good as a scaled-down city. "Thank you, Princess Xianxia. I would like to return to the Divine Mausoleum to continue my cultivation there. I've been making some progress these days and shouldn't stop halfway," Wuxia replied. Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, still and all, the Divine Casket will remain in the Divine Mausoleum. Mr. Yi, you don't have to rush and risk injury." "I understand." Wuxia nodded and said, "Princess Xianxia, please excuse me." "Yes," Xianxia answered. Wuxia turned around and walked away. Xianxia was waiting for him not too far away. She darted a glance at Xianxia when Wuxia came over, then left with him, side by side. Xianxia certainly understood the meaning of Xianxia's look. However, she still had a faint smile on her beautiful face, which made it impossible to guess what she was thinking. The cultivators from various groups left the domain chief's manor in succession. Nevertheless, Many of them seemed to have the same destination. They were all heading to the divine mausoleum. Although the banquet was over, the divine casket was still in the divine mausoleum. These cultivators surely wouldn't miss the precious opportunity. They planned to cultivate next to the divine casket for a while and would only leave for real if they failed to gain anything from it. Who would be willing to go home without trying their luck at the divine mausoleum first? Even the master cultivators were curious to see how special the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor, truly was. More and more people arrived at the divine mausoleum. The cultivators from the top forces went straight into the mausoleum. Yi Futian and other cultivators from Four Corner Village and the ancient royal family of Duan, including Old Ma, also showed up. Apparently, they planned to cultivate for some days inside the divine mausoleum. The crowd gathered in the divine mausoleum. Plenty of people had settled on the training platform already. Yi Futian and the others stood in the area below and stared ahead. Only a few people were capable of entering the inner zone. Yi Futian was probably the only one outside of the mighty figures. Yi Futian moved forward into the inner zone rather than the training platform overhead. He walked directly in the direction of the divine casket. Other cultivators were not surprised by Yi Futian's move. These top figures of various groups were also eager to see if Yi Futian could really comprehend something with the help of the divine casket. Yi Futian walked to the divine casket and looked right at it. In an instant, the divine light illuminated him, and ancient characters were engraved on his body. A series of deafening noise reverberated through the mausoleum and impelled the crowd to gaze at him with an astonished look. Yi Futian really could cultivate with the aid of the divine casket. How did he withstand the power of the sacred remains? Even the mighty figures were astounded. They stared at Yi Futian and sent out pulses of energy, attempting to gauge his power and figure out his secret cultivation method. However, they failed to sense anything from Yi Futian but a wisp of the energy of the demon god. Was this happening simply because he inherited the will of the demon god? Seeing that Yi Futian had been watching the divine casket continuously for a long time, the cultivators from different groups started to grow anxious and impatient. With a solemn look on their faces and intense energy of the great path surrounding their bodies, they approached the divine casket and looked down from the training platform. The divine casket was situated in the divine mausoleum right now. Why should they wait longer before trying their hands at it too? They might as well go back to where they came from if they didn't have the courage to make an effort. What was the point of staying here? Before long, however, a succession of cultivators started to moan in agony. Many people were bleeding from their eyes, their faces ghastly pale. They pulled back with all possible haste. It was the first attempt for some of them, but some had tried to look at the sacred remains before. After sensing the terrifying power of the divine casket, they began to see Yi Futian in a new light. Why was he able to do it? Old Ma and the others watched everything quietly. Yi Futian was the only one in the divine mausoleum who could successfully study the sacred remains. They wondered if the attention he attracted to himself was a good thing or not. Nevertheless, Yi Futian wasn't bothered by what happened around him. He was absorbed in cultivation and paid no heed to other people's thoughts and opinions. Day after day, Yi Futian was engrossed in cultivation. He sometimes pondered in front of the divine casket and sometimes cultivated on the training platform. The energy of the great path emanated from his body was more and more domineering. Many people suspected that Yi Futian was close to breaking through into the next level. He was using the divine casket to temper his body and work his way up to the sixth order of the Runhuang plane. Other cultivators believed that few Runhuang in the Xianxia domain could defeat Yi Futian after advancing to the sixth order. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed since the divine mausoleum was built. Some of the master cultivators were still inside the divine mausoleum. They had been cultivating there as well and had made considerable progress. By now, they could more or less comprehend the imperial glory of Xianxia, the great emperor, during his glory days. Of course, Yi Futian undoubtedly remained to be the person who achieved the most thorough comprehension. He was sitting on the training platform at this moment with terrifying sounds of the great path coming out of his body. Nevertheless, he was not looking at the sacred remains, as his eyes were shut tight. He glowed with the dreadful divine light of the great path, and his skin was engraved with countless runes and characters. It seemed that his entire body was engulfed in the divine light emitted by the runes and characters. Over the past few days, the cultivators inside the divine mausoleum had been watching Yifutian transforming himself little by little. As he achieved more and deeper comprehension through studying the sacred remains, the changes in his body became more apparent as well. Everyone was aware that Yifutian was on the edge of a major breakthrough. That being said, other cultivators didn't know that the scenes in Yifutian's life palace were even more gruesome. At this point, Yifutian had entered a mysterious world where his consciousness had materialized. A man of great height and powerful build towered over him. It was Xianxia, the great emperor, who seemed to be raised from the dead, now standing in front of him. They confronted each other face to face. Yifutian felt like he was facing not a human cultivator but a god and his path. He found laws and orders of the path of Xianxia, the great emperor. To put it more accurately, he had identified him as Xianxia, the great emperor himself. He was Xianxia, the great emperor, the man who challenged the heavenly path and proclaimed that there had been no path in the world until he came forth. Bang! Yifutian's body almost turned into a melting pot for the great path. Various types of energy of the great path emanated from his body as the deafening noise inside him blasted continuously and relentlessly. All the cultivators in the divine mausoleum could feel the fierce power of the great path rushing out of Yifutian. Many people couldn't help but turn around to look in Yifutian's direction, including some in the middle of a cultivation session. They all sensed the formidable force coming out of Yifutian's body. Yifutian studied the sacred remains in the divine casket and cultivating the great path with its help. Was he going to advance to the next level, finally? This possibility disheartened most of the genius cultivators from top forces. They hadn't achieved anything while Yifutian was ready to move up to a higher cultivation level already. Yifutian easily put everyone else in the shade when it came to cultivating with the help of the sacred remains in the divine casket. However, instead of trying for the higher level, Yifutian was actually caught in a remarkable state of mind at this moment. He had abundant experience with obtaining several distinctly different skills through cultivation and comprehension. The most frequently used cultivation method in the later stage was the deed of thorough comprehension. The deed of thorough comprehension could be cultivated in both the standard and the reverse order. Back in the days, the Sky River Great Elder cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension in reverse order. Although he achieved a major breakthrough and reached the level of fake emperors, he was also demonized by the process. To cultivate the deed of thorough comprehension in the standard order meant to absorb the power of everything in the world into one's body to build up and strengthen oneself. On the contrary, the Sky River Great Elder cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension in reverse order and surrendered his own path to the world. He offered himself up as a sacrifice and never achieved true spiritual transcendence. Despite that, either way of cultivating the deed of thorough comprehension was beneath Xianxia, the great emperor, and was never on an equal footing with his own cultivation method. Xianxia, the great emperor, only cultivated himself. He rose above the path and established the world by himself. His own body was his path. Not a single person after him ever had the same level of vision and boldness. Yifutian could almost perceive the ego and pride of Xianxia, the great emperor, from his remains. He became aware of his cultivation method and his ambition to reign over the path. Perhaps this was where the ultimate cultivation led to. Did all the great emperors pursue the same goal? Yifutian had no way of knowing. At least now, he could make out the cultivation path of Xianxia, the great emperor. Moreover, the feeling became stronger and stronger, and, subconsciously, he followed the same path. As he continued to cultivate in such a way, Yifutian entered a marvelous state where he was mesmerized by Xianxia, the great emperor, and his cultivation path. The forceful great path kept tempering his body, and the deafening noise attracted more attention. Everyone was wondering what was coming Yifutian's way. Not only did the spectators not know, but Yifutian also couldn't tell. Cultivating through comprehension was a magical experience. Sometimes the cultivator would get lost in a hypnotized state. Right now, Yifutian was sent into such a trance where he completely relaxed. His consciousness floated in an illusory world. He saw himself everywhere. It was as though the entire world was filled with his consciousness. The divine light of the great path kept radiating from his body. Yifutian started to let this burst of power run free. Yifutian even forgot about time and couldn't extricate himself from cultivation. His body. The onlookers around noticed the astonishing changes in Yifutian's body. They stared at Yifutian and sensed the extremely powerful energy of the great path emerging from him. Could it be that he really used the sacred remains in the divine casket to comprehend the great path and even tempered his own body with it? Some mighty figures were intently watching Yifutian's cultivation process as well. Maybe he picked the right way. A voice rang out. It was the clan leader of the Nanhai family speaking to Muinlan, Nanhai Xianxia, and other people behind him. The clan leader also comprehended a little from studying the sacred remains, but he hadn't applied it to cultivation yet. He realized that Yifutian had taken one step further than all the master cultivators, himself included. He suspected that Yifutian might have selected the correct cultivation path and was elevating himself with the help of his comprehension. As time went on, everyone felt that Yifutian was making progress and growing stronger every second. But no one knew for sure how powerful he became. Yifutian's efforts even made the stone wall behind him vibrate violently. The loud booms echoed through the divine mausoleum. Surprisingly, he floated forward and descended from the training platform. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yifutian, who was approaching the divine casket from above. Yifutian's eyes were still closed shut, staying afloat right above the divine casket. In between the stone pillars, he came face to face with the sacred remains. Bang! The crowd was dazzled by the terrifying divine light and heard the deafening noise coming out of Yifutian's body. They even sensed that the energy was flowing out of the divine casket as well. All the mighty figures gaped at the divine casket at this moment. They saw that Xianxia, the great emperor's body, was moving inside the casket. What is happening? The look in their eyes changed, and they watched in shock. Were they hallucinating? However, it was impossible for them to hallucinate at their level of cultivation. At that moment, they clearly saw the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor, move, and it was an extremely curious feeling. Their eyes were shining with a frightening divine aurora as they turned their attention there. Yifutian's body was still emitting sounds of violent rumbling as infinite characters flew out from his body. It seemed as if he had achieved a certain resonance with the body of Xianxia, the great emperor, so that infinite characters were also bursting from the corpse. They floated everywhere inside the mausoleum. At this time, those major figureheads felt a powerful aura that gave rise to a strong sense of danger. Each of them called out to their own Renhuang cultivators and commanded loudly, "Get back! Be careful." The cultivators around them had no idea what was going on, but they became very alarmed when they heard this command. At the same time, the characters that were floating in the void became even more radiant as frightening divine glory shot out from them. Many felt as if their eyes would be blinded, so they dared not look directly at them. There were shrill screams as blood oozed from the eyes of those whose cultivation was weak. Instantly, a chaotic atmosphere swept across the divine mausoleum, and those cultivators retreated quickly and took care to avert their eyes. Boom! Those major figureheads sensed the danger and took a step forward. At this moment, those characters, blooming with incomparable divine glory, swept toward the space. Boom! 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 But those major figureheads were prepared for it. The terrifying power of the great path almost sealed off the space entirely, blocking the power that had erupted from the sacred remains. However, in the next moment, the divine light of the ancient character penetrated their defenses, slaughtering toward them. Someone's body was pierced by the divine light. It was as if the defense of the great path had no effect at all. "Get out!" a voice commanded, and those major figureheads waved their hands at their people, signaling for them to retreat to the outside, as they could no longer stay in this divine mausoleum. The speed of these top cultivators was unimaginably fast. In just an instant, all of them had retreated toward the entrance at the same time. In this short moment, The divine glory of those ancient characters had flooded the space inside the mausoleum. A violent booming sound came out as the matrix engraved inside the divine mausoleum was activated. The entire mausoleum was spinning like a stunning pagoda. Just like the divine matrix, an unparalleled power was suppressing this space. In the space below, the stone pillars oscillated and began to crack, then started to shatter. The sacred coffin was moving violently. Inside the coffin, infinite characters burst out, and some blasted onto the divine matrix and bumped around inside the mausoleum. As they collided with the space inside, an astonishing sound erupted, causing the entire divine mausoleum to vibrate wildly. Numerous characters blasted on the radiant divine matrix, and soon, cracks began to appear on the matrix itself. As these golden cracks continued to spread and expand, they did so rapidly. Ka-cha! There was a violent sound, and some characters rushed directly into the divine matrix so that it began to collapse and disintegrate. The entire divine mausoleum trembled even more violently. Outside, all the major figureheads had already taken their own cultivators to retreat. Even the people from Four Corner Village had withdrawn. Xianxia was forcibly taken out by old Ma. She didn't even have time to react. Many cultivators were still gathered around the divine mausoleum, and their attention was focused inside the mausoleum at the moment. A golden light was shining on the massive mausoleum, even as the terrifying matrix was spinning. However, at this moment, cracks continued to appear on the supreme matrix, and the outer part of the mausoleum began to crack as well. On the day when the divine mausoleum was constructed, they remembered that the chief had personally proclaimed the sturdiness of it. He was protected by a supremely powerful matrix to prevent the fiercest fluctuations. However, they never dreamed that the divine mausoleum would disintegrate so soon. They could guard against the violent aura fluctuations from other cultivators, but they couldn't guard against the sacred remains inside the coffin. Countless eyes were glued there, and there were chattering noises. What was happening inside the divine mausoleum? The cultivators of various top principalities had retreated from the divine mausoleum. Could it be that even the likes of them could not withstand this terrifying force? They all wanted to know just what was going on inside the mausoleum. Elder, what happened? There were voices, but those major figureheads paid them no mind. They continued to stare at the divine mausoleum and saw that the divine matrix was beginning to disintegrate with a force that could not be stopped. They knew that the collapse of the mausoleum was inevitable and could not be avoided. If the divine mausoleum were to collapse without setting a proper defense on the outside, what terrible consequences would that be? At this time, in the direction of the domain chief's manor, there were wisps of horrific aura that could be felt, and the two of them were particularly tyrannical. In the next moment, they saw two figures appearing above the divine mausoleum, looking down below. These two were the chief and vice chief, Zhou Muhuang. "Get out of here, now," Chief Zhou said to the massive crowd around him. A terrifying coercion swept out, covering the divine mausoleum. The cultivators that were around also sensed the threat as soon as the chief reminded them. If the divine mausoleum were to collapse, even the divine matrix would not withstand the power inside. How terrible would that be? And how could they bear it? When they thought of this, their bodies instantly withdrew. They cleared out of this area quickly to avoid being attacked by that force. At the same time, a terrifying coercion from the chief enveloped this divine mausoleum. Bang! Finally, with a loud noise, the divine mausoleum collapsed and shattered. A dazzling light shot from it as infinite characters flew in every direction. Each character contained its own horrific power. The terrifying power contained within these characters swept through everything, attempting to move farther away. However, a figure stood there in the sky above, and the cultivators who were fleeing in the distance saw the chief stood there like a god. An astonishing light screen formed around him, shrouding that area. Those overwhelming characters shot out but were blocked by that dreadful light screen. At this moment, everyone felt that inside the light screen, there seemed to be a world controlled by the domain chief and that he was the master of that space. A dreadful divine glory now emerged from the chief, causing the light screen to spin as if it were about to form a massive matrix on its own. Below, The divine mausoleum had now completely collapsed and shattered, and a sacred coffin was revealed. Inside the sacred coffin, the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor, was lying there quietly. It was as if he had never moved, but that terrifying divine glory had indeed exploded from it. What was even more astonishing was that there was a cultivator standing there in front of the sacred coffin. He seemed capable of ignoring the terrifying power coming from the sacred remains inside the coffin and had even achieved some resonance with it. Countless characters lit up upon his body, full of divine brilliance. The body of the Great Path was roaring as an extremely tyrannical aura now burst out from him. He's breaking through the realm. Many were trembling. Yifutian actually using the sacred remains in the coffin to break through the realm. He became the only one who was still cultivating in the divine mausoleum. Not only was he there, but he was also resonating with that power and using that power to break through his own physical limitations and elevate. How did he do it? Such frightening talent was something that no one in the Xianxia domain could come close to accomplishing. While those major figureheads dared not linger a moment longer, he was busy cultivating inside. Many of them even wondered if all this happened because he was cultivating and the cultivation had caused such horrific happenstance. At this time, Chief Zhou's eyes were fixed on Yifutian, who was below. He had the clearest view because Yifutian was breaking through the realm right below him. The aura released from Yifutian was indeed the aura of the Renhuang sixth realm with a perfect great path. However, Yifutian's aura of the sixth realm was far more terrifying than the same level's aura from other cultivators. Even those in the seventh realm with perfect great path could hardly compare with the mighty power exuded from Yifutian from the chief's estimation. When Zhou Muhuang was breaking through, his aura was certainly a lot less intimidating. This man's potential was so great that it was difficult to find his likes in all of Xianxia domain. He had the possibility of becoming the topmost existence among giants. Furthermore, he had even achieved resonance with the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor. Who knew what would happen next? Boom, boom, boom. Yifutian's body was roaring, and when the chief sensed the power inside Yifutian's body, he was even more astonished. Is he refining his body? The chief felt that Yifutian's breakthrough this time was different from other cultivators. The body of the Great Path seemed to have become a truly divine body, which was terrifying. All the power of the Great Path was erupting from his body. It was as if his physical body was the body of Wei and that he had completely become one with the Wei. At this moment, the chief's eyes showed extreme disbelief. It was as if he wanted to see through Yifutian but could not. What secrets were harbored by this cultivator from the original realm? What the spectators didn't know at this moment was that Yifutian was also suffering in agony from his cultivation. Although he had broken the bonds of the current cultivation plane, a monster wave was forming in his life palace. There seemed to be a shadow of ancient god standing in front of him in the illusory world. The endless characters and runes flooded his life palace as well. At this moment, the world tree was transformed into a towering divine tree and created a new world. As Yifutian sat down under the tree, his face appeared in the new world as if he had been incorporated into it. Yifutian didn't understand why this was happening. Nonetheless, the impact created by the collision of these two forces was earth-shattering. Yifutian would not be able to withstand it if it happened inside his physical body. He might even be annihilated right away. Fortunately, the clash occurred in his life palace. The crowd witnessed an astonishing scene at this moment. Xianxia, the great emperor's body, which was inside the violently vibrating divine casket, slowly rose and was suspended in midair. Yifutian's body was completely enveloped in innumerable floating runes. After that, the sacred remains moved forward in the direction of Yifutian's body. What is happening? Everyone's heart was pounding rapidly as they witnessed this scene. Yifutian resonated with the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor. Was he trying to snatch the sacred remains for himself now? A beam of blinding light shot forth. Much to everyone's astonishment, the sacred remains began to cling to Yifutian's body. Yifutian seemed to be fully integrated with the runes, and the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor, crept into Yifutian's body with the aid of the runes. A lot of people were dumbstruck. Not only did Yi Futian generate a resonance, but he was also integrating himself with the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor now. Under everyone's watch, Xianxia the Great Emperor's body really maneuvered into Yi Futian's body and disappeared. Yi Futian glowed with terrifying divine light with countless ancient characters engraved on his skin. It seemed that he had merged with the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor. Did he devour Xianxia the Great Emperor's body? The incessant rumbling noise hadn't stopped. Even the domain chief was stopped in his tracks. The light screen released by him faded away as he lowered his head to look at Yi Futian. What on earth just happened? Why could Yi Futian merge with Xianxia the Great Emperor's body? How was it possible for him to achieve that even if he could generate some kind of resonance? The domain chief watched everything with his own eyes yet still couldn't figure out how Yi Futian made it happen. He gaped at the silver-haired man below and didn't know how to handle the situation. At this point, the intimidating pressure disappeared. The master cultivators all popped up in different directions and stepped forward while staring at Yi Futian from above with a grim look on their faces. Nonetheless, Yi Futian hadn't woken up yet. He seemed to be cultivating still, a ferocious noise coming out of his body. One person proceeded toward Yi Futian. It was Old Ma. He certainly understood that Yi Futian was in a dangerous situation and was very likely to be attacked right now. After all, Yi Futian had consumed the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor, which every master cultivator hankered after. If Yi Futian really consumed it for himself, these mighty figures would never take it lying down. They would definitely gang up on Yi Futian. Old Ma had a bad feeling. The situation didn't look rosy for Yi Futian. However, none of them knew that Yi Futian had no command over what just happened. He didn't intend to consume the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor at all. On the contrary, Xianxia the Great Emperor chose to attach his body to Yi Futian. Yi Futian was suffering tremendous pain right now and couldn't extricate himself from the situation. Domain Chief, the Donghuang Imperial Palace placed the sacred remains of Xianxia the Great Emperor here so everyone in the Xianxing domain could cultivate with it. How should we deal with this now? The clan leader of the Nanhai family asked. He certainly would not let Yi Futian take Xianxia the Great Emperor's body away. None of them achieved any real comprehension. How could they let Yi Futian be the sole beneficiary? On top of that, Yi Futian used the power of the sacred remains to break the bonds of the cultivation plane and advance to the Sixth Order. Domain Chief, Xianxia the Great Emperor's body was bestowed on the Xianxing domain by the Donghuang Imperial Palace to facilitate cultivation. Everyone here saw with their eyes that Yi Futian was the only one who could comprehend the sacred remains ever since the divine mausoleum was built. He even generated a resonance with Xianxia the Great Emperor just now. In this case, why don't we help him succeed? Yi Futian is cultivating in Four Corner Village and should be treated as a member of the Xianxing domain as well. Old Ma lifted his chin and said, although his voice was flat, he was secretly worried that Yi Futian would be in grave danger. Who said that we didn't comprehend anything? Someone refuted. Moreover, the sacred remains were bestowed on the Xianxing domain by the Donghuang Imperial Palace. How can he keep it to himself? The tension was palpable in the divine mausoleum. Old Ma stood by Yi Futian's side and looked around to scan the crowd. Suddenly, a forceful spatial storm formed and opened a door of space in the void. Watch out! He is running away, someone said coldly. Before the voice faded, Old Ma pulled Yi Futian and stepped across a door of space. Many people turned to the domain chief, surprised that he didn't intervene. Nonetheless, the clan leader of the Nanhai family and Overlord Xiangyu both rushed forward with their arms outstretched. They pulled the door of space open and followed Old Ma and Yi Futian over there. Other master cultivators also left the divine mausoleum right away to chase after them. On the other hand, many cultivators stared at the rest of the people from Four Corner Village with a malevolent look on their faces. This is solely about the sacred remains. We should not implicate innocent people. Duan Tianxiong from the ancient royal family of Duan spoke up. Other people had no choice but to drop the idea of attacking the cultivators from Four Corner Village. Let's go to the Four Corner Continent, Duan Tianxiong said. He waved his hand at the crowd. With Zhou Muhuang by his side, the The domain chief gazed at the place where Yi Futian and Old Ma had disappeared. No one could figure out what he was thinking. "Let's go to the four-corner continent," said the domain chief. They immediately left the divine mausoleum as well. Although Old Ma and Yi Futian escaped through the door of space, they had nowhere else but Four-Corner Village to go. They were watched and chased by so many master cultivators from various top forces. There was no way for them to get out of their clutches straight away. Before long, the divine mausoleum was swept by the terrifying energy currents. All the mighty figures from top forces left the area in long strides. Other famous cultivators pulled out soon as well. Countless cultivators outside of the divine mausoleum stared blankly at the vacated spot where the divine casket used to be. Everything changed so fast that it almost felt surreal. No one had ever thought that this would happen when the divine mausoleum was built not so long ago. Yi Futian took the sacred remains away. Nevertheless, Yi Futian couldn't really steal Xianxia, the great emperor's body, under the master cultivator's watch. The mighty figures in the Xianxia domain would skin him alive if he integrated himself with the sacred remains for real. Bursts of horrifying energy sprung up in the sky above Four Corner City. With a loud bang, the entire city quaked violently. The light screen of space that Old Ma set up to surround Four Corner City shattered at once as tremendous might pressing upon the city. Beams of blinding light pierced through the void, heading directly toward Four Corner Village. "Are you going to get the entire Four Corner Village into trouble?" A cold and intimidating voice rang out. More pressure came from the sky and overwhelmed the city. Every cultivator inside Four Corner City was trembling in fear at this moment. What on earth happened? Didn't the domain chief summon the extraordinary cultivators to the Xianxia continent, located in the upper nine heavens? Why did Old Ma flee back with formidable enemies chasing after him? The scary divine light shot directly into Four Corner Village and disappeared. More and more people arrived and surrounded Four Corner City. That being said, the master cultivators didn't really set foot inside the village. Instead, they stayed in midair and watched the village from above. Old Ma couldn't break free since they had trapped him here already. Even so, they still held reverence for the master in Four Corner Village. Therefore, none of them were willing to be the first one to barge into the village. They wanted to wait for other people to step up. A succession of powerful cultivators arrived in the sky above Four Corner City. It was obvious that there were even more on the way. Everyone in the city was shaking in their shoes. What on earth just happened? Four Corner Village would be obliterated with so many hostile cultivators if these people decided to launch an attack. Besides, it was apparent that they were enemies who came with malicious intent. A lot of confused people were eager for an answer. The people who migrated to Four Corner City from outer realms were especially worried, since they would be affected the most if Four Corner City was destroyed. In addition, they didn't know if the master cultivators would choose to fight right over their heads. The entire city would be flattened if a battle broke out here. Four Corner Village was quiet and peaceful as usual. However, as soon as Old Ma and Yi Futian came back, a swarm of people followed them and surrounded the village. Old Ma took Yi Futian and headed directly to the private school. They arrived at the private school in a short moment. Yi Futian seemed to be suffering from tremendous pain right now. Loud and scary noises were still coming out of his body. What happened? Several people rushed over to Old Ma and Yi Futian. "Master!" Fang Xiyuan, Little Ling, and other teenagers sprinted over to check on Yi Futian. Old Ma faced the school's gate and spoke to the man inside. "Master!" Yi Futian consumed a sacred body. It was the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor from many years ago. Now people from numerous groups have chased us here and surrounded the village. Old Ma gave a brief account of what happened before. He was well aware that it was meaningless to argue with the master cultivators under the circumstances before. Those mighty figures would never let Yi Futian go. If Yi Futian stayed there, he would undoubtedly be killed by them, since they were determined to retrieve the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor, even if it meant disemboweling Yi Futian. For that reason, Old Ma had no choice but to take his chances and bring Yi Futian back to Four Corner Village. That being said, he knew that he would not be able to leave if the domain chief stepped in to stop him when he created the door of space. However, for some inexplicable reasons, The domain chief let him go and gave him a chance to leave through the space passage. Perhaps the domain chief was confident that Yi Futian and Old Ma would be captured in the end anyway, so it didn't matter for them to run away now. Beams of divine light came out of the school and focused on Yi Futian's body. The light swaddled Yi Futian tightly and pulled him into the school straight away. In a flash, Yi Futian disappeared in front of Old Ma. Old Ma stared at the school. As worried as he was, there was nothing else he could do at this point. He certainly realized that Yi Futian was in grave danger for consuming the sacred remains. He had no choice but to ask the master for help. Inside the private school, Yi Futian's body floated in midair. An old man with an ethereal quality appeared in front of him. "Master." Yi Futian opened his eyes and moaned. "I can't help you with your condition. This is something you have to do on your own," the master said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and closed his eyes again. The imperial glory glowed intensely from his body, and the rumbling noise reverberated through the school as if his body of Wei could explode at any second. It was a grim and dreadful scene. A spasm of pain made Yi Futian contort his face. He seemed to be struggling for his life. "Get the fuck out of here!" he bellowed with rage. Countless brilliant runes and characters emerged from his body one after another. It was as though they were being detached. Immediately after that, a ray of golden divine light shone brilliantly, and a figure was propelled out of Yi Futian's body. It was Xianxia, the great emperor. "Phew!" Yi Futian opened his eyes and stared at the dazzling sacred remains. A sense of fear still possessed him when he thought about the experience. The sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor, attempted to destroy his life palace. In the past, the world tree in Yi Futian's life palace could devour and digest any kind of treasure, including divine items. However, it failed to do so this time. Not only that, it was barely able to kick out the sacred remains after a hard and protracted struggle. If the fight went on, Yi Futian and his life palace might be obliterated. As soon as Xianxia, the great emperor's body emerged, a burst of blinding divine light swept across space. The light dimmed gradually and gently poured over the sacred remains. The divine body laid flat as though it was an ordinary corpse. Only moments earlier, this corpse unleashed enough power almost to take Yi Futian's life. "Master, I apologize for troubling you." Yi Futian slightly bowed to the master. He wasn't cheerful about advancing to the next stage. He would never choose to consume the sacred remains if the situation was in his hands. He was well aware of how much trouble it would bring. With his cultivation level and experience, he couldn't control or take away the sacred remains. Now, he had no choice but to hand over the sacred remains. Otherwise, he might drag Four Corner Village into trouble. At this point, more and more cultivators had come to Four Corner City, including Zhou Muhuang. They hovered in the sky above the city. "Muhuang, where's the chief?" someone asked Zhou Muhuang, who was just arriving. "He is right behind." "I got here first," Zhou Muhuang replied. Yi Futian snatched the sacred remains for himself, and Old Ma brought him back to Four Corner Village. "How should we deal with them?" One person threw out the obvious question. The cultivators in Four Corner City started to realize what happened upon hearing their conversation. Yi Futian snatched the sacred remains for himself? "I believe that Yi Futian will return the sacred remains. We can decide what to do with him later if he refuses," Zhou Muhuang said. "Let me go in and take a look first." "Good." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Zhou Muhuang walked into Four Corner Village in long strides. Within seconds, a lot of people in the village sensed Zhou Muhuang's formidable energy. In the meantime, a voice boomed, "This is Zhou Muhuang from the Domain Chief's Manor. Nice to meet everyone in Four Corner Village." Old Ma and Yi Futian both walked over. They stood on the ground and raised their heads to look at Zhou Muhuang in the sky. "Vice Chief," Yi Futian greeted him. Zhou Muhuang looked down and said to Yi Futian, "Almost all the cultivators from the outer realms are here now. They are gathering above Four Corner City." Yi Futian's expression was somber even though it was not beyond his expectation. "You generated a resonance with the sacred remains and took them with you. Even though the cultivation opportunity was your own fortune, I'm sure you understand the consequences under such circumstances, Zhou Muhuang said. Yi Futian didn't make a sound, but he obviously understood what Zhou Muhuang meant. Just when he was about to respond, Zhou Muhuang added, "But we have one solution left right now." "What solution?" Yi Futian asked. Zhou Muhuang looked directly into Yi Futian's eyes and transmitted his voice into his head. "I invited you to join the domain chief's manor before. My sister is also very fond of you. The domain chief's manor will handle the situation for you if you are willing to become a member." A surprised look came over Yi Futian's face. He certainly remembered that the domain chief's manor had repeatedly tried to rope him in. Unlike the domain chief's manor of the Donghua domain, the domain chief's manor of the Xianxia domain seemed quite confident in beating him. Did they want him because they favored his potential? Regardless, Yi Futian obviously would not accept such an invitation. "Thank you very much, Vice Chief. However, since I am a member of Four Corner Village, I naturally cannot join the domain chief's manor." "I'm afraid that I have to disappoint you," Yi Futian replied through voice transmission. Zhou Muhuang gazed at Yi Futian and asked, "Have you thought it through?" "Yes." Yi Futian nodded and said. He would never join the domain chief's manor even after he returned the sacred remains. "Good," Zhou Muhuang replied in a flat voice. "In that case, you should take care of the mess by yourself." Then, he turned around and walked out of Four Corner Village with a stern look on his face. He invited Yi Futian on many occasions, yet this young man didn't show any respect for him. Moreover, did Yi Futian really think that everything would be over and return to normal once he surrendered the sacred remains? After Zhou Muhuang left, Yi Futian said to those around him, "I'll go and deal with this." "How?" Old Ma asked him. "I didn't deliberately plunder the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor. The sacred remains were guarded by the entire Xianxia domain and couldn't be taken away at will. Now it will be returned to them," said Yi Futian. Old Ma nodded. He knew very well that the sacred remains had been watched over by all the top figures in the domain, and it was pretty much impossible for anyone to take it for themselves. Outside of Four Corner Village, after Zhou Muhuang came out, everyone's attention turned to him. But Zhou Muhuang merely said, "Everyone, take care of this matter however you see fit." When his voice fell, people from all forces suddenly had a cold expression on their faces as they stared in the direction of Four Corner Village. Did Zhou Muhuang mean that he would not interfere and they should do whatever needed to be done? This made them wonder, what did Zhou Muhuang and Futian talk about after he entered the village? Before, the domain chief's manor was still quite smitten with Yi Futian. However, now it seemed that they were not going to get involved after all. Of course, they could see that the chief did not detain Old Ma was giving Yi Futian a chance to breathe. But none of this mattered anymore. There were more and more people inside Four Corner City. Major figures had arrived one after another, including the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan, which had brought along the others in Four Corner Village, as well as Xia Qingyuan. Seeing the situation here, all of them wore a worrisome look. The situation seemed very unfavorable. The people in Four Corner City kind of knew what had happened. Yi Futian had, in fact, seized the sacred remains from the Xianxia continent, which ignited public outrage. This proud son of heaven who made his name in Four Corner Village was causing upheavals everywhere he went. There were all kinds of top figures in the Xianxia continent, including major forces, and Yi Futian had snatched the sacred remains. At this time, someone cast a glance at Fang Huan and the others from Four Corner Village. "Go in and tell them to turn him over. If any of you insist on sheltering Yi Futian, we'll have no choice but to go in ourselves." Both Blind Tai and Fang Huan looked grave. The current situation was indeed quite disadvantageous to them. At this moment, several people walked out of the village, and the person in the lead was Yi Futian. Old Ma followed next to him, and behind them were the sacred remains, shrouded and bound by traces of magical power. Ha! The sight surprised many. Hadn't the sacred remains been swallowed by Yi Futian? And here they were again. Could Yi Futian be swallowing and heaving up the sacred remains at will? Moreover, he was able to control the terrifying power of the sacred remains and brought them outside. Had Yifutian already refined the power within the sacred remains? Yifutian stepped into the void and surveyed the crowd. Some issues occurred while I was cultivating a while back. It was not my intention to take away the sacred remains. I apologize for the trouble that led all of you here. I will return sacred remains momentarily and send them to the Xianxia continent. As Yifutian finished speaking, everyone's eyes were on him. Those sharp eyes seemed to want to see through him. An immeasurable pressure permeated from the void to oppress this vast area outside of Four Corner Village. How did you manage to take away the sacred remains? The Nanhai family clan leader questioned him. The strong pressure in his voice directly descended upon Yifutian. Yifutian could resonate with the sacred remains and even swallow the sacred remains. This meant that there must be a secret method hidden on him. Naturally, he wanted to know just how Yifutian was able to achieve this impossible deed. He and all the others from other principalities who were standing high above the sky overlooking Yifutian's also wanted to know the answer. It was difficult before to get an answer out of him by force, but now was a great opportunity to interrogate him once and for all. Could they master Yifutian's method so that they, too, could comprehend something from the sacred remains? This has to do with the methods of my own cultivation. Forgive me for not being able to divulge, responded Yifutian. The sacred remains have been swallowed by you already. Now even if you release it, who knows if you are controlling it? The clan leader of the Nanhai family continued. His gaze never left Yifutian. I think so as well. A voice echoed the sentiment. It was the great elder of the demon cloud. His eyes rimmed with a solitary chilling light. He stood high above the sky and stared at Yifutian below. Everyone experienced a chill. The cultivators from the other forces obviously didn't want to let it go, either. Several cultivators spoke up, and all for one purpose: to force Yifutian to tell them how he could resonate with the sacred remains. However, Yifutian had no way to give them an answer. Through my own cultivation, I was able to comprehend the power of the sacred remains. I developed a certain resonance with the power of the sacred remains. This kind of cultivation method cannot be duplicated. All you elders are major cultivators in your own right and have your own methods of cultivation. I believe you, too, will eventually find a way to comprehend the sacred remains in your own ways. Although Yifutian was extremely displeased, he had no choice but to control it, for the time being suppressing what he really thought of them. However, his words were clearly not convincing enough. Those gazes that stared at him seemed to want to completely extract his secrets and control his method of comprehending the sacred remains. All the cultivators in the Xianxia domain, myself included, could not control the sacred remains, except you alone were able to swallow the sacred remains and took it away all by yourself. Now, how could we simply believe it was just a cultivation method? An indifferent voice was rebuking him. Clearly, none of them intended to let Yifutian off the hook. Then, what do the elders have in mind? Yifutian asked, looking up at the people in the void. These top figures stood arrogantly in the air, looking down at him, indifference in their eyes. The domain chief did not come this time and was represented by the vice chief, Zhou Muhuang. However, he seemed to be just an observer at this time, quietly watching on the sideline. Yifutian understood that Zhou Muhuang would not intervene. In the village just now, Zhou Muhuang's attempt was probably to give him a chance to get out of it. Perhaps he had foreseen this predicament. Take a walk with us, said the clan leader of the Nanhai family. Not only did he intend to get the sacred remains back, but he also wanted to take Yifutian with them. He had plundered the sacred remains and escaped back to Four Corner Village. Now, he thought he could end the matter by simply returning the sacred remains. It was not going to be so easy for him. Yifutian fell silent. He looked at the clan leader of the Nanhai family and thought that if he were to promise to go with them, would he ever come back alive? These people wanted to know the secret of his comprehension of the sacred remains, and they would no doubt probe into his innermost secrets. Therefore, if Yifutian agreed, it would result in his almost certain death. Furthermore, he trusted none of these people. However, even if he disagreed, could he resisted the will of the cultivators in the entire Xianxia domain as represented by them? If he couldn't change their minds, resistance was the only way. Please forgive me for not agreeing to your request, Yifutian replied after a moment of silence. When he finished speaking, the space suddenly became even more repressed. Traces of extremely powerful coercion permeated the entire four-corner village, inside and out. In the distance, the cultivators of Four-Corner City sighed when they saw the terrifying group in the void. It was as if all the cultivators of an entire domain had deemed Yifutian as their enemy and came together to take him down. How could he resist a force like that? Everyone, the taking of the sacred remains was not intentional. Now that it is to be returned to you, none of this is necessary, Old Ma said, stood not far behind Yifutian, looking at the cultivators in the void. Did all of them intend to take down Yifutian? Perhaps this was what they meant when they say the tallest tree always got its top blown off first. It's just asking him to come with us and talk. What are you so afraid of? The Nanhai family said nonchalantly. No one from our four-corner village can be taken away so casually, erupted Old Ma. However, facing the titans of the Xianxia domain, even Old Ma appeared slightly insignificant at the moment. Any one of these cultivators was someone who could dominate an era on their own. When they heard Old Ma's words, all of them appeared somewhat in disdain. They merely glanced at him indifferently and said, "If Four-Corner Village wants to get involved, don't blame us later." After that, he asked, "Who among you will go get him?" None of these top figures wanted to make a move on Yifutian. After all, it was not so honorable to take down someone younger than they were, so they hinted for someone in the younger generations from various forces to take action. Several cultivators stepped out at the same time to answer his call, and they were all top figures from every one of the forces present. Among them, there was Moku of the Demon Cloud. He possessed a perfect great path in the 8th realm, which was the same as Blind Tai. Looking down at Yifutian, Moku said, "I don't know what power you gained by devouring the sacred remains." After that, he raised his hand and grabbed towards the sky below. This terrifying great hand was like a demonic handprint. It flashed a terrible dark golden light and descended in front of Yifutian, grabbing at him. Blind Tai and the others mobilized at the same time. A terrifying golden hammer exploded with astounding divine light, sweeping out as the hammer smashed on that demonic handprint. A frightening sound was heard as a horrific storm swept through the surrounding area. At the same time, many cultivators from Four-Corner Village stepped out and stood behind Yifutian, staring at the figure in the void. The clan leader of the Nanhai family sneered when he saw them. Four-Corner Village wanted to get involved? If so, that would be even better. Boom! A horrific aura permeated the atmosphere, and dominating figures stepped out from the void one after the other. Muyunlan was also among them. This time, his opponents were cultivators from Four-Corner Village. They were his former acquaintances. Watching the cultivators from all sides coming at them, Old Ma sighed inside. The sacred remains had been returned, but were they still reluctant to drop the whole thing? Four-Corner Village owed Yifutian a favor, so, in any case, they could not let the others take him away. Feng Gai, Blind Tai, Feng Huan, Shi Kuei, and other cultivators stepped forward as they came to Yifutian's side, one by one. At the same time, the pressure from all major principalities descended in the space. In a moment, a terrifying coercion hovered above Four-Corner Village. Moreover, as the head of each major principality directed their glance at the crowd, many of them realized something significant. The strength of Four-Corner Village was indeed awesome. The cultivators surrounding Yifutian were upper Renhuang with perfect great paths who could almost compete with the top enchanting figures from the Xianxia domain. They even had a thought that since today's confrontation would result in a grudge with Four-Corner Village, it would be better to, now that Four-Corner Village was trying to protect Yifutian with all their might, it provided the excuse they need to get rid of this anomaly in the Xianxia domain. In the void, an extremely radiant picture of the domineering golden rock appeared, covering the sky and obscuring the sun. Feng Gai yelled, "Muyunlan, so you're finally attacking the village? We have to take this man with us?" Muyunlan said loud and clear in the void. He stood there in arrogance. As his voice faded, the brilliant divine wings of the golden-winged rock that were trembling behind him turned into sharp blades and slashed down as if to bisect the space. Fang Gai snorted coldly as he stepped forward, blocking the position where Muyunlan had struck. When the terrifying divine wing of the golden rock chopped down in front of him, they could not touch his body and were stymied by an incredible power. This was his absolute domain. All the other powerful cultivators also took action. With Blind Tai and the others guarded the area around him, each manning a position. A massive ancient god appeared, swinging his hammer towards the sky to smash the void. Therefore, a majestic sight appeared in the sky above Four Corner Village. It was as if there were ancient gods protecting Yifutian. Yifutian, standing in the middle, was warmed to his core when he saw what they were doing. This incident was entirely an accident and not intentional. He did not expect to bring this crisis upon Four Corner Village. If it couldn't be resolved, he would have no choice but to go with them. In the sky above, there was a magnificent vision behind a beautiful figure. It seemed that a statue of the thousand-hand goddess appeared, and those palm prints madly overlapped and turned into a gigantic goddess seal, slamming towards Yifutian. This person was the daughter of the Nanhai family, Nanhai Xianxia. A bonfire of anger was burning inside Yifutian's heart. The first person to speak was the head of the Nanhai family. The Muyan family had betrayed Four Corner Village for the Nanhai family, so the people who most wanted to move against the village were the cultivators from the Nanhai family. Divine glory was flowing upon Yifutian's body as boundlessly radiant peacock divine wings now appeared behind him. A monstrous roar of the great path came out from inside of him. It was as if he had incarnated to a peerless divine body with a horrific aura. Previously, he had already broken through to the sixth realm with a perfect great path. His body was now terrific after having undergone the transformation endowed by the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor. Coupled with the divine heart of the peacock that was already inside of him, his own life force was incredibly vibrant. Instantly, a divine light swept out from him with piercing rays. Even an existence of the seventh realm, such as Nanhai Xianxia, felt an immediate threat of danger. The power erupting from that body of the great path alone was no longer any lesser than hers. Behind Yifutian, radiant and divine peacock wings fluttered. Their colorful divine light dazzled beyond words. In the next moment, Yifutian's body was gone in a flash, as he went straight toward the gigantic handprint of the goddess. Unleashed by Nanhai Xianxia, it left behind a brilliant divine glow in the sky. The momentum of its splendor was unstoppable. "Watch out!" The clan leader of the Nanhai family let out a cry as he felt the power erupting from Yifutian at this moment. At the same time, a strong pressure fell directly upon them. This was almost at the same moment when Yifutian's attack tore through Nanhai Xianxua's handprint and smashed it into smithereens. Without the slightest hesitation, his body continued rushing towards Nanhai Xianxua. Nanhai Xianxua felt a brilliant peacock shadow swoop down, and a finger pointed at her. It turned into an infinite divine sword light, shattering all existence. Boom! A mark of the earth now stood in front of Nanhai Xianxua, but when Yifutian's finger landed, everything was destroyed. Crackling sounds from an explosion were heard as Nanhai Xianxua's body flew back. Yifutian's palm followed her and slammed down, wanting to take her down on the spot. But at this moment, an unstoppable coercion fell upon Yifutian, blasting him. This palm was like the power from the gods of heaven. Even the firmament trembled violently as it landed on Yifutian. Nothing was able to block this strike, and all of his defenses were immediately shattered. Yifutian's body was knocked back instantly. His whole body shook as blood came out of his mouth, and his face was pale. When he fell back after the blast, his eyes fixed at the figure high above the sky. The clan leader of the Nanhai family had attacked him. The blow from a cultivator of this level was powerful beyond description. If Yifutian's own physical body were not already so strong, this blow would have pulverized all his internal organs. A supple and gentle power supported Yifutian's body, as Old Ma appeared next to Yifutian. His eyes swept towards the clan leader of the Nanhai family, who was in the void, said, "If you wanted to fight, then fight. Why wait until now?" Everyone else stopped their fights subsequently. With such powerful characters in action, their battles were rather inconsequential. The clan leader of the Nanhai family glanced at Nanhai Xianxia. Yi Futian's blow had caused a few blood streaks to appear on Nanhai Xianxua's body. If he hadn't intervened, Yi Futian would have been able to take Nanhai Xianxua down in a short time. His terrifying combat power frightened people like them. We have given Four Corner Village all due respect. If Four Corner Village still insists on getting involved, we will show no mercy. The clan leader of the Nanhai family ignored Old Ma but chose to threaten them coldly instead. Old Ma raised his head to look into the void as the strong pressure came crashing down. Besides the clan leader of the Nanhai family who acted, all the others were powerful existence standing at the peak of the 9 heavens. This was a pointless battle, for Corner Village simply had no ability to resist these forces. Yi Futian still had traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were trained on the head of the Nanhai family as he said, "Old Ma, you guys go back." He knew he would not be going with these people. However, if they were determined to take him by force and had no way to resist, there was no need to involve the entire village. Old Ma looked at Yi Futian. It was an obvious dilemma for him. He looked at Blind Tai and the others beside him and said, "Leave now, I will go with Futian." Since the village couldn't be involved, the only option was for him to go with Yi Futian. "None of you are going." At this time, a voice came from Four Corner Village, which startled everyone. Old Ma turned his eyes in the direction of the village but saw no one. He only heard the voice. As for whose voice it belonged to, it couldn't be more clear. "Teacher," Old Ma called out, discernible respect in his voice. Regardless of his level of cultivation, his respect for the teacher was from the heart. But given the predicament they were in today, perhaps even the teacher had no way of solving it. All the other cultivators were also looking in the direction of the village. The head of the Nanhai family and the others frowned slightly. Was the teacher finally going to intervene? So it was even better. Then all of Four Corner Village could be captured in one go. It's fine if you wanted the sacred remains, but why do you want to take away someone from the village? In that case, the sacred remains stay, and our people too. An elusive voice came out from inside the village, causing many people's eyes to sharpen slightly. What kind of arrogance was this? For some reason, the people of Four Corner Village were electrified when they heard this voice. Their fists clenched tightly, and their blood was boiling hot. The teacher was the patron saint of the village, but he was also someone from legends. He cared not for the daily affairs of the village, merely focusing on teaching the youngsters. As for the true strength of the teacher, it was something that only existed in ancient legends inside the village. But no one knew just how strong the teacher actually was. Before entering the cultivating world, several titans had visited Four Corner Village once, and after meeting the teacher, they recognized the status of Four Corner Village. But they still had no idea how strong the teacher was. And now was the teacher finally going to take action? He had deemed that no one could leave the village and that the sacred remains would stay. The clan leader of the Nanhai family and other powerful cultivators felt his strong sense of confidence when they heard what he had to say. No one dared to be so arrogant in the face of top figures from all sides. No one in the Xianxia domain dared to act like this, not even the chief himself. Now, this teacher from Four Corner Village was the first one to speak so irreverently. "I'm afraid that even the teacher will not be able to keep it," the clan leader of the Nanhai family said. "Do you want to try it?" The voice inside said again. Wisps of breath came out of Four Corner Village, trailing toward the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor. This sightly surprised many present. They saw the brilliant light shining on the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor, the golden corpse that was floating in the air. What's going on? Everyone's heart was beating violently. Even those titans were concentrating their attention there. How could the teacher of Four Corner Village be able to control the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor? Unless it was him who taught Yi Futian? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but remember some of those rumors concerning the teacher of Four Corner Village. Hundreds of years ago, legend had it that the Great Emperor had once sought the way and cultivated in this village. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, that golden body floating in the void now stood up, erected in the sky. In the next moment, those frightening eyes suddenly opened. The sacred remains had opened their eyes. All the cultivators trembled inside, their eyes unable to move away from the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor. These sacred remains seemed to have been resurrected, surrounded by countless divine lights. A series of characters appeared next to the body of Xianxia, the great emperor, blooming with dazzling divine splendor. How can it be? Those major figureheads fixed their attention on the body of Xianxia, the great emperor, perturbed by the implications. All of them had personally tried to comprehend the sacred remains. They were, therefore, keenly aware of the terror that contained within it. Control issues aside, they couldn't even comprehend it. But now, the sacred remains seemed to have resurrected and were being controlled by someone else. The wisps of aura that permeated from Four Corner Village dispelled any doubts that the person who controlled the body of Xianxia, the great emperor, was the teacher from Four Corner Village. Since the sacred remains were given to the Xianxia domain by the imperial palace and taken by Yi Futian, from this day forward, they belong to Yi Futian. If the domain chief's manner of the Xianxia domain and other forces have any doubts, you may come and try to seize the sacred remains, or you may go to the imperial palace and ask the great emperor himself. A quiet and ethereal voice was heard. It made everyone's hearts beat wildly. Those who disagreed may come and fight for it or go to the imperial palace to ask Donghuang the Great. What that calm voice expressed was tremendous confidence. It was a confidence that the great emperor himself would have agreed with his declaration. The great emperor had once come to Four Corner Village to issue an injunction, prohibiting major figureheads outside from setting foot on the Four Corner continent, further prohibiting outside cultivators from harming the villagers inside. It was easy to see that the great emperor was partial to Four Corner Village. Coupled with the words just spoken by the teacher, it was almost certain that the teacher personally knew Donghuang the Great. And this had been before Donghuang the Great had his current standing, at a time when he was still just a Renhuang. They didn't know how far back they went, but the teacher seemed absolutely confident in what he said. Beneath Four Corner Mountain, countless cultivators in Four Corner City looked over and heard what the teacher said. The voice couldn't be more tranquil, but seemed to contain unparalleled confidence and strength. On this day, the cultivators from the Xianxia domain intended to lay siege upon Four Corner Village. Did the teacher intend to destroy the enemy by himself? All of them recalled the rumors that circulated about the teacher. Suddenly, on the Four Corner Mountain, there was an extreme sense of oppression. All those figureheads stared at the body of Xianxia, the great emperor, and wondered, could the teacher truly and completely control the body of Xianxia, the great emperor? Even though the teacher and the great emperor had a history together, the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor, was given to Xianxia domain, and it is not up to the teacher to decide to whom it belongs. An indifferent voice was now heard, and it was the great elder of the demon cloud, who was exuding a terrifying aura. A horrifying demon cloud appeared behind him like some phantom of a demon god, suppressing this corner of the world. Boom! Like an ancient demon god of bygone ages, a mighty power erupted from him, summoning a frightening spear of the demon god, covering the sky and the sun, piercing the void. A black track was left in the firmament, stabbing down at the sacred remains from high above the sky. Bang! An astonishing sound came out, and a frightening aura swept across the sky toward the vast area far away. The demon god's spear pierced the body of Xianxia, the great emperor. It seemed as if it had penetrated the body, and its terrifying destructive power attempted to tear open everything in its path. However, to everyone's shock, they discovered that the golden body of Xianxia, the great emperor, was no longer flesh and blood, but was instead a divine body transformed by infinite characters. A dreadful power firmly locked onto that spear of the demon god and started to destroy it little by little. The hearts of many were beating erratically. Such a horrific attack did not affect the sacred remains, for the remains were no longer an ordinary physical body, but now an immortal and indestructible divine form. The great elder of the demon cloud saw this and realized it was useless to deal with the sacred remains directly. He stretched out his palm and made a grabbing motion toward where Yi Futian was, wanting to take down Yi Futian first. An overwhelming mighty power descended on Yi Futian, and he felt as if he was suffocating to death. However, at this time, a figure appeared in front of Yi Futian, and it was the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. The infinite divine brilliance of the ancient characters was released from his body, drowning the void and this corner of the sky with ever-dazzling divine light. The crowd saw characters flying out towards the heavens. "Be careful." Everyone's expression revealed shock. It was as if they had entered a spatial tunnel, and those characters were like invisible waves that brought everyone into the world of another space. Yi Futian and the others disappeared. Only the cultivators from all sides were still here, and of course the body of the Xianxia the Great Emperor. The sight caused the hearts of many to tremble violently, and they could hear their own hearts thumping. Even though they were major figureheads, they felt an indescribable dread at the moment. Looking at the body of the Xianxia the Great Emperor, they seemed to perceive the resurrection of a god. What's more terrifying was that when immeasurable divine glory enveloped this space, they saw an extremely sacred figure. It was a giant, transformed by the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, and they seemed to be inside his body. Was this the domain of the gods? Who was the teacher, and why could he control the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor to this degree? The great elder of demon cloud saw the body walking towards him, turning into a ray of light as Xianxia the Great Emperor raised his palm, slamming towards him. He was surrounded by ancient characters as supreme as the heavens, overwhelming the world they were in. The great elder of demon cloud felt a strong sense of threat. He roared, and suddenly, a terrifying demon god appeared. This demon god had a black golden divine light shining all over him, looking invincible. Loud booming sounds came out as the great palm print turned into the sky above, slammed down for the kill. The demon god's palms reached toward the sky, wanting to lift it up, but when that palm print of the god fell, it intended to crush everything. The demon god roared and screamed, but his body was bent under the weight of that palm nonetheless. Boom! With that noise, the demon god's knees crumbled as terrifying rumbling sounds were heard. His body was continuously bursting. The great elder of the demon cloud was pale as blood came out of his mouth. He pleaded, "Teacher, please have mercy." With a loud boom, the palm print slammed down, knocking the great elder of the demon cloud into the far distance. Every one of the major figureheads that were around panicked. They were the highest existence in Xianxia domain, standing at the peak of cultivation. There were not many who could compare to them in the entire divine prefecture. However, at this moment, in front of the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor, they seemed to be facing a giant god, a true god that was utterly unshakable. The body of Xianxia the Great Emperor looked to the other side, and his eyes pierced directly into the eyes of the clan leader of the Nanhai family. He said, "For making a move against the youngsters of Four Corner Village, this palm strike is for you." When his voice fell, the eyes of Xianxia the Great Emperor closed as infinite characters rushed into his consciousness. It was just like he was before when he watched the sacred remains. Numerous palm prints appeared, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, like the giant handprint of the god. The head of the Nanhai family roared in anger, and his palms slapped forward. However, the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor rushed forward as infinite ancient characters turned into countless divine lights. With a loud bang, the giant handprint with terrifying attack power was pulverized into nothing. The body of Xianxia the Great Emperor penetrated it, completely ignoring that terrible attack. Everyone around realized that the divine light inside Xianxia the Great Emperor could destroy all ways. This corpse was the corpse of the gods, therefore transcended the scope of ordinary corpses. The sacred remains contained the power of Xianxia the Great Emperor when he was alive. They were capable of breaking the Great Path. Once this corpse was controlled, it would be as if the power of the resurrection of gods was in hand. How terrifying would that power be? No one could stop it. The divine body of Xianxia the Great Emperor unleashed a punch strong enough to smash everything. The blast landed on the body of the clan leader of the Nanhai family, piercing his physical body. The terrifying force now rushed inside his body, as the clan leader couldn't stop the blood coming out of his mouth. He was expelled directly out of this spatial world, which was completely shattered. Cultivators from the outside could see into the void again. They saw the great elder of the demon cloud madly vomiting blood. The aura of the clan leader of the Nanhai family was greatly weakened. His body was punched through, and he was wounded by the great path. The rest of the cultivators stood in different positions, and all of them trembled. Even though they were major figures, they stood there with dread and anxiety. They had never faced such a situation before and never even thought that there would be an existence so great that it could make them so desperate. "Do any of you have any more comments?" Xianxia the great emperor uttered again, and everyone was silent. In the cultivation world, strength would always reign first. Xianxia the great emperor could destroy all of them right here, right now. What more opinion could they possibly have? Zhou Muhuang trembled inside when he saw everything that had happened, and he was greatly unsettled by what he saw. No one would have thought that the teacher could control the corpse of the Xianxia the great emperor and explode with such power. Today, the siege laid upon Four Corner Village by all these cultivators was destined to be in vain. The teacher's cultivation is superb. If you claimed the sacred remains, then let it stay here. The domain chief's manor will report to the imperial palace, and I will bid my goodbye presently, said Zhou Muhuang as he put his hands together. What else could he do? The rest of the major players turned to leave with great disturbance in their hearts. This incident had shown them just how fearsome Four Corner Village was now. It seemed that the rise of Four Corner Village was a foregone conclusion, as there was nobody who could stop its ascendance. The cruel strike that the teacher meted out to the clan leader of the Nanhai family just now must have meant as a lesson. Among the crowd, probably only Muyunlan had the most conflicted feelings. When he was young, he was a student taught by the teacher, seeking the way under his tutelage. This time he came as the enemy of the Four Corner Village. When he thought about the times he spent here as a youth, he was filled with emotion. Even though he knew the teacher was strong, he never expected that it was to this scope. "Teacher," Muyunlan called out, "you have chosen your own path. Follow it." An ethereal voice replied, and Muyunlan was slightly stunned. He then bowed slightly in reverence and turned to walk away. It didn't take long for the top-notch cultivators from all over the Xianxia domain to leave, with only those of the ancient royal family of Duan remaining behind. They were all feeling intense shock deep down, thinking that it had been fortunate for them not to have to continue becoming enemies of the Four Corner Village, instead making friends with them. While the master from the village didn't concern himself with affairs outside, who knew what would have happened if something were to happen to the Four Corner Village? At present, Duan Tianxiong felt that the master from the village was more than what met the eye. That was the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia, and he wondered just how that master managed to control it so perfectly. The master was practically invincible for being able to manipulate the powers of that sacred remains. That would be like truly gaining a godlike weapon in one's hands. Some forces of extremely ancient lineages in the divine prefecture were said to have such treasures in their possession. Despite that, it was still not certain that they would be able to resist the master of Four Corner Village when he controlled the body of great Emperor Xianxia. The power was so terrifying that despite having only been a bystander back then, Duan Tianxiong was still shocked to the core. Someone as powerful as the leader of the Nanhai clan hadn't been able to endure a single hit, having his body penetrated and was forced to retreat. Everyone from the Xianxia domain was forced to reevaluate the powers of Four Corner Village anew at the moment. The cultivators of Four Corner City saw everything that transpired and were all in awe, hoping even more intensely that they would be able to train in the village. However, only those from the village knew that while the master was indeed powerful, yet the master himself had said that he had been put under some kind of limitation, preventing him from leaving the village. That time might have been a coincidence, where Yifutian brought the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia into the village, which the master could use to put the rest in place. Yifutian breathed a sigh of relief. He had been prepared to be taken away, and he didn't expect the master to act at such moments. Furthermore, the master had actually been able to achieve perfect manipulation of the sacred remains. That battle alone cemented his renown of being invincible. After that battle, no other cultivation forces of the upper nine heavens, the domain chief's manor included, would definitely dare to do anything against those from the village so easily or thoughtlessly. That meant that it would be a lot safer for villagers to venture outside from then on out. The people throughout the Xianxia domain had to elevate the status of the cultivators of the village to that of those from the domain chief's manor. I never expect that I would be able to witness such a magnificent battle today. There could hardly be anyone capable of matching the powers of the master, Duan Tianxiong commented, and he spoke very highly of the master. That battle was more than enough to be known as the most intense one throughout the domain. Titans of the upper nine heavens all over the Xianxia domain attacked Four Corner Village, and they were all repelled by the master alone. Despite the fact that he had only fought by making use of the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia, the battle was unlike any other. Furthermore, the master was truly someone out of the world. Yifutian had previously brought the sacred remains in order to return it. It was also obvious that the master who had controlled the sacred remains didn't desire the sacred remains, as he wouldn't have let Yifutian bring that body out otherwise. It was only until when people were about to attack Yifutian and take him away that the master made his move, telling them to back off and leave the sacred remains behind as well. The master made good on his word, as he managed to keep Yifutian and the sacred remains behind. The cultivators of the village said nothing. Old Ma then said to Duan Tianxiong, "How about we head inside the village for a bit? That wouldn't be necessary for me." However, Duan Qiong and the young ones have always wanted to take a look at the village. How about letting them stay behind and take a tour around the place then? Duan Tianxiong smiled as he said to Old Ma, who then nodded. "Very well. In that case I shall take my leave. None would dare to do anything to the village after what happened here. Right now, we shall just wait for news from the Imperial Palace," Duan Tianxiong added. Old Ma and the others nodded. Yifutian was feeling rather restless after hearing that. With the dust settled then, he too hoped that news from the Imperial Palace would come sooner rather than later. He was feeling very anxious to return to his native realm and check things out back there. Duan Tianxiong took his leave, and everyone returned to the village. The sacred remains were controlled by the master and headed to the private school. Yifutian was summoned by the master as soon as he returned, and he went to the school as well. The sacred remains lay at the side without making moving. It seemed as if he was completely under the master's control. "Thank you, master." Yifutian bowed to the master. The way he saw it, the master seemed to have become even more mysterious, and he was unable to see through the master at all. According to the villagers, the master had been around for a very, very long time. Yet no one actually knew how long. It was possible that the master was as old as the village itself. Furthermore, the master had a mystical air about him. He made himself feel so surreal to the others that it seemed like he didn't belong to the mortal world. Given that the sacred remains came with you, it became apparent that your destinies were intertwined, and there was indeed no need for you to return it. Now that the cultivators of the Xianxia domain are so brutal with their approach, then we have no need to play nice with them. Just come here if you want to learn from the sacred remains from here on out. If anything were to happen, it'd be easy to nip it in the bud in time as well. The master then said to Yifutian. "Very well." Yifutian bowed. "There is something I'd like to ask, master." "Please," the master replied. "What actually happened when the heavenly path collapsed back in ancient times? Is the very extreme of cultivation breaking the heavenly path? Why would someone with your kind of power stay in the village all the time?" Yifutian asked. "Matters with the world of cultivators are not as simple as you thought they would be. Cultivators sought the highest level achievable, and there was a war between gods taking place in ancient times. As for the limitations on me now, know that even in the present day, what you see may not actually be true, let alone what happened in ancient times. You'll be able to get to know such things when you've reached a certain height," the master said to Yifutian. Yifutian was feeling rather unsettled, wondering what the truth behind the collapse of the heavenly path was and what was going on with the world of cultivators currently. He wondered if what he was seeing was indeed not the truth. There is no need to overthink it. The answers would be laid before you once you've reached the required level. By then, you wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye to it even if you want to," the master continued. Yifutian nodded and bowed once again. "Thank you, master." He left the private school, and several people went up to him as soon as he emerged. They were none other than Fong Xiuan, Little Ling, Tai Tu, and Duo Yu. The four of them had grown quite a bit, and the way they saw it, things changed every day. After knowing just how surreally powerful the master was, he came to understand why the youngsters from the village were all so powerful, being born with an aptitude for the great path, destined to a cut above the others. All of them had incredibly frightening potential. The achievement of the four of them would probably eclipse that of Fong Gai, Old Man, Blind Tai, and the others. All of them would grow up to be extremely renowned figures. "How has your training been going recently?" He patted their heads and asked. "Teacher, I've been watching them the whole time. They are doing fine, and the master has been teaching us as well." Fong Xiuan smiled and replied. The boy was considerably more respectful to Yi Futian than how he used to be, and that respect was genuine, and the boy was indeed less naughty than how he used to be. That probably has to do with him having grown considerably. "Sure. Don't slack off in your training." Yi Futian smiled as he spoke to them. After hearing what the master told him, it would seem that the world was more complicated than what he had imagined. Furthermore, with forces like the Dark Court being on the move, they may have to fight a war at a scale huge enough to engulf the entire Divine Prefecture. The war of the Origin Realm might probably be only a trigger. There was no telling what would happen in the future, but it was extremely probable that the entire world would see massive changes. Everyone needed to be prepared, and if some massive change did happen, everyone needed to grow faster in order to take on what was to come in the future. The battle in Four Corner Village rocked the entire Xianxia domain. All the forces involved returned, and everything was unusually silent. No one brought up the sacred remains again, yet the cultivators of the Xianxia domain all knew that after the battle, there was an invincible being in the upper 9 heavens of the Xianxia domain that no one could afford to mess with. It was said that the leader of the Nanhai clan went into isolation to recuperate from his injuries as soon as he returned. The Four Corner continent had gotten even rowdier as more cultivators began to move in. At present, be it the powers at the very top, the number of very formidable ones, or those of later generations, the village was at the very peak of the Xianxia domain standards. No one knew just how powerful the village would become in the future, and it was extremely possible that they would be the force that would reign supreme over the entire Xianxia domain. When the day came, Four Corner Continent would naturally be incredibly prosperous, and there was no way one would miss out on an opportunity like that. However, none of that seemed to have anything to do with Yi Futian. Yi Futian sat cross-legged under the ancient tree in the village. Xia Qingyuan was not far away, and the bird flew around lazily. The four little ones solemnly surrounded Yi Futian. The scene looked like some surreal drawing, looking very peaceful, serene, and beautiful. His eyes were closed as he sat under the tree. The leaves and branches swayed as it shrouded him. Rumbles continued to be heard from within his body as he continued to clad in divine light. Time passed, and the lot of them were completely steeped in their own training, shutting out the outside world entirely, elevating their powers quietly to stabilize their levels, and casting aside everything in the outside world. The way he saw it, only cultivation would prepare him for his return to Origin Realm. Time passed. For Corner City was bustling and prosperous, while Four Corner Village remained serene and peaceful. Yi Futian sat cross-legged under an ancient tree in that holy land in the Four Corner continent. His body flowed with the divine shimmer of the Great Path. Different kinds of Great Path powers emanated from his body, making him look like a manifestation of the Great Path itself. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. A terrifying scene took place with him at the center. It was as if the space he occupied became its own independent space. His face was vaguely seen in that space, and a specter, like an ancient god, appeared there. He levitated and melded with that world like he had become an ancient god. The space kept expanding, shrouding the skies. The phenomenon in that space became increasingly terrifying. Everyone saw many things appearing above that ancient godlike body of his. The sun shone on everything below. There was a cold, icy world under the cold moon. A peacock spreading its divine wings, a rock tearing through the skies, a divine ape howling at the sky, a divine elephant standing tall, All these phenomena melded into a beautiful picture that was extremely stunning. In that picture, that tall, mighty being standing over everything was filled with raging power. It looked like the true God that reigned over everything. That scene had shaken the entire four-corner village. The beautiful picture dazzled with glittering divine light. Many who looked at Yi Futian from afar felt as if the terrifying power of the Great Path was seeping into them right away. Those who were of weaker training dared not even get close. Old Ma, Blind Tai, and some others flew to where he was, standing from afar as they watched him train. The splendid phenomena shocked them to the core, and their eyes reflected the dazzle of that splendid scene. He had been steeped in training the whole time and would head to the private school to experience the power of the sacred remains, as well as to seek the master's teachings. Everyone was able to sense that he was making progress every day. That progress was more than just in terms of his level, it was also his progress in the understanding of cultivation. All of that finally culminated in a drastic change, and he became very, very different. At that moment, he opened his eyes, and terrifying divine light shot from them. It was as if those eyes were the sum of his being. The mystical phenomena around him disappeared in an instant, returning into his body. He came to stand alone in midair again. However, everyone was able to sense that that body of his had become completely different from how it had been before. It was as if he had just experienced a total change from the inside out. "So, you finally got it?" Old Ma walked up to Yi Futian and asked. He knew what had happened to the young man. "Yeah, I finally got it." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "How do you feel?" Old Ma then asked. Yi Futian grinned and lifted his arm. The rumbling of the Great Path was heard from his arm right away. It was filled with terrifying power. He took one step forward, and rumbling was heard all over the place. It was as if the earth itself was shaking. What just happened caught all of their attention. Eyes were all locked onto Yi Futian, thinking just how terrifying such a presence was. They all wondered just how terrifying such powers were, given that Yi Futian was able to cause such a rumble by just lifting his arm and walk. Chani went up and stared at Yi Futian intensely. Some people were born with the Great Path in them, and such people were known to have Great Path physiques. Those of supreme talents were known to have what is known to be divine bodies of the Great Path. Right now, I wonder what that body of yours shall be called. Divine body of the heavenly path, perhaps? Yi Futian grinned and replied. It sounded like he was joking. That was what he claimed his body to be when he was facing Zhan Yuan of the Violet Heavenly Palace in the 9 Supreme Imperial Realms back in the Void Realm. Zhan Yuan claimed to be of the supreme body of the Great Path, so he called his body the divine body of the Heavenly Path instead. A nice name. Chen Yi nodded instead. Only the name divine body of the Heavenly Path is fitting of that physique of yours right now. Everybody from the outside may feel like an imposter when compared to you. They will probably have to doubt the authenticity of their Great Path physiques if they run into you. Yi Futian grinned as he shook his head. He had just come up with something random from the depths of his mind. Claiming to have the divine body of the heavenly path indeed sounded rather pompous. The name will do. Old Ma nodded and continued surprisingly. Let's just call it the divine body of the heavenly path. Then, I guess if you are to be able to finish molding that physique of yours, you would be able to pass it down to your descendants. If one's cultivation gets to such a level, one's talents may indeed be passed down. After forging such a formidable physique, there is definitely a chance for him to pass it down to his descendants. But then again, he didn't seem to have any thoughts of having children. Yi Futian was speechless upon hearing what they just said. He had only been joking, and they all actually took it at face value, thinking that the name of Divine Body of the Heavenly Path was a fitting name. Well, there goes any attempt of keeping a low profile then. How powerful is this body of yours right now? Chun-Yi asked, feeling rather curious. Now that you're the same level as me, I could stand here and let you attack me to the best of your ability. You probably still wouldn't be able to kill me. Yi Futian chuckled as he answered. Chun-Yi took a look at the Yi Futian, thinking that the other man was being somewhat pompous indeed. Well, although you've attained the divine body of the heavenly path, I'm still of the divine body of light. Are you sure about that? Chun-Yi looked at Yi Futian, feeling somewhat irked. He really wanted to try his hand then. Divine Body of Light. Yi Futian was feeling rather intimidated. The name did sound rather frightening after all. Don't forget that among the 9 divine techniques among the 4 corner villages' heritage, there is the ancient divine immortal form, and I've incorporated it into my body. Yi Futian smiled as he continued speaking. His current body was indeed something that someone on the same level as him would find very, very hard to kill. But then again, he meant those who had reached perfection at level 6 of the Great Path. As for those at level 6 and had yet to reach perfection, he could literally stand and let them hit him with all they had. They were no longer in the same league as him, so he wouldn't bother comparing himself with them. All right, you win. Chun-Yi rolled his eyes and thought that he had to be more hardworking when it came to his training. Otherwise, the other man would eventually come to look down on him. Yi Futian didn't continue bragging. He simply took a look at old Ma and asked, "Is there any news from the outside?" Despite having trained in isolation the whole time, he was also waiting for news from the Imperial Palace. When can we depart to the Origin Realm? The Imperial Palace is too far away, and we have no way of getting any word from the Void Realm. Even the ones at the Domain Chief's Manor probably won't know a lot about things at the moment. The Void Realm and the Divine Prefecture were separated, after all. We can only continue to wait for news from the Domain Chief's Manor, Old Ma answered. Yi Futian nodded, feeling rather disappointed. He was hoping to get news as soon as possible, after all. "I'll go and check things out with the master," Yi Futian said, and everyone else nodded. He then made his way to the private school. He took a look at the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia when he got to the master's place. He had not been wasting any of his efforts learning from the sacred remains. In actual fact, his ability to create his own Great Path physique was something he learned from great Emperor Xianxia's sacred remains. "Master!" Yi Futian turned around and called out to the mystical figure. The master nodded and said, "The change that you've undergone this time boosted your powers considerably. It was all thanks to your teachings," Yi Futian replied. "Actually, it's all because of your own training. I've only given you a pointer or two. You'd have been able to get this far with or without me around." The master then continued, "You should be able to take on great powers from here on out, and you can increase the frequency of resonating with the sacred remains here. Continue to hone your body to bring it closer toward perfection." "Right, I understand." Yi Futian nodded. "Get back to your training then." The master didn't say any else. He turned around and left. Yi Futian went up to the sacred remains and continued to train with his eyes closed. He would be completely steeped in his training, for the time being, casting everything outside aside. Year 10062 of the Divine Prefecture Calendar. Someone from the Domain Chief's Manor of the Xianxia Domain came to Four Corner Village. Yi Futian stopped training right away after knowing that someone from the Domain Chief's Manor came. He went to where the emissary was, where Old Ma and the others were. "I've come on the chief's orders to inform Four Corner Village that the Imperial Palace is calling cultivators throughout the 18 domains to arms, heading to the Origin Realm. Should anyone be willing to go, please head for the Imperial Domain. If any cultivator from Four Corner Village is willing to head there, they could head to the Domain Chief's Manor with me, and we shall embark together afterward," the emissary said. Yi Futian was feeling restless. The day has finally come. He had been waiting for the news the whole time, waiting for the Imperial Palace to call the formidable ones throughout the 18 domains to arms. It seemed that the conflict over at the Void Realm had gotten extremely intense, exceeding his imagination. Back then, the forces involved had already decided the ownership of the Void Realm through a battle, and he wondered if those from the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm broke the treaty again. It hadn't been that many years, right? Just what has happened back in the Origin Realm indeed. The news from the Imperial Palace is not a forced conscription, and the Domain Chief was not making any demands. "Anybody willing to head over, please come with me," the emissary continued. Old Ma nodded and replied, "Thank you, sir. Let's head out then." He knew that Yi Futian had been waiting for that day to come, and they had long determined who among them would be heading over. With the news already delivered, it was naturally time to make their departure, and there was little preparation needed. Very well, let's go. The emissary nodded, and the group headed outside the village. Yifutian was feeling extremely restless at that moment. After all, he had been training for quite a long time. He was still worried about the origin realm. Domain Chief's Manor, Xianxia Domain. Formidable ones kept showing up from all corners, and Yifutian's gang was actually the slowest to show up. All the other forces were at the upper 9 heavens, with only those from the four-corner continent being elsewhere. Furthermore, they didn't head to the ancient royal family of Duan via the teleportation Grand Matrix. Instead, they had come with the emissary. As such, everyone was already there when Yifutian and his people showed up at the Domain Chief's Manor. In the manor, everyone present turned their eyes at Yifutian and the group of cultivators from Four Corner Village. What happened outside the village last year stuck in their minds. It seemed like it had happened the day before. The impression was so intense that they came to see those from the village in a different light. Prior to that, despite the fact that those of the Four Corner Village had finally opened themselves up to the world and that the other cultivation forces saw great potential in the villagers were, nonetheless, new to the world at large. Therefore, they were lacking in a lot of ways and had a lot to learn. However, that battle with the master back then cemented their reputation as being invincible. This was so much so that even those from the Domain Chief's Manor were forced to reevaluate those from the village. The matter of the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia eventually blew over, and this was due to the effect of that one battle. The way things worked in the world of cultivation was still decided by one's actual powers. They dared to attack the village before because they thought that the village couldn't possibly take on the combined might of the entire Xianxia domain. However, no one else dared to bring up the matter with the sacred remains since the master intimidated all of them with his show of power. The sacred remains were taken away, and there was nothing they could do about it. The gaze from the formidable ones lingered most on Yifutian, as it had been he who took the sacred remains away back then and had made a breakthrough by learning from them. His bearing felt rather different, and he was apparently stronger than how he had been back then. The lineup from Four Corner Village was indeed powerful. Old Ma was there. Several high-level Renhuang who were at perfect level 8 were around, and Yifutian's gang was there as well. With the master taking charge of matters in the village, they had nothing to worry about. Anybody who dared to act against the village would need to really think things through. At that moment, a group of people showed up. The domain chief Zhou Muhuang, Zhou Lingxi, and the others were there. The chief didn't bring up the matter with the sacred remains of great Emperor Xianxia. It was as if they really had put the matter to rest. It seemed like nothing had ever happened in the first place. Zhou Lingxi had only turned to look at Yifutian and flashed a faint smile. "You're here, Sir Yi." Yifutian came to rather dislike the domain chief's manor by then. When the domain chief's manor tried their best to get him to train in the domain chief's manor back then, he began to question what they were up to. Everything that happened since then made him feel that those from the domain chief's manor had too strong of an agenda. This was especially true, given what Zhou Muhuang proposed back then. This could be seen both as an opportunity as well as a threat, and turning it down could spell trouble for him. In actual fact, if those of the domain chief's manor had emerged to mediate things, with him handing over the sacred remains and those from the domain chief's manor calling it even, what had followed afterward probably wouldn't have happened. The domain chief's manor still had enough authority and influence to be capable of that much, yet Zhou Muhuang said nothing after Yifutian rejected his proposal. Yifutian didn't begrudge those of the domain chief's manor for not helping him out, as neither of them owed one another any favors to begin with. However, at the very least, what transpired had driven a permanent wedge in their relationship, and they could never be friends. But then again, Yifutian didn't rudely ignore Zhou Lingxi when she greeted him. He simply nodded and smiled in reply. The chief stood at the very front and scanned all of the formidable ones who showed up. The very best to be found throughout the Xianxia domain had all gathered there. It was a given that several titans had not shown up. Also, some forces who had 2 cultivators deemed to be titans had only fielded one to lead their teams. They were interested in checking things out at the Void Realm as well. They had only heard some rumors regarding the Void Realm so far, after all. The reason why I've gathered you all here is that we have received word from the Imperial Palace. I've mentioned a thing or two about what happened in the Void Realm before. In actual fact, some changes took place in the Void Realm many years ago. The Dark Court had opened a passage leading to the Void Realm, and the Imperial Palace reacted to it according. This led to some of the forces of the Divine Prefecture heading over there. The chief continued as he addressed the crowd. However, the Imperial Palace didn't give any orders back then, and the commotion was manageable. Those who headed to the Void Realm back then had something to do with the Void Realm to begin with. However, things are somewhat different now. The Imperial Palace hopes to have cultivators from the 18 domains to check things out at the Void Realm, and I've received some news myself that there were some great changes within the Void Realm. This is not an official conscription from the Imperial Palace, and no one will be forced against their will to join. The Imperial Palace might simply want all of you to go over there and have a look at things. Everyone listened quietly. All of them received news more or less, but such news was scarce, and they still had no idea how things actually were over at the Void Realm. This time, Mu Huang will lead our forces from the Domain Chief's manor. Please take care of each other when you get there. That place is truly in a chaotic state right now. All top-notch forces from the 18 domains will see their people there, and forces not of the Divine Prefecture may be heading there as well. I hope that we of the Xianxia domain can be more united when we're out there, the chief said to the crowd. Everybody nodded in response. Given their levels and status, they didn't need the chief to tell them more about what they were supposed to do. Enough from me now. We'll talk more on our way there. Let's depart. We can first use the Great Teleportation Matrix to get to the Imperial Realm before heading towards the Imperial Palace, the chief said as he took the lead. The Divine Prefecture was ruled by Donghuang the Great, with the Imperial Palace serving as its center. All the other 17 domains spread out from there. There were countless continents found throughout the Divine Prefecture. Under such circumstances, the Imperial Palace naturally needed teleportation matrices to keep an eye on what was happening throughout the 18 domains. As such, all domains had similar matrices that led straight to the Imperial domain. If something were to happen, they could save time and deal with the issues as quickly as possible. The teleportation matrix over at the Xianxia domain was constructed inside of the domain chief's manor itself. It was a terrifyingly huge, supersized great teleportation matrix. The entire manor lit up with dazzling divine light as soon as the matrix was activated. The beams of divine light shot to the air, and a teleportation portal leading to the stars appeared in the sky. At that moment, countless cultivators, both inside or outside the manor, looked over to the sky at that place. The entire sky lit up as they all gazed, conjuring terrifying divine brilliance, and an ancient, sacred passage materialized. Let's go, Mu Huang, the chief said to Zhou Mu Huang, who was the one to lead all the formidable ones in that expedition. Very well. Zhou Mu Huang nodded and took the first step, entering that supersized matrix. Their bodies were all shrouded by extremely dazzling divine light. They shot to the sky right away, entering that terrifying space passage. Shortly after, they disappeared. One figure after another behind Zhou Mu Huang disappeared. All cultivators from the city looked in the direction of the domain chief's manor when the matrix was activated. They looked at the figures up in the sky disappear as they stepped into the passage hanging in midair. The Imperial Domain was the highest point of the heavens and the absolute center of the Divine Prefecture. The Imperial Domain was different from the other domain. When they all emerged from the portal, none of them appeared on land. They were all hovering midair instead. Dazzling beams shrouded them, and the light was utterly blinding. Yifutian looked around him and was quickly stunned by what was right before his eyes. He saw the spaces beneath him had countless continents far away. Due to the continents being very far from each other, all of them looked like islands suspended in midair, yet they were very neatly aligned as they hovered in between heaven and earth. It seemed as if all of them were the same in terms of altitude. Every single continent among the countless continents shot dazzling divine beams from them diagonally, all of which headed for the highest point in the heavens. The beams coalesced into stairways leading to the heavens, and all of them, due to being arranged in steps, looked like literal stairways. Yifutian and all the others appeared in that area. They looked up at the sky above them. At the highest point of the heavens, where the divine light from the many continents shot at, lay a city hovering in the air. That city dazzled with terrifying divine light. It looked as if it was where the gods lived. Divine light from that city shot downwards and connected the countless continents beneath right away as if uniting them. That scene was very, very shocking to any cultivator who came. So much so that even someone like Yifutian was stunned by the dazzling landscape he just saw. He was able to guess what was at that highest point of the heavens. That was the center of the imperial domain, where the imperial palace was found. That was the place where Donghuang the Great took up residence, the imperial city. Yifutian was feeling completely rocked deep down. Despite wanting nothing more than to return to Origin Realm at the moment, it was still challenging for his mind to stay calm after his arrival. He had finally arrived at the absolute center of the divine prefecture, the imperial city. All the answers he sought would be found in that very city. The city was located at the highest point of the heavens. Be it his origins, information regarding Emperor Yiqing, his godfather, and whatever else, everything he needed to know would be here. He might be able to find all the answers to all of those questions there. Having trained for so long, he had almost reached higher Renhuang levels and finally came into contact with the imperial city, which was the very core of the world. Zhou Muhuang looked up at where the imperial palace was and said, "Let's get up." Everyone continued moving upward after he said that. Moving along that stairway conjured from divine light. It was like they were moving up to a real heavenly court. They stood high up in the sky, which didn't look all that far away. However, that was only because they were standing under divine light, and the space had nothing else for reference, which made them feel like common people looking up at the stars in the sky. That was the imperial palace reigning throughout the entire divine prefecture, the very top of the heavens. They finally saw someone after some time. A door appeared before them, leading to the gates of the imperial city, where formidable guards stood over the gates. That imperial city was something that one could not step in from outside, as it was shrouded in terrifying divine might. Entrance into the city required passing the heavenly gates. I'm Zhou Muhuang of the Domain Chief's Manor of the Xianxia Domain, hereby leading the cultivators of the Xianxia Domain to the imperial city. I hope that we would be granted passage. Zhou Muhuang went up and said to the guard, who then seemed to be communicating with the ones in charge inside. He nodded and said, "Please." The guards made way right after that. All of them then went inside the gates right away. The terrifying power of space emanated from inside. Yifutian and the others felt like they were inside another space after getting in there. The place was surrounded by divine light, and mystical chi filled the place. The imperial city was not a single entity. There were many hovering cultivation temples everywhere, all of which were inhabited by very powerful cultivators. Anyone permitted to train and stay inside the imperial city would be someone with esteemed status or descendants of ancient formidable ones. The imperial city was the most mysterious place in all of the divine prefecture. No one knew just how many formidable beings there were in there, and even the cultivators throughout the 18 domains had only heard rumors about it. Some speculated that among the countless cultivation temples in the imperial city, some ancient cultivators were found inside. Everyone went on to look all over the place after getting there. Towering divine glows fell like waterfalls in there, making it seem like there was an extremely magnificent hall of the gods within. That was the highest point of the heavens. It was the very peak of the 9 heavens. That was the imperial palace. That was the place where Donghuang the Great lived. This was the most powerful of places throughout the entire divine prefecture. Yifutian wondered what kind of people would be able to live inside that imperial city and see the imperial palace all the time. There were definitely many top-notch cultivation forces in the many continents in the imperial domain, and he wondered about the imperial city inside the Heaven's Gate. I think that the core forces of Donghuang the Great are in here, including the divine generals, the leaders of the legions, and people of that sort, he thought. Yifutian was feeling rather restless, wondering what kind of relationship he shared with the imperial palace. Zhou Muhuang then brought the formidable ones toward the imperial palace. Once they got near the imperial palace, they discovered just how magnificent and vast the place actually was. The imperial palace had its own strata, and they were stopped right outside the place. Some formidable ones came to receive them, and Yifutian actually knew the man. It was none other than the palace lord of empty imperial palace. the emissary who the imperial palace sent to oversee the void realm. The emissary seemed to have seen Yi Futian, and his eyes lingered on him for a brief moment. He smiled and then looked at the crowd before saying to Zhou Muhuang, "Thank you all for coming. It is an honor for us to serve the imperial palace, and we would certainly give it our all." All top-notch forces throughout the Xianxia domain sent their people to the origin realm. Zhou Muhuang replied, "Allow me to lead the way," the palace lord of the empty imperial palace said as he did so. Divine might lay upon everyone, and even someone as powerful as Yi Futian felt that pressure on him. It felt rather solemn. No one said anything during the journey, and everyone followed the palace lord of the empty imperial palace in silence. There was more than one way leading to Void Realm other than the imperial palace. Yet, given that it was the imperial palace that called the formidable ones to arms, it was only natural for them to head over there through the imperial palace. Those of the Xianxia domain were not the ones doing so, as those from the rest of the 18 domains were doing the same as well. Many formidable ones had made it to the origin realm. The palace lord led them on a detour around the external fringes of the imperial palace instead of heading inside the palace itself. He even slowed down and deliberately came near Yi Futian, saying, "It has been years since we last met, and it would seem that your powers have seen considerable growth, Emperor Yi. It looks like what happened all those years ago was a blessing in disguise. You've now become someone capable of reigning supreme somewhere in the divine prefecture." The battle back in the Void Realm all those years ago saw Yi Futian at an undisputed disadvantage. Everyone thought that he was dead, and the palace lord certainly didn't expect to see him reappear. It was all like a dream. He wondered just how Yi Futian managed to leave alive and come to the divine prefecture. He was oblivious to the fact that Princess Donghuang helped Yi Futian in secret. And except for the two of them, there were probably only a few others who knew about it. Being only a subordinate of hers, Princess Donghuang naturally did not need to tell the palace lord any of it. "You flatter me, sir. I was just lucky back then." Yi Futian then asked, "Have you been in the origin realm this whole time? How are things over there now?" The palace lord of the imperial palace then smiled and said, "I'm afraid you'll need to be psychologically prepared, Emperor Yi. Things in the origin realm are completely different from how they once were. The changes are so significant that the place might as well be somewhere else altogether. You'll be able to see for yourself once you return, and there's no need for me to say more." Yi Futian's heart sank, feeling a formless pressure washing all over him and making him feel restless deep down. What is going on with the origin realm? Obviously, the origin realm had seen extremely huge changes and was completely different from what it was when he left. As for the specific changes, he would only know when he headed back to find out himself. The key, however, would be if all his friends and family were still around. "I wonder how they are doing," Yi Futian thought. The palace lord brought them to pass by certain areas with guards guarding them and came to somewhere rather mystical. There was an empty space before them, and there was a terrifying aura sealed within a gate of space. The place was surrounded by starlight, and it felt like a world of stars in itself. There was a deep spatial passage, which enabled them to sense something else from within. "This is the gate of the passage leading to the origin realm. Enter, and you will be able to pass through this space and reach the origin realm. I'll let the rest of you head over on your own," the palace lord then said to the crowd. They were rather surprised that they were told to make the trip on their own instead of having someone from the imperial palace take the lead. It would seem like things had yet to spiral into an all-out war. They would have been required to move as a single unit otherwise. "Thank you, sir." Zhou Muhuang nodded to the palace lord of the empty imperial palace and walked inside before everyone else. All the others then followed him into the passage. Yi Futian walked through the gate and then into the passage. He felt like he was in the middle of nowhere mere moments later. There seemed only to be an endless void sprawled out before him. He saw many stars, and at that moment, he felt like he was seeing familiar faces in those stars. There were Jiu, Yushang, Wuchen, and his other brothers and sisters in training. He wondered how they were all doing. Nianyu should have all grown up right now, I guess, he thought. I wonder how my teachers and the mistresses are doing as well, he wondered. Xiao Muyu, Do Zhao, Longchun, and the others. How is their training going? How much progress have they made? How far have those supreme geniuses of perfect levels of the Great Path come? Lord Taixian, how is the old man doing now? During the battles in the Origin Realm back all those years ago, he had been attacked by many from a good number of foreign forces like Tianshan Academy, the Golden Divine Nation, the Xin Clan, the Solar Divine Palace, and so on. All of them were out to kill him and get rid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which the Lord had protected again and again. There were also formidable ones from the Divine Palace, Emperor Nan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Xiao Dingtian of the Xiao Clan, and many other seniors of his. He wondered how all of them were doing during the years after his departure. Is the Heavenly Mandate Academy still around? He wondered. Are the dragon gods, the divine elephants, and the sky demon court still united after and fighting alongside the Heavenly Mandate Academy? All of those familiar faces flooded his mind. All those memories surged right there and then before he was even in the realm itself. It was as if he had recalled all that he had been through throughout the years, the crises, all those times when they helped each other, and the battles they fought, their lives hanging by a thread, all at once. His eldest brother, second brother, his teacher Qi Shengang, and the rest. While it had been many years since they last met, he felt like they were still close all the same. Though he had been training in the Divine Prefecture for many years, to him, the memories he had in the Divine Prefecture would never be as intense and profound as those he forged back in the Origin Realm. That was his home where his family was. Of course, there were also a lot of his enemies back there, like the overbearing Xin Clan, the arrogant Golden Divine Nation, the traitorous Gen Ao from Tianshan Academy, the antagonizing Solar Divine Palace, and those who hailed from the Divine Prefecture and showed nothing but contempt for everything, like the Holy Land of Taichu and some others. He would also never forget their faces as well. If it hadn't been for Princess Donghuang having mercy in that last battle back in the Void Realm, where he was ganged up on by so many formidable ones, he would have perished for sure. Furthermore, that happened when he fought on the side of Divine Prefecture against the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm. Yet, those forces which were supposed to fight alongside him had turned against him and wanted to kill him instead. This was especially true for the Tianshan Academy. He remembered all of that all too well. An intense emotional fluctuation happened as those memories flooded his mind, and everything in front of his eyes changed. He stood in midair and looked at the place before him. A familiar feeling washed all over him. After 20 years, he was finally back. Yifutian spread his will out and scanned the vast space he was in. A majestic building appeared in his mind, and he learned where he was right there and then. The most powerful place among the 9 supreme imperial realms was the empty imperial palace of the imperial realm. The location from which he emerged after passing through that passage from the imperial palace was none other than the empty imperial palace. Emperor Yi, you are from the Void Realm. Could you lead the way for us? Zhou Muhuang then asked Yifutian. The Void Realm isn't that huge to you all, unlike the Divine Prefecture where there are countless continents. This place only has 3,000 realms, and the strongest is the 9 supreme imperial realms. This is the imperial realm, and I believe that it wouldn't take you much time to get to know the 9 supreme imperial realms. Yifutian then added, it has been quite some years since I was last here, and I need to see my friends and family. I shall take my leave here. He then walked away from that place right afterward. It was indeed as he put it. He had been gone for 20 years, and he missed his home, which meant that he had no time to serve as a guide for Zhou Muhuang and the others. Yifutian, at the moment, wanted nothing but to go home to his people. We, too, shall take our leave. Duan Tianxiong of the Duan clan cupped his hands and said, leaving with Yifutian and those from the four-corner village. He paid no heed to what the others might think of them. The way he saw it, Yifutian had the strongest potential among all in the Xianxia domain, and he had the master to serve as his backing. As such, he had nothing to lose by being friends with someone like that. Zhou Muhuang watched as those people went away. He took the initiative to talk to Yifutian to ease the tension between the two of them. He knew without a doubt that what happened before had driven a wedge into their relationship, and Yifutian became very, very guarded. However, Yifutian seemed not to bother to give him any face, refusing his request and leaving right away. Yifutian traveled at very high speeds in the air. He was very anxious and wanted to check things out at the Heavenly Mandate Realm as soon as possible. Old Ma and the others seemed to be able to sense his worries, and they followed him quietly, heading for Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Heavenly Mandate Academy back at the Heavenly Mandate Realm had once been a renowned academy before Yi Futian left. It had forged the strongest alliance among the 3,000 realms with the Yuanyang clan, the Dou tribe, the Shao clan, the Divine Palace, and some other forces. Countless cultivators had come to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train. However, it was precisely due to the prestige of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the threat that Yi Futian posed, the Shin clan, the Golden Divine Nation, and some other forces allied with the ones from Divine Prefecture forging an alliance that was even more terrifying. The opposing forces had waged 2 battles against them, with the first one to destroy the Divine Palace. That battle at the Sea of the Path shook over half of the forces throughout the 9 realms. There was then the battle at Heavenly Mandate Academy to kill Yi Futian, who fled to the Divine Prefecture after that battle and lost all connection with the Void Realm. 20 years passed since then, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy was no longer as esteemed as it had once been. Instead, the place looked rather dilapidated, with a good number of places among those majestic buildings now broken. Scars of the great path powers remained. An old man lay on a bench in one of the compounds inside the academy to rest. The old man had silver hair and coughed every now and then. His aura appeared rather weak, and given his cultivation level, it would have been impossible for him to look that weak. He had apparently been severely injured. "Grandpa Xian, you're slacking off again." A voice was heard, and a girl was seen walking up to him. The girl was beautiful and sported features that men would kill for. She looked like some kind of goddess. She came to the old man's back and massaged him. The old man flashed a beaming smile right away, and an amicable look appeared in those tired eyes of his. It was apparent that he doted on that girl very much. "I wasn't slacking off," the old man said in a rather lazy tone. "You're basking in the sun instead of healing your injuries, and that's slacking off," the girl said with a grin on her face. There was a tired look on his face as he added, "Injuries like that don't heal easily, and once you've gotten used to it, it's like they are there the whole time anyway. By the way, I may be old, but I can still take it. I'd be fine." The girl's eyes looked glum upon hearing what that old man said. She was seemingly sad for him. She knew that Grandpa Xian's injuries were actually quite severe, as they would have been all healed given the old man's cultivation level. If the injuries couldn't heal well, it only meant that the great path injuries he sustained were very, very harsh. This was so much so that they might be stuck with him for the rest of his life. "It's good to hear that you can withstand the injuries, but you have to tend to the academy as well." A voice was heard, and 2 other people were seen walking up to them. One of them was pitch black all over, and the aura around him felt somewhat terrifying, it seemingly having something to do with his powers. "Tianhe, I'll leave the academy in your hands," the old man said gently. That man was his old friend, and he, naturally, wouldn't stand on formality. "You're the college chief. This is your job," the Sky River Great Elder said with a low tone. That old man was none other than the college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, Lord Taixian. "Man?" Lord Taixian grinned as he shook his head. He knew that that old friend of his was only paying lip service. If that man were to truly be able to just cast everything aside, he wouldn't have returned. He had avoided the place for many years until he knew what happened there, which prompted him to return. "He is right. You're the chief, and this is your responsibility. Don't even think of dumping it on someone else right now," the woman by Sky River Great Elder said. That woman was Shun Luoxue, the Great Elder's wife. There was yet another very pretty girl behind them, and it was Fei Xue. She went up to Lord Taixian and advised him, "Grandpa Xian, you should really pay more attention to your health." Lord Taixian wore a bitter grin and shook his head. All right. Geez, I got it." He then smiled and looked up at the sky and said, "I wonder if I could still make it in time." "What do you mean, make it in time? We're around, so what's there to fear?" the Sky River Great Elder asked. "The world has changed considerably now, and things are not how they used to be. You can see how many terrifying ones are among those from the Divine Prefecture. We're still far from being strong enough." Lord Taixian sighed. "The place has changed considerably, and a lot of things won't go back to the way they used to be. We could only do our best to live from here on out. The Sky River Great Elder added. Yeah. Lord Taishan nodded. It's been 20 years, I guess. I wonder how they're doing now. The arm of the girl behind Lord Taishan flinched, and she looked up at the sky. Her thoughts seemed to have traveled back to when she was still little, back when she was still very young and innocent. She missed her sister and brother-in-law. How are they doing now, I wonder? She thought. There were many people out there who said that his brother-in-law was dead. Yet Grandpa Xian and the others said that her brother-in-law would be fine and that he had only left for the time being. However, it had been 20 years and she was all grown up. She wondered why wasn't he back yet. The Sky River Great Elder and Xin Luoxua sighed as well, thinking that over 20 years had passed just like that. Actually, they, too, didn't know if Yi Futian had truly been able to leave alive. While he did indeed say that he could retreat unscathed, it was still an enigma until the present day. They could only choose to believe that he was still alive and was already at the Divine Prefecture. He had only become a Renhuang when he left all those years ago. I think that it wouldn't be that easy for him to return. Xin Luoxua sighed and added. Those who came to the Origin Realm were all super cultivation forces. It would have probably taken Yi Futian considerably more time to return, for he had to, at the very least, get to higher levels of Renhuang Realm after all. Coming to think about it, 20 years were still too short a time. I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold on. Lord Taishan sighed and said. We will be able to hold on, Grandpa Xian. He and the others will come back to see you. Huan Yinyu comforted him. Lord Taishan then nodded and smiled. I sure hope that I live to see that day. They then seemed to have sensed something all of a sudden as they talked. Lord Taishan and the Sky River Great Elder looked at the sky, and the murky eyes of Lord Taishuan became sharp all of a sudden, piercing into the sky like swords. There were many powerful presences apparent, and none of them were familiar. There were even two extremely terrifying presences among them who were every bit on par with him. Who is it this time? The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy all looked up to the sky right away. They watched the clouds above rolled, and dazzling divine light of space rained down. A group of people then shot through the sky and appeared high above. All of them then came to stand in the sky above the academy. When those people stopped moving, Lord Taishan, Sky River Great Elder, and the others seemed to be completely stunned. It seemed like they had spaced out instantly. The eyes of Fei Xue and Huan Yinyu were locked in place as well. It appeared as if time had stopped moving as they looked at the one in the lead among those people. That man's silver hair billowed alongside his white robe in the wind, and he also sported very chiseled features on that handsome face of his. It was a very familiar sight for them all. A beaming smile was seen in the eyes of Lord Taishan after he being stunned for quite some time. He looked incredibly relaxed at the moment, seemingly having released all of the tension he had accumulated over the years. Lord Taishan finally confirmed that that man had indeed lived back then and had even returned alive. Sunlight shone off the weathered face of that old man, illuminating the wrinkles that covered his face. You've returned, the old man said. His voice wasn't loud. His casual tone sounded somewhat relaxed, glad that the man had returned. Cough, cough. He then coughed for a bit after that. His aura appeared rather weak. That silver-haired figure in the air felt quite a heartache upon seeing that. He was also fuming deep down as he was told that Lord Taishan had suffered serious injuries. What has happened throughout the years I've been gone? He wondered. Jiu, Yushang, Wuchen, and the others aren't around. Where are they? And what is with Lord Taishuan's injuries? Why does the Heavenly Mandate Academy look so run down? Naturally, the practitioners from the Heavenly Mandate Academy also saw the figure with the white head. Felt like it was a dream. 20 years ago, he was regarded as the #1 prodigy of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. However, he was envied by many, and the factions of the 9 realms did not allow him to live. Several divine prefecture factions, the Shen Clan, Golden Divine Nation, Tianshan Academy, Sky Reaching School, Martial God Clan, Solar Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Temple, School of the Emperor Star, and the Holy Land of Taichu allied together to annihilate Yi Futian in front of the world. Since then, the #1 prodigy of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had died. Many practitioners felt a huge sense of grief. In 20 years, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had undergone tremendous changes. Nowadays, fewer and fewer people talked about him. This legendary person who had died was gradually being forgotten. However, on this day, leading a group of practitioners, he had reappeared in the sky above the heavenly Mandate Academy. Yifutian was still alive. The number one prodigy of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had come back alive. In an instant, the heavenly Mandate Academy erupted in chaos. Almost everyone in the academy knew who Yifutian was. Even practitioners who joined the academy later had witnessed Yifutian's prowess and strength in the past. He was a powerful practitioner in the heavenly Mandate realm. How many had not witnessed his stylish and peerless displays in the past? Many practitioners even had tears in their eyes. They were ecstatic. In the heavenly Mandate realm, many practitioners idolized Yifutian. He had long become the symbol of the heavenly Mandate Academy. Even though he was not the college chief, he was still a totemistic character. Tons of his juniors who had never even spoken to him before had nothing but respect for him. The peerless figure who dominated an era and overshadowed the other geniuses and prodigies across the realm with elegance had changed the structure of the 9 realms with his strength alone. However, it was perhaps also his peerlessness and sharpness that led to the sad ending. Nonetheless, it did not influence the respect countless people felt for him. It was a respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. Now, seeing Yifutian return, none could describe the emotion that they were feeling. He was actually alive. At that moment, Yifutian lowered his head and looked at the elder, his eyes slightly pink, and said, "I'm back." As he spoke, he landed on the ground. He walked until he was in front of Lord Taixian. The relationship between Lord Taixian and Yifutian was not that of a simple master-disciple relationship. Lord Taixian was an elder who truly took care of him. Since Yifutian cultivated at Taixian Mountain, Lord Taixian had taken extra care of him and treated him like family. After the Heavenly Mandate Academy was founded, Lord Taixian became the college chief. Now, seeing Lord Taixian hurt, one could only imagine what Yifutian was feeling. "Who is it?" Yifutian asked, an eerie coldness tinged in his tone. He was naturally asking about the perpetrator who had injured Lord Taixian. However, a bright smile of pure joy and happiness was the only thing in Lord Taishuan's eyes that showed the vicissitudes of life. Clearly, he did not mind the injury. He replied softly, "It is not important. I am relieved now that I see that you are back. Over these past 20 years, I had begun to suspect that you had tricked us back then." Behind Lord Taixian, Huan Yenyu, with her reddish eyes, looked at Yifutian and shouted softly, "Brother-in-law." She still remembered everything when she was young. Back then, she had no worries. Her sister and brother-in-law took care of her, Grandpa Xian pampered her, and the people at the academy loved her. Then, after her brother-in-law left, she seemed to have grown up in one night. Now that her brother-in-law was back, she felt great. Yifutian raised his head to look at the woman behind Lord Taixian. An elvish-looking beauty. She looked similar to Jieyu, just as beautiful. In an instant, Yifutian's gaze became soft and his smile warm. "Little Nianyu, you've grown up," Yifutian lamented in his heart. 20 years was not a long time for practitioners on a higher plane. It was but a flick of a finger. However, for Nianyu it was her youth, the best time of her life, and they did not provide her with enough sense of security. This made Yifutian feel guilty. He still remembered going to the city of Qingzhou to pick up Nianyu back in the day. Back then, he swore to take good care of little Nianyu until she grew up. However, he went to the Divine Prefecture and 20 years had passed. One of the most important periods of Nianyu's life. Yes, Nianyu nodded slightly. She felt a sense of familiarity and strangeness, both at the same time. The strangeness was because it had been too long, and the familiarity was her memories of Yifutian had never faded away. She had never forgotten that period of the wonderful time when she was growing up. It was one of the best times of her life. She was like a princess who was pampered and protected by everyone. "Where's your sister? How is she?" Yifutian suddenly felt worried. "Also, what about Yushang, Wuchun, and the others? Why do I not see them anywhere? They've left, Nianyu said softly. Left? Yifutian was stunned. Then Lord Taixian said, after you left, many things happened. Princess Donghuang personally witnessed the battle before you left. All the factions agreed that all grudges and rivalries ended with your death. So, after your disappearance, Princess Donghuang gathered a group of people to head to the Divine Prefecture to cultivate and train. All the practitioners who possessed a perfect grade divine will could go. Jieyu, Yi Wuchen, Gu Donglu, and Dou Zhao left. They have not been back since. Like you, they have been gone for over 20 years. They went to the Divine Prefecture. Yifutian was stunned. This was something that did not occur to him at all. Moreover, Princess Donghuang was the one who led them, and just like himself, they had been gone and have not returned in over 20 years. Where did they go? When would they come back? Yushang, he went with Mei Ting, said Lord Taixian. Devil General Mei Ting. Yifutian's pupils shrunk. He was just worried that if Yushang was with Princess Donghuang, would they discover something about him? However, it turned out that Yushang had chosen another path and left with Mei Ting. He knew that Yushang's relationship with the devil world could never be severed. This relationship ran very deep. Mei Ting came a few times specifically to look for Yushang. It should be fine. Back then, Mei Ting respected Yushang's decision. It was Yushang himself who chose to head to the devil world, said Lord Taixian. Yifutian nodded. He completely understood Yushang's choice. Seeing himself surrounded and pursued by various factions, Yushang also suffered in his heart and felt immense anger. He wanted to become stronger. So he chose to head to the devil world. Even though his future was filled with uncertainties, Yushang knew that the devil world was a cultivation holy land for him. He could only grow rapidly in the devil world. As such, he chose to leave with Mei Ting. With that, Yifutian wondered when he would be able to see Yushang again. Yifutian lamented in his heart. People close to him, his lover, his friends, they were no longer here. Everything was related to that battle. His death made the people close to him choose paths that would help them grow faster. That was why each of them had chosen to leave this realm. Apart from that, after you left, there have been a lot of major changes in the original realm, said Lord Taixian. He then continued, in the battle with the three major factions, the two factions that you defeated, the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm, were quiet for some time. However, after a while, they began to commit atrocities throughout the original realm. They even destroyed many realms. Destroyed realms? Yifutian's pupils shrunk. Yes. Do you still remember the incident in the Shadow Realm? Lord Taixian asked. Yifutian naturally remembered. The power of Yin was inside the Shadow Realm, and he had obtained that power. The Solar Realm also contains the divine power of the Sun. The Divine Prefecture faction in the upper worlds, the Sun God Mountain, never left that realm. The Dark Court thought that every realm in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path contained ancient treasures. As such, they began to destroy the weaker realms, and they ended up destroying many realms. They had even destroyed the Hidden Land Realm, a realm that they previously controlled. Indeed, they certainly did discover mighty divine powers. However, many realms within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path were destroyed. Their acts have certainly plunged many people into misery and suffering, said Lord Taixian. Yifutian's heart was cold. The original realm was said to be the world before the heavenly path crumbled. Even though it was later discarded, it was still the original realm. It was likely due to this that the opponents began to wreak havoc and inflict mass destruction. In addition, many practitioners even searched in the boundless space outside the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In truth, many practitioners from other realms had already been doing this before the Divine Prefecture's chaotic period. In fact, the original realm no longer has that many cultivation resources left. However, they seem to want to squeeze out and extract all remaining value left in the realm, and they really did manage to find several such sites. Later, the Divine Prefecture also sent people over to the original realm to stop them. However, the number of cultivators from the Dark World kept increasing while the factions from the Divine Prefecture kept arriving. All of which has led to the current chaos in the original realm. Yifutian listened quietly. He would never have thought that the original realm would be turned upside down 20 years after he had left. No wonder the imperial palace gathered practitioners from the divine prefecture to come to the original realm. It looked like a chaotic battle was about to take place in the original realm. Perhaps this was why Donghuang the Great sealed the original realm back then. After 300 years, the original realm had again become not peaceful. At that time, who knew how many powerful beings were gathered in the original realm? Younger brother. A voice appeared. Yi Futian shifted his gaze towards the figure approaching the courtyard of the academy. Instantly, Yi Futian withdrew all the negative emotions he was feeling, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Several figures entered the courtyard and approached them. A sense of familiarity washed over Yi Futian. Second sister. Master. Ma'am. Master. Yi Futian called them out one by one. Each was someone familiar and close to him. Zhuge Mingyue, Hua Fenglu, Nandu Wenin, Qi Xiangang, Dozhan, Zhuge Qingfeng, and others. Everyone appeared in front of him. Seeing that they were all well and good, Yi Futian naturally felt happy, and as such a bright smile appeared on his face. While the Heavenly Mandate Academy had undergone a tribulation, everyone was fine. Only the guardian of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Lord Taixian, himself was seriously injured. Zhuge Mingyue, Hua Fenglu, Qi Xiangang, and the others were, naturally, extremely happy upon seeing Yi Futian return. Bright smiles could be seen on each of their faces. Before Yi Futian left, he had told these close friends and family that he would not die. However, everyone who had witnessed that last battle could not help but feel a little worried, particularly after 20 years without any news. How could they not worry after that? Now that they saw him return, the huge burden in their hearts could finally be released. Younger brother, you have become even more handsome now. Zhuge Mingyue walked over beside Yi Futian. She sized him up from top to bottom as if she was afraid that a piece of Yi Futian's had gone missing. The Yi Futian who left for 20 years had matured quite a bit. His aura had become even more exceptional. Before Yi Futian left, he had already reached the cultivation level of a Renhuang. Now, he was most certainly a lot stronger. His cultivation level was most likely the same as a big shot now. So, naturally, his aura was outstanding. Elder sister is also more and more beautiful. Yi Futian smiled brightly. In front of his second sister, he still maintained some of the youthful disposition back then. How have you been all these years? Zhuge Mingyue asked Yi Futian while looking at him. After 20 years outside, he had come back with so many amazing and powerful practitioners with him. He must have experienced and gone through a lot. I'm just like this. Don't worry about me, elder sister. I want to know what happened to the Heavenly Mandate Academy all these years. Also, how are our old friends? Yi Futian asked. This was the thing that he most wanted to know. After hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone became quiet. After a moment of silence, Qi Xiangang said, "Let's take a seat and talk." Yeah. Let's wash off the dust of travel and properly welcome younger brother back first. Zhuge Mingyue nodded and smiled gently. After that, she instructed others to make preparations. Lord. Yi Futian looked at Lord Taixian. You guys go ahead. I've grown old and enjoy the quiet. I won't disturb you young ones in your conversation. Lord Taixian replied with a gentle smile. Yi Futian was stunned. Then, from the side, Sky River Great Elder also said, Go ahead, Luo Shui, and I will stay here to accompany him. Then, I will also stay to accompany Grandpa Xian, Huan Yinyu said gently. Aren't you always missing your brother-in-law? Now that your brother-in-law is back, why are you accompanying me? Go, accompany your brother-in-law and have a chat, said Lord Taixian with a gentle smile. Oh, replied Huan Yinyu. Yi Futian looked at Lord Taixian and did not say much. Then he said, All right then, Grandmaster, please do take care of Lord Taixian. Of course, said Sky River Great Elder while nodding. Yi Futian's group left the place. He had many questions, in particular questions related to Lord Taishuan's injuries. However, Lord Taixian did not want to tell him about it. Since that was the case, He had no choice but to ask about it while avoiding Lord Taishan. Yi Futian's return caused the Heavenly Mandate Academy to become extremely lively. Every practitioner in the academy talked about his return. They wondered what Yi Futian's cultivation level was, as well as who those people who came with him were. However, they also knew that Yi Futian wanted to hang out with his close friends and family, so naturally, no one dared to disturb him. Inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian gathered and chatted with his close ones for a long time as if they had endless things to talk about. After so many years, he had missed so many people, and even though Yushang and the others were not around, the people around him were also his family. He wanted to speak to each of them and ask them how they had been doing. Old Ma and the people from Four Corner Village sat quietly on the side. The people from the ancient royal family of Duan naturally did not disturb Yi Futian's gathering with his family. Moreover, at that moment, Duan Tianxiong was a little shocked. Naturally, he was able to see Yi Futian's status in the academy. He understood quickly after a simple scan using his divine consciousness. It was as if Yi Futian was the soul of the entire academy. What shocked him even more was that several mighty big shots were in the tiny academy in this lower world. Apart from the earlier Lord Taishan and Sky River Great Elder, there were still others inside the academy. That showed Yi Futian standing in the lower worlds. However, it was not entirely surprising. Yi Futian was so exceptionally talented. It was inevitable that he would be such a famous, monster-like existence in this lower world. Just as they were casually chatting, a frightening aura spread to their location from afar. Yi Futian looked towards the source and sensed a group of powerful cultivators heading towards them. A frightening demonic aura shrouded their surroundings. What's going on? Yi Futian's pupils shrank. He stood up and, with a flash, appeared in the sky. He then saw many other familiar people there. The major clans of the Demon Realm, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court, the Divine Dragon, and the Divine Elephant clans had arrived. Apart from that, the group leader was the sovereign of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan looked just as elegant as ever. However, the conditions of the demonic clans were not as great. Many of the top demonic clan cultivators had bloodstains on their bodies. The Divine Elephant Emperor's large and muscular body was covered in bloodstains. What happened? Yi Futian's heart trembled. At the same time, when Emperor Nan and the others also saw Yi Futian and his group, they seemed perplexed. In particular, the cultivators of the major demonic clans. Their eyes opened wide and stared after they saw Yi Futian standing there. "You're back." Emperor Nan was the first to regain his senses. A gentle smile appeared in his eyes. After 20 years of not seeing each other, the #1 prodigy of the original realm had finally come back. Elder Emperor Nan. Yi Futian bowed slightly. After that, he looked at the elders from the demonic clans and asked, "What is going on here?" Clearly, Yi Futian had just returned and still had no idea what was going on. "Come down first, then we'll speak," Qi Shengang said. Yi Futian nodded. Then, the group descended from the sky and landed on the ground. At that moment, Yi Futian's head was filled with questions. He moved and left the main seat to Emperor Nan. Emperor Nan was the strongest person in their alliance. Moreover, he was considered kind to them and had constantly helped them fight in the past. The original realm has changed a lot. You should already know this, right? Emperor Nan asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded slightly. "Yes, I've heard. But I do not know the details." Now, inside the original realm, cultivators from the outside fill the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In particular, the 9 supreme regions. The Heavenly Mandate realm is also not an exception. Many practitioners from various factions have come to these places. Now, the Demon Realm has been occupied by the cultivators of the Dark Demon Clan. "I went there earlier and brought them back to the academy," said Emperor Nan. The leaders of the main demon clans lowered their heads. They felt rather ashamed. Based in the Demon Realm, we never would have thought that we'd one day be exiled from there. Initially, we were unwilling to go, but there is no denying that we are weaker than them. So, we can only accept it as it is. In truth, we had already moved out before, but we still have not given up. This time, Emperor Nan went with us to the Demon Realm and helped us get some of our clansmen over. said the divine elephant emperor in his deep voice tinged with a slight sense of decadence. The dark demon clan has powerful characters. Losing to them is natural. Nowadays, it is not only the demon realm. Even other places, including the heavenly mandate realm, 10,000 divine mountain, the celestial gate of vast heaven, are considering moving to the heavenly mandate academy. By gathering together, our strength will also increase. Even though factions have their own respective teleportation grand matrices, the world is too chaotic nowadays. No one knows if they should hang on or give up. Emperor Nan said, "You came back at just the right time. What's up with Lord Taishuan's injuries? Also, what happened to the Shao clan, Dou tribe, Yuanyang clan, and the clan of the Seven Slayers?" Yifutian asked. "Not great. After external forces entered the original realm and started occupying the 9 realms, many factions from the Divine Prefecture also came. I'm sure you remember the battle from 20 years ago. Even though those factions did not dare to touch us easily because of Princess Donghuang's orders, as the world changes and with more powerful cultivators arriving from other realms, some of the factions have had reinforcements through clansmen from outer realms. Now they are raring to go again. In addition, the Shin clan in the upper worlds also sent cultivators here to join forces with the Tianshan Academy and the Martial God clan to pressure the Shao and Yuanyang clans. It is also the same for the Dou tribe in the Ziwei realm." Emperor Nan explained slowly. As for Lord Taishuan's injury, it happened in the heavenly mandate realm. Now that multiple realms in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path have already been destroyed, even hidden land realms have become fertilizers for the dark forces. The solar and shadow realms are no longer great places for cultivation like in the past. Now, some of the forces and factions have their eyes on the heavenly mandate realm. The first one on their sight was the demon realm. They have already begun wreaking havoc and causing destruction. Apart from that, the heavenly mandate academy has also become a target. Some of these factions believe that the heavenly mandate city is the entrance to the heavenly mandate realm. Yifutian's pupils shrunk. He had experienced the incidents back in the Shadow Realm in the past. The Yue Divine Palace in the Shadow Realm disintegrated completely due to it. The goddess of the Yue Divine Palace, Xianxia, also joined the Heavenly Mandate Academy to cultivate later. Those people directly opened up a passageway to the center of the realm in the area where the Yue Divine Palace was located in an attempt to obtain the power of Yin. The Void Realm is the original realm. The main world before the heavenly path crumbled. After the crumbling of the heavenly path, the 3,000 realms of the Great Path was formed. The 9 supreme imperial realms are the cores of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The 9 realms were most suited for cultivation. Now that outsiders had their eyes on them, the 9 realms themselves have become like treasures. So, this is why Lord Taishian was injured? Yifutian asked. Yes. Emperor Nan nodded. Also, it happened right inside the heavenly mandate city. Yifutian spread his divine consciousness towards the heavenly mandate city. In an instant, it shrouded the entire area, and many practitioners inside the heavenly mandate city seemed surprised and slightly irritated. Who was the impudent fool who dared to do this? To actually scan the entire heavenly mandate city without any reservations using his or her divine consciousness. Was it another heavyweight from outer realms? Then, at that moment, Yifutian sensed an immensely frightening and powerful aura. The person did not hold back and sent an attack directly at his divine consciousness, which resulted in Yifutian's divine consciousness withdrawing instantly. A powerful and domineering divine consciousness now shrouded around them. Emperor Nan raised his head to glance at it. At the same time, Duan Tianxiong and Old Ma frowned. Their divine consciousness shot out at the same time, their gazes extremely sharp. The wills of several titans rolled out with frightening force. Over half of the heavenly mandate city was able to sense that terrifying pressure of the Great Path, which felt like pressure from the heavens, and the heavenly mandate academy was at the center. Countless cultivators looked at the sky right away, wondering what had happened. The people of the heavenly mandate realm were no longer surprised by such phenomena anymore. There had been too many extremely formidable people in recent years. Many of them were from the realm itself, and there had even been super battles before. Everyone knew that the origin realm was a realm within a realm, so they were no longer as shocked as they used to be. However, they noted that the terrifying pressure seemed to have emanated from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and they wondered, since when had so many terrifying people gathered at the academy? There were cultivators somewhere else in the city, and one of them emanated a terrifying aura. He looked up, and his eyes seemed to have seen right through space and watched right above the academy, looking into what was going inside. He couldn't help but frown somewhat. There seemed to be two very powerful cultivators added to the side of the academy, and those two were people he had never seen before, whom he deduced to be from other realms. The wills of both parties clashed and parted. Back at the academy, Yi Futian looked at Emperor Nan. Old Ma then mumbled, "There seem to be many forces within this city, right?" Emperor Nan nodded. "There are indeed several forces." "So, that was them?" Yi Futian then asked Emperor Nan, who shook his head instead. "I could only say that they're in this as well. The Dark Court forces came before, then those of the Divine Prefecture. Yet those of Divine Prefecture are just like those of the Dark Court, as both wanted to destroy and plunder the Heavenly Mandate realm. In the eyes of such cultivators, the 9 supreme imperial realms were like a treasure trove. But they didn't just go all out right away, only voicing their intention to take the Heavenly Mandate Academy, so as to take control of the realm first." Emperor Nan elaborated further, causing Yi Futian to feel cold deep inside. The Dark Court came to the Origin Realm, and the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture should have repelled the ones from the Dark Court. Yet that was not how things went. The forces from the Divine Prefecture all had their own agendas, and they were all thinking about plundering the realm as well. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had long become the symbol of the Heavenly Mandate realm. With the Violet Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty annihilated, the 10,000 Divine Mountain, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and the forces of the Demon Realm had all aligned with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Brahma's pure sky had actually long lost its influence, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy became the undisputed ruling force of the realm. Seizing the Academy would be equal to seizing the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, and those forces would be able to do as they pleased by then. "That is to say that there are a lot of forces who are in this then?" Yi Futian asked. Emperor Nan nodded. "A battle broke out above the academy just a month ago. Many forces joined that battle, and Lord Taishin put his life on the line to repel them. He succeeded in intimidating them, causing them to give up for the time being. My current level of powers meant that going all out would be of little help. It was due to reinforcements from all sides coming to the Academy's aid that ended up intimidating those people, preventing those foreign forces from slaughtering everyone there. Now, be it the Dou tribe, the Shao clan, or the Yuanyang clan, everyone was having a hard time. Our former enemies are now leaning on all of them," said a voice. Lord Taishin and the others were walking up to them. Lord Taishin then added, "The Origin Realm is going to see change and everything may be reshuffled. Unlike the years before, this is reshuffling in its truest sense, and I have no way of telling if the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be able to stay around in the realm." It was apparent that Lord Taishin was feeling pessimistic about things. There were simply too many foreign forces coming in, and some were indeed very terrifying. Worse still, from the looks of the recent turn of events, the Origin Realm might become a battlefield. There was no telling how many innocent lives from the Origin Realm would be lost. "That one that just hit us is in this. Are they from the Divine Prefecture too?" Yi Futian asked. "Yeah. A titan from the Divine Prefecture indeed. The leading figure is extremely powerful, every bit on par with Emperor Nan." Lord Taishin nodded. Emperor Nan confirmed what he just said. Yi Futian sighed. He had learned this firsthand many years ago. Be it the Song Imperial Palace, the Holy Land of Taichu, the Shin clan of the Upper Worlds, or the Sun God Mountain all looked down on the Origin Realm. The way they saw it, the Origin Realm was a lower world and one that was sealed. As such, they showed little restraint and did as they pleased. After making their move against the Heavenly Mandate Academy, they dared to stay in Heavenly Mandate City itself, probably knowing that the Academy wouldn't dare to do anything against them. Yi Futian then turned his eyes at Duan Tianxiong and said, "Could you look into their background for us, Senior?" Duan Tianxiong was the lord of the ancient royal family of Duan, reigning supreme somewhere. He was of middle third heavens of the Xianxia domain. His breadth of knowledge meant that he would know a lot better about the many forces from the divine prefecture. Sure. Duan Tianxiong spread his will out, enveloping the entire place and coming right above the place where that other party was. The cultivators over there frowned, especially the leading figure. He looked far away and saw a spectral face up in the sky, which was none other than that of Duan Tianxiong. He then said with a booming voice, "I'm of the Duan clan of Xianxia domain. May I know where you are from, sir?" The leading figure had a terrifying presence. He looked up at that face and replied casually, "Mithraism of the Tongtian domain." Duan Tianxiong looked at the figure and then gradually disappeared. He then told Yi Fuqian back at the academy, "Mithraism of the Tongtian domain of the 18 domains. They are not quite considered top-notch among those found in the divine prefecture. Middle class, I'd say. According to what I could speculate, that would be on par with the ancient royal family of Duan. The Mithraism Hierophant is the more powerful among them, and he probably is here personally." Understood. Yi Fuqian nodded. He then looked at the ones around him, especially those considered top-notch. The allied forces of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were anything but weak, and one of the reasons they were bullied was because the foreign forces were more numerous, and they didn't care much for the native forces. Other than that, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had a lot of enemies and restraints. The academy was right there in the city and had a lot of cultivators in it. In contrast, the foreign forces had all brought only a group of their own people, which meant they had little to care about. At present, the one very top-notch figure by his side was Lord Taixian, whose injuries were to such extent that he could be taken out of the equation. Other than Lord Taixian, there was also Emperor Nan, the Sky River Great Elder, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace, as well as Old Ma. Even without Duan Tianxiong, they would still stand a chance of killing one top-notch figure. Are there any other top-notch figures other than the Mithraism Hierophant? Or are there any other forces affiliated with them? Yi Fuqian then asked Duan Tianxiong telepathically. Duan Tianxiong's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at Yi Fuqian. He could tell from Yi Fuqian's words what Yi Fuqian meant. Probably none. Duan Tianxiong then answered, "Are you thinking what I think you're thinking? Old Ma is versed with spatial powers, meaning that he could lock down the battlefield. I'm thinking, in that case, the rest of you seniors will be able to get the fight done quickly." Yi Fuqian answered telepathically. Duan Tianxiong's eyes glittered. Theoretically speaking, with so many formidable ones taking on a single person, they should be able to securely deal a crushing blow if they were to go all out, which meant that it would indeed be possible for them to fight and get rid of the enemy quickly. Furthermore, the Heavenly Mandate City was not actually huge, and there were other top-notch forces around. There was then the concern about the other forces coming to the aid of those of Mithraism if they were to act against the members of that cult. It would be a lot of trouble heading their way if they were not to kill the enemy. "Have you thought about what happens if we fail?" Duan Tianxiong asked. "We would have still succeeded in intimidating them even if we fail. They weren't that concerned when they acted out against the Heavenly Mandate Academy back then," Yi Fuqian said without much care. There were no other forces back at Xianxia domain that dared to touch the Four-Corner Village without hesitation. If the other forces from Divine Prefecture were to look into it, they would be as wary of the Four-Corner Village as well. After all, the battle which the master fought right outside of the village brought an absolute intimidation factor. Duan Tianxiong played the scenario out in his mind. If they were to act at the same time, they would give the enemy a lesson that they wouldn't forget, even they were to fail. That would prevent the enemy from retaliating without hesitation in the future. If the operation were to succeed, that would be the end of Mithraism, and there would no longer be any loose ends. There were concerns with the Imperial Palace, but since it was the other party that attacked in the first place, there was nothing much the Imperial Palace could say about it. As such, although Yi Fuqian's thoughts were bold, they were doable. "If you really do intend to do this, I can help you stall the other forces and buy you some time," Duan Tianxiong said. "The other forces will definitely show up if they were to act. He would be able to buy Yi Fuqian and the others some time if he were to stall those other forces. If they succeed in killing the Hierophant, they would be able to shock everyone around." "Thank you," Yi Fuqian said. Both communicated telepathically, Yet Emperor Nan and the others were perceptive enough to tell more or less what was going on and that Yi Futian seemed to be in some kind of discussion. Yi Futian communicated his thoughts to them telepathically afterward, causing Emperor Nan, Lord Taixian, and the others to take a good look at him. What he proposed was a bold move. With so many powerful foreign forces showing up and so many forces having taken them on before, that move would have probably triggered something and was indeed risky. However, it was worth a try nonetheless. Intimidating the foreign forces aside, they saw it imperative to take revenge for the serious injuries that they had inflicted on Lord Taixian. This is feasible. Emperor Nan voiced his agreement. Emperor Nan had been something deemed capable of slaying gods many years ago. He had been behaving himself for many years, especially after his daughter, Nan Luoxin, was born. With the origin realm now in peril, he deemed that it was time to cast away some of his restraints. The group in the Heavenly Mandate Academy came to a decision during that telepathic discussion. Yi Futian rose and left the place with Old Ma and those from the village following right behind him. Emperor Nan, Duan Tianxiong and the others remained behind in the academy instead of following them. Yi Futian were to get there first and they would show up later. While Heavenly Mandate City was quite vast, yet it was not that huge of a place to those like Yi Futian. All of them got to the air and flew at blitzing speeds, reaching the place where the cultivators of Mithraism before long. The people of Mithraism all sat there. The Hierophant was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, which dazzled under the sunlight. His hair was tied and he looked very magnificent. He then took a look at Old Ma and knew that the man was anything but ordinary. That man was one of the top-notch fighters just like him. All the others following behind were powerful as well, which surprised him somewhat. He had never seen those people around in Heavenly Mandate City, speculating that those people were from the Divine Prefecture. The ancient royal family of Duan from Xianxia domain was there as well. The only thing that he was oblivious to was what those people had to do with the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Greetings, Mithraism Hierophant. My name is Yi Futian. Yi Futian greeted the Hierophant while staying midair. Yi Futian. The Hierophant felt that the name sounded rather familiar, like he had heard it somewhere in the Void Realm. At that moment, some cultivators in the area were feeling very shocked, with their sight nailed at that silver-haired young man. They were not the only ones, with many other powerful cultivators saw it when Yi Futian was making it his way there from the academy. There were a lot of other Renhuang realm figures appearing far away, looking where Yi Futian were and felt very shocked. Yi Futian actually survived that battle 20 years ago. He had returned. Countless cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm bore witness to that battle. Almost everyone in the city saw that intense battle taking place in the air, and they all wondered how did Yi Futian manage to survive. That legendary being who had been very renowned among the 9 realms 20 years ago was thought to be an unparalleled genius who had perished for 20 years. Yet, there he was, standing alive and well before everyone. There were lots of chatter from everywhere. The Hierophant scanned with his will and sensed that countless were talking about Yi Futian. He couldn't help but felt intrigued, looking at that silver-haired young man in midair and asked, "You seem to be famous in this city." "I'm famous not only in the Heavenly Mandate City. 20 years ago, I've been famous in the entire Heavenly Mandate realm and even the 9 realms. Yi Futian answered while standing midair. Wills were sensed scanning that place at that moment. It was apparent that quite a lot of cultivation forces were paying attention to what was happening over there. While Yi Futian sounded like he was talking big, yet everyone from the city knew that he was telling nothing but the truth. There was literally no cultivator in Heavenly Mandate realm who didn't know of Yi Futian's name. The Hierophant looked at him and Yi Futian continued, "I was the one who pushed for the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy more than 20 years ago, and I was the one who had consolidated the forces of the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, making the Academy the holy land for cultivation throughout the realm. Your level of training more than 20 years ago shouldn't be high. It'd be rather extraordinary of you to be capable of such achievements," the Hierophant said. He was naturally able to sense Yi Futian's level 6 of Renhuang realm. That meant that Yi Futian probably wasn't at the level he was at currently 20 years ago. "I was doing fine. I heard that you came from the Divine Prefecture, sir," and you have acted against the Heavenly Mandate Academy." Yi Futian then added. "So?" The Hierophant looked up at Yi Futian with very pointed eyes. There seemed to be a very powerful force washing all over the place in an instant, shrouding over Yi Futian and making him feel extremely stifling. "Nothing much. I've just returned from the Divine Prefecture as well, and I'm curious just how powerful Mithraism from the Tongtian domain actually is, seeing how you dare to do as you please in Origin Realm." Yi Futian added. "As such, I'd like to see if there's anyone from your cult considered capable." Several people around the Hierophant, who were all at Renhuang Realm, emanated very powerful presence. There was even an elder who was at level 9, who harbored extremely frightening aura. All of them looked up at Yi Futian, taking note that the young man was indeed there asking for trouble, wanting to fight someone at Renhuang Realm from the cult. The cultivators of the city far away were all shaken to their cores, seeing how Yi Futian went on to challenge Mithraism, who had acted against the Heavenly Mandate Academy right after he returned. "Who among you would heed the challenge?" The Hierophant sat where he was and asked casually, seemingly unfazed by what was happening. Nothing much could happen with him in charge after all. Someone who was at level 7 of Renhuang Realm rose to the air. His eyes were filled with fiery divine light and emanated frightening aura. Old Ma and the others backed away, making space for Yi Futian and the cultivator who just emerged. Boom! A frightening might of the Great Path washed all over the place, shrouding over Yi Futian. The sky seemed to have been shrouded by the flames right away, and a terrifying ring of fire appeared right above Yi Futian, which turned into a terrifying region of flames. The flames roared and shot at Yi Futian right away. All eyes were on Yi Futian. However, he didn't bother evading and simply stood his ground, until the roaring flames engulfed him altogether. That cultivator at level 7 of Renhuang Realm glared at Yi Futian, wondering if he was having a death wish. The flames were extremely destructive as they surrounded Yi Futian. However, he looked like he was simply basking in the flames, standing quietly in the air and let flames engulf him without moving a muscle. "That's all?" Yi Futian asked with a calm tone, yet those two words were like a massive insult. That cultivator at level 7 of Renhuang Realm then conjured a terrifying sun halo. Beams of divine light shot from it, and he seemed to have turned into a sun god. He then stepped out and threw a palm attack right away at Yi Futian, which looked like it could shroud and burn down the skies. The intense heat from the palm attack was very terrifying. Yet, he saw that Yi Futian simply remained standing around like he saw nothing. That cultivator from Mithraism was someone very formidable in the cult, and he had never been belittled before. That terrifying palm attack blasted out right away, and Yi Futian simply extended his hand and clapped at it calmly. Boom! The flames were extinguished right away and the palm attack was shattered. That man was sent flying backwards and spitting blood. All of his internal organs felt like they had been ruptured by that one attack, and his aura got increasingly weak by the second. What happened caused several cultivators at Renhuang Realm from the cult standing up at the same time, staring at Yi Futian, and towering aura washed all over the place, putting an extremely pressure over the sky. Yi Futian was then seen scanning at those people, and the look in his eyes remained filled with contempt. None of them felt like a threat to him. "So, this is a force from the Divine Prefecture then? You're welcome to come at me at once," he then said. The Hierophant wore a cold expression right there and then. He was naturally able to sense that while Yi Futian was only at level 6, yet his great path was perfect. Yi Futian's current level of powers had fully enabled him to fight common cultivators at level 8 of Renhuang Realm. Overbearing auras burst and several cultivators at Renhuang Realm came right at Yi Futian. Old Ma flashed and came to the side of the Hierophant, causing the Hierophant to turn his eyes at him. However, Old Ma had no intentions of making a move. He simply looked at the sky and said, "They probably aren't a match for him after all." Those cultivators charged at Yi Futian, who burst with frightening pressure from his body all of a sudden. He took a step out into the sky and divine light glittered on his body, like a divine body shining with a dazzling glow. He looked at those people coming at him and he remained unflinching. Kill! All of them were onto him soon enough, and terrifying palm attacks were thrown at him right away. Boom! Extremely terrifying might washed all over the place. The attacks blasted onto his body right away, yet his body simply burst with unparalleled, blinding aurora. Those who charged at him were shocked to see what happened, noting that they failed to make him budge at all. At the very next moment, a terrifying spatial storm formed around his body, and he was seen shooting upwards. All of those cultivators felt as if their bodies had been put under lockdown, shooting into the clouds alongside him. Boom! The Hierophant stood up and his powers reached unbelievable heights in an instant, extending his hand right away to grab at Yi Futian in the sky. A spatial divine beam was seen emerging, shrouding the entire place and blocking his move. Old Ma was then seen appearing right above him. Boom! Old Ma waved and the people from the village disappeared right away. He continued to rise to the sky at the same time. The Hierophant stepped into the air, causing the place to rumble as he shot to great heights. It didn't take them long to reach the sky above Heavenly Mandate City. Countless cultivators turned to look at where they were at once. Yi Futian stopped and looked down. Several very powerful ones from the four-corner village made their move as the Hierophant shot to the skies, making their way to the surrounding areas right away. The Hierophant sensed towering might and scanned around him. He then saw frightening spatial powers appeared around him, locking down the area he was in like some kind of divine walls. It was then that he realized that Yi Futian hadn't been there to fight those cultivators at Runhuang Realm. They were there for him. Those top-notch figures from the Heavenly Mandate Academy intended to hunt him down, and he never expected that those people would actually have the guts to hunt him down right before the many cultivation forces around them. A towering aura swept all over above the Heavenly Mandate City, with several terrifying powers bursting in several different directions. A storm whipped up in the sky in an instant, causing all cultivators in the city to be in shock as the storm swept past. Some who were of weaker training were reduced to trembling in fear under all that pressure, lying on all fours right away. How insolent! A voice reverberated in the air. Those from top-notch forces who were out to watch a show saw that those from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were actually out to hunt down the Hierophant of Mithraism, and they were all in shock. Quite a number of cultivation forces had acted against the Academy back then. If those people from the Academy actually managed to kill the Hierophant, it would mean that those people would be coming for them next. With that being said, all of them sensed danger right away. So, they burst with terrifying might in the air as well. However, the Academy had been prepared for such a scenario. Duan Tianxiong made his move right after those from the Academy made their move. He rose into the air, and a terrifying specter of a heavenly god overlaid his body. It was as if that specter had melded with him and made him a god as well. Frightening rumbles were heard, and the place was placed in a lockdown. It was like a heavenly fortress was shrouding the vast space and covering the battlefield. What he needed to do was but to stall them for some time for Yi Futian and the others to get enough time to finish the hunt. The others had naturally made their moves when Duan Tianxiong made his move. The handful of titans attacked at the same time. The Hierophant of Mithraism realized that he was being targeted. Old Ma stood high in the air, and countless spatial gates appeared on him as he made his way to the Hierophant. The gates seemed to be out of throw the Hierophant into the spatial turbulences. The Hierophant glittered all over and became like a true god. The divine light of the sun burned the skies and conjured a terrifying destructive power with him at the center. He kept moving forward, and the gates continued to burn as he moved. However, he seemed to be thrown into a chaotic space at that moment, with countless spatial gates circling around him. Boom! He raised his hand and attacked the spatial gates. That massive palm attack of his destroyed everything in its path, yet at the same time, the others around him attacked as well. The divine sword Xinghe burst with brilliant bluish-green divine light, tearing everything in its path and destroyed that incoming palm attack from the Hierophant as well, then kept moving in an unstoppable manner. Sky River Great Elder, the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace, and a divine monument came at the Hierophant at the same time, making it look like the space that he occupied was about to collapse. Boom! A terrifying divine fiery stream swept all over the place. The Hierophant put his hands together, looking like he was praying, and a burst of unparalleled force shot to the clouds. It burst through the spatial gates, looking like it was about to break through the divine walls on the outside. Divine light shrouded the Hierophant, and he seemed to have changed altogether, looking like some god. A massive idol of the sun god appeared in front, and the sun god looked like it would destroy everything as its divine flames burst, snuffing out any other power of the great path and reducing everything to dust. The streams spread all over the place and destroyed all of the spatial gates around with the divine light of flames. The Hierophant was naturally aware of what he was dealing with at the moment. His life was on the line, and he had to give it his all to fight. Several attacks that came at him were all repelled. Even Emperor Nan's divine sword Xianxia had to evade the Hierophant's might. The Hierophant was indeed mighty and was incredibly capable. He was still at the perfection of the great path of the Renhuang realm, meaning that his combat prowess was extremely powerful. As far as one-on-one battles were concerned, none of the few attacking him dared to claim that they could beat him. Boom! Terrifying rumbles were heard on the outside, and the divine walls began cracking, making it clear that there were frightening battles taking place outside as well. Several formidable ones had acted against Duan Tianxiong at that moment, intending to get inside the walls. While Duan Tianxiong was indeed formidable, having to seal the place with his might of the great path while holding all those people back was difficult. He could only hold on for so long. Old Ma and the others took a look at the sun god idol. They were able to sense its might. They knew right there and then that it would be challenging to complete the hunt quickly. That sun god idol lit up the entire place, and the divine light emanating from it was powerful enough to tear everything in its path. "Make your move," Old Ma said, and spatial divine light lit up all over him as soon as he finished. He flashed and disappeared from where he stood right away, appearing right before that terrifying sun god idol. They all went right before the Hierophant. That was a distance that beings at their level could ignore altogether. Boom! The spatial divine light drowned out that sun god idol right away. Boundless spatial halos surged from Old Ma, surrounding that sun god idol and everything around it, including himself. A frightening, destructive power burst from inside. "Get moving!" Emperor Nan and the others realized what Old Ma was doing. He was going all out to help Yi Futian finish the operation. He was using his own might of the great path to devour that towering, magnificent sun god idol. The Hierophant shouted angrily. His hands remained closed in midair. The towering divine flames were about to tear every power of the great path apart, emerging out of that spatial storm. The frightening spatial storm continued to burn and looked like it could collapse at any given moment. The divine power of the Hierophant's great path surged inside. Boom! A terrifying palm attack blasted and the Hierophant counterattacked by extending his hand to attack. His palm attack of the sun was terrifying, and it clashed with what was coming from the Sky River Great Elder. A terrifying divine tower shattered the divine light high up in the sky, and the Hierophant outward blasted with his other hand. At the same time, Emperor Nan's divine sword Xianxia came at the Hierophant yet again. Boom! A frightening rumble was heard, and Duan Tianxiong, who was outside, was eventually unable to hold any longer. The walls were destroyed, and everyone out there saw that massive space inside. They then saw blinding divine light stinging their eyes. The divine light of the sun blasted out in a frenzy. Yet, a divine sword capable of shattering everything hit the Hierophant. The Hierophant let out a pained roar as his power of the sun blasted Emperor Nan and the others. However, divine sword Xianxia went on to tear everything in its path, and that magnificent tower in the sky rained down the light of calamity, shattering the Hierophant's body bit by bit. A spectral figure appeared and looked like it was about to run, yet Emperor Nan and the others were not about to give him that chance, tearing that apart alongside what they were already destroying. "No!" An anguished roar reverberated throughout the entire heavenly mandate city, shaking the sky. Countless cultivators from the city looked up, seeing blinding beams of divine light emanating. It was as if something had just been destroyed. The hearts of countless people raced, wondering if a top-notch figure had just been killed. On the battlefield, Emperor Nan and the others were all repelled, yet their eyes were all set in one direction, the place where Old Ma was. A destructive, fiery aura was sensed from old Ma at that moment. His aura appeared rather weak, and his face looked somewhat charred as well. It was apparent that he was injured. He had paid some price to successfully kill the Hierophant of Mithraism. "Are you all right?" Emperor Nan asked, feeling rather impressed with old Ma's feats. He wondered what kind of relationship that man had with Yi Futian to be going to such lengths. That attack had been very, very risky, and old Ma was putting himself on the line. Any misstep and he could have ended up with extreme injuries. "I'm fine," old Ma replied and looked around him. A terrifying aura came down, and several top-notch beings stood in different places. Yet none of them made a move. The man was already killed, and they were too late. The cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy actually managed to kill the Hierophant of Mithraism. At that moment, all cultivators from the cult were shaking in fear. Many of their own had been taken down by Yi Futian, not far away from Duan Tianxiong. Those people were all trembling deep down, and their eyes nailed to the place where their leader had just been snuffed out. It seemed as if they had a hard time believing what just happened. The Hierophant is dead? Mithraism was a titan among the cultivation forces of Tongtian domain, reigning supreme, and their powers were mighty. The Hierophant was at the pinnacle of Renhuang realm, which meant that he was among those standing at the very top. They had all come to the Void realm with a condescending mindset, looking down on the cultivators of the Origin realm, seeing the sealed origin to be just a fractured, incomplete world that the divine prefecture had left in the dust. Yet, their Hierophant ended up being killed in the Origin realm. Despite all of them still being at the Renhuang realm, they all knew that that was the end for them. Boom! A terrifying power of both extreme yin and extreme yang surged into their bodies. Yi Futian hovered midair, and those whom he seized all wore twisted expressions. It didn't take long for all of them to get reduced to dust by that very power. All of them ended up killed. That caused the ones from forces originating from the divine prefecture to stare at Yi Futian, sensing an immense threat from him. Yi Futian scanned those fighters at the same time. The very reason why he killed all those whom he seized was to send a warning to those foreign cultivators, telling them not to throw their weight around in the Origin realm. The death of the Hierophant of Mithraism would probably serve as a sufficient warning to those foreign forces that came to Origin realm. At that moment, countless cultivators in the city looked up at Yi Futian, who just killed scores of cultivators at Renhuang realm, thinking that the number one legendary figure in the Origin realm had finally returned. He had become even more terrifying at present, and those powerful cultivators at the Renhuang realm were little more than bugs before him. They wondered just how far had he transformed, coming back 20 years later from then. Yi Futian didn't care what the others thought. He surveyed the crowd and was surprised to find an acquaintance among the people. Suddenly, Yi Futian's eyes sharpened as he focused on that figure in white. This middle-aged man in white came to the original realm more than 20 years ago and had participated in many battles afterward. He was a cultivator from the holy land of Taichu in the divine prefecture of the upper worlds. Once upon a time, he had taken the cultivators of Taichu Holy Land and intended to preach in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then take over direct control of the academy, making it into one of the many branches of Taichu Holy Land. In those 20 years, had he left and came back again? Or had he been in the original realm all along? The middle-aged man in white clearly saw Yi Futian as well. His eyes had been following Yi Futian, the Renhuang sixth realm with perfect great path. Back then, when Yi Futian was killed, he was in the second realm of Renhuang. In 20 short years, he had crossed 4 major realms. This cultivation speed was unbelievably fast, something that even the top enchanting genius in Taichu Holy Land could barely follow. Of course, more importantly, Yi Futian didn't even die. How could Yi Futian still be alive? In that battle, various forces had participated, and they all witnessed Yi Futian hunted down in the attack. Back then, even the space itself was torn apart. There were a series of terrible spatial fissures that buried Yi Futian within them. In such a fierce battle, with lethal attacks from major figureheads, how could he have survived? However, Yi Futian was now in front of him. He brought with him the cultivators from Divine Prefecture. He had spent most of these years in the original realm, studying the situation here. All great changes in the world would begin in the original realm. This was something he had heard when he was still in the Holy Land of Taichu. That was the precise reason why the Taichu Holy Land had come here 20 years ago, wanting to preach here and take root in the original realm. He wanted to observe all the changes taking place here closely. Until now, more and more forces had arrived from Divine Prefecture. In addition, the Dark World, the empty Divine Realm, and many other realms had infiltrated in the shadows. All the forces realized that after nearly 400 years of peace, the world might experience a new round of unrest, and the starting point could very possibly be the original realm. And all these principalities wanted to seize this opportunity. It could be said that the original realm had already sunk into chaos nowadays, and all foreign cultivation forces had come to prey upon them. "You're not dead?" the middle-aged man in white said as he looked at Yifutian. Many forces had participated in that battle back then. If they had seen Yifutian standing here, what would they think? Perhaps they would be even more astonished than he was. Yifutian looked at the middle-aged man in white and saw that he was rather calm. He came from the Holy Land of Taichu in the Divine Prefecture, and this Holy Land was not just any ordinary top-level principality. It was a preaching force in the upper worlds of Divine Prefecture, and its power may be at a more transcendent level than most. Therefore, although he was surprised to see that Yifutian had survived, he did not seem to dwell upon this disturbing fact. At least, as a Renhuang of the Sixth Realm, he was not yet a threat to the Holy Land of Taichu. "I was lucky. You guys opened the spatial tunnel that allowed me to go to the Divine Prefecture," Yifutian replied with a smile. "It's impossible." The middle-aged man in white stared at Yifutian. He was there at that battle. The spatial fissure only appeared after the attack. In other words, those aggressive attacks had torn through the space. The attack had fallen upon Yifutian first, then tore through the space. How were attacks able to tear through space, not able to kill Yifutian? This made no sense at all. "If it's impossible, then what am I?" Yifutian smiled. The middle-aged in white suddenly doubted his own judgment. Facts spoke for themselves. Yifutian was standing in front of him now. If that was impossible, then what was the person standing in front of him? Yifutian was standing here, alive. And not long ago, he had hunted down a giant figure, the Hierophant of Mithraism. He had demonstrated superior combat effectiveness, easily obliterating a group of Renhuang. Among the Renhuang killed by Yifutian, there were those at the Ninth Realm, which was considered at the peak of Renhuang. Even without perfect Great Path, the combat power at this level was far superior. So why were they so easily killed by Yifutian? The Holy Land of Taichu was a preaching holy land, and they did a lot of studies on various realms. Cultivators with perfect Great Path at the Sixth Realm could deal with ordinary Renhuang of the Eighth Realm. But as a basic rule, they would have difficulty in dealing with those in the Ninth Realm. That was unless they were naturally gifted individuals with outstanding combat effectiveness. Perfect Great Path alone did not explain the ease he had killing Renhuang in the Ninth Realm, a feat that could not be achieved unless the person was an unparalleled talent. This meant that this white-haired young man, who was once known as the #1 genius talent in the original realm, remained a top-notch figure in all of the Divine Prefecture. The middle-aged man in white fell silent. Naturally, Yifutian did not forget the events that had taken place in the past. It seemed that this guy could not be spared and that a great battle in the original realm was likely. However, looking at Yifutian's entourage, it seemed that it was more difficult than ever to kill Yifutian. He had even brought 2 major figureheads with him, worthy of his reputation as a genius talent. The ancient royal family of Duan from the Xianxia domain. The old man in the white robe looked at Duan Tianxiong. He then directed his attention to old Ma and said, "And this one? Which force in the Xianxia domain is this one from?" "Four Corner Village," old Ma replied. "Four Corner Village." Those cultivators from Divine Prefecture looked at old Ma. Clearly, they had heard of Four Corner Village before. The same was true for the old man in the white robe. Four Corner Village in the Xianxia domain was not a top principality before, but the great emperor favored it. It was rumored that Donghuang the Great had once gone to Four Corner Village to seek the way before becoming the great emperor, therefore forging a relationship with the village. But he was not clear as to what changes had taken place inside Four Corner Village. And since when had the giants from Four Corner Village started to leave the village? However, the other cultivators from Divine Prefecture frowned. Before they came to the original realm, a major event had occurred in the Xianxia domain of Divine Prefecture. Because this matter involved those whose existence was on the level of the ancient emperor, the news spread quickly to other domains. Regarding the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor, one of the cultivators of Divine Prefecture set his eyes on Yifutian, assessing him seriously before asking, "Are you that person in the Xianxia domain who was the only one to observe the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor?" Yifutian glanced at the man. He didn't expect this matter as common knowledge among the top figures in other domains of Divine Prefecture. But it might as well. That battle in Four Corner Village had a strong deterrent effect. "Indeed, it was me," Yifutian replied. That cultivator's eyes sharpened slightly. There was not much information about Yifutian. What they had heard the most was that just before they went to the lower worlds, all the major principalities of the Xianxia domain descended upon Four Corner Village and coerced it with great pressure. However, they returned with their tails between their legs. One of the most powerful forces in the Xianxia domain, the clan leader of the Nanhai family, was grievously injured by a single blow. Moreover, that mysterious figure in Four Corner Village had activated the corpse of Xianxia, the great emperor. This made Four Corner Village even more mysterious. And that teacher from Four Corner Village was an unfathomable figure. They had never expected that this enchanting genius talent, who could perceive the sacred remains and who was connected to Four Corner Village, was actually involved with the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the lower worlds. No wonder he was so daring as to slaughter the Mithraism Hierophant outright. It seemed that he had the backing of that mysterious cultivator inside Four Corner Village. This Heavenly Mandate realm was no longer so easy to provoke. The middle-aged man in white from the Holy Land of Taichu frowned. He had not heard of this event before. It seemed that Yifutian had also caused quite a stir in the land of Divine Prefecture. But all the giants from the upper worlds were now becoming a little more cautious. In the future, we will no longer participate in the matter regarding Heavenly Mandate realm. How about we forget all the unpleasantness from the past? A top figure from Divine Prefecture said. With Four Corner Village behind Yifutian as support, there was no need to engage with them. They would simply avoid the Heavenly Mandate realm in the future. Yifutian stared at the man who spoke. If he allowed this, who was going to be responsible for injuring Lord Taixian? That will work. But Lord Taixian of the Heavenly Mandate Academy responded, "Everyone, withdraw from the Heavenly Mandate City henceforth, and we will forget about what happened before." Although he could see that Yifutian had made some connections outside, he did not want Yifutian to make too many enemies. This battle had killed the Mithraism Hierophant and attracted the attention of these people already. If they really wanted to, they would undoubtedly unite against them. Coupled with enemies of Heavenly Mandate Academy from before, who had been eyeing them all these years and had been pressuring their allies in the Ziwei realm as well as the Imperial realm. If they continued making enemies, the pressure would only increase. And now, with chaos at hand, his injury was nothing by comparison. He only hoped that Yifutian's return could save the Heavenly Mandate Academy and ensure its survival in the challenging times ahead. Yifutian looked at Lord Taixian, who had come to his side. He transmitted his voice to Yifutian. "Without them, there will be other forces. Let it go. If you really want to, remember the person who injured me, and wait until you reach the top of Renhuang realm. Then you can do what you please with him." "Who was it?" Yifutian asked. This was the first time that Lord Taixian had mentioned the person who injured him. Before, Emperor Nan had said that many forces were involved, but the person who caused Lord Taixian to be injured by the Great Path would be the one who actually struck him. He is not in the Heavenly Mandate realm now, and at present, none of us can deal with him. For the time being, just leave it alone. You can avenge me later. Lord Taixian was very cautious. Clearly, the opponent this time was formidable, and he was worried that Yifutian would act impulsively. "Very well." Yifutian nodded in response. In the Holy Land of Taichu, the master of Taichu sparring grounds was someone with monstrous cultivation. Even Emperor Nan was unequivocally suppressed when facing him. If he is determined to attack the Heavenly Mandate Academy, it will be difficult for the Academy to exist. But this man was haughty beyond imagination and cared not to attack anyone below the level of figureheads. So he did not unleash his lethal attacks. Not long ago, because of something that happened elsewhere, he left for the time being. But the threat this man poses to the Heavenly Mandate Academy is a frightening thought, Lord Taixian said via voice transmission. Yifutian was deeply surprised. It appeared that he needed to understand from Duan Tianxiong just how strong the Holy Land of Taichu, this preaching Holy Land in the Divine Prefecture, really was. The master of Taichu sparring grounds should be the elder of Mu Chinka, who had fought him once and would be the strongest person who came to the Holy Land of Taichu this time. No wonder Lord Taixian had been secretive about the identity of the person who injured him. Even though he had brought 2 cultivators, Lord Taixian knew that it was tough to deal with that transcendent existence from the Holy Land of Taichu. The cultivators of all forces departed. When the middle-aged man in white, who was from the Holy Land of Taichu, saw everyone else had left, he departed as well. It seemed that he needed to investigate the situation inside the Divine Prefecture and find out what exactly happened concerning the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor. It seemed that Four Corner Village, which used to stay away from the world of cultivation, was now a force that posed a great threat. There were still many people in the lower strata of Mithraism. Watching the departure of their top leaders, they felt a little hopeless. The moment the Hierophant was killed, they knew that Mithraism as an organization was over. Without peak-level figures, it was virtually impossible to gain a foothold in Divine Prefecture. Even if they did not disband on their own, they would become prey to the other forces. On the surface, all the top forces that were involved in cultivation in Divine Prefecture appeared to coexist peacefully. However, under the surface of that calmness was extreme cruelty. The loss of any top figures would mean the loss of their standing in the cultivation world. Even if they did not disband, their cultivation resources would be snatched away by others, or even the enchanting figures in their sect might defect to other principalities, which would spell disaster. Of course, at the moment, they were still awaiting the judgment from Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yifutian glanced down at them and said, "If I find that any of you kills one more person in the original realm, I will kill you all." However, those cultivators were relieved when they heard Yifutian and walked away without any arguments. All the really powerful people among them had already died at Yifutian's hands. Mithraism was over, and none of them wanted revenge, as that would only spell their own deaths. "Let's go back." After the battle had concluded, Yifutian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The cultivators of the Academy were excited beyond words. Before, there was always a dark cloud hanging over their heads, pressing down on their hearts. The first battle after Yifutian's return had dissolved the Heavenly Mandate Academy's immediate concerns. At least, there was no need to worry about the sword that was hanging above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. If they had not shocked and awed these opponents, they may come back at any time and attack the Academy. Now that the Hierophant of Mithraism had been killed, other forces had also retreated and would not dare to move on the Heavenly Mandate Academy lightly. However, Yifutian's heart was still heavy, and Lord Taishuan's words put him under more pressure. For Corner Village had the teacher as an effective deterrent, but he was not the teacher, after all. There were too many forces that had come to the original realm this time. Heavenly Mandate City alone was stationed by several major forces. Coupled with supreme forces such as the Holy Land of Taichu, he realized just what kind of reality the original realm was facing today. They had the strongest alliance in the original realm but still faced such terrible pressure. What kind of pressure came from the rest of the forces in the original realm? Today's original realm was already the playground of outside cultivators. When all the cultivators gathered together, Yifutian asked Duan Tianxiong, "Does Elder know much about the Holy Land of Taichu? It's the top holy land for cultivation in Divine Prefecture." "Surely, I know of it." Duan Tianxiong nodded slightly. In the 18th domains of Divine Prefecture, there are a few cultivation holy lands similar to the Holy Land of Taichu, but they are basically the same as the ancient royal family of Duan. However, the Holy Land of Taichu is different. It's a well-known cultivating holy land in the entire divine prefecture, the symbol of the Taichu domain. Even Taichu domain chief's manor has to show their respect. In the Taichu domain, the holy land of Taichu was more like its core. The holy land of Taichu has produced many extraordinary cultivators, and the entire Taichu domain is under its influence. Cultivators from all the continents in the domain are proud to enter the holy land of Taichu to cultivate and would travel, no matter the distance, to seek the way there. The Taichu Saint Emperor is an unparalleled Renhuang and must have experienced the Great Tribulation to get to where he is. Beneath Taichu Saint Emperor, there are several top figures, one of whom is the master of Taichu sparring ground. As far as the outside world knows, there are at least 5 giants in the holy land of Taichu, a true behemoth. Duan Tianxiong explained to Yifutian. Yifutian's eyes sharpened slightly. No wonder the holy land of Taichu was so overbearing when it came to the original realm, intending to preach there as if it was a favor to them. Now it was revealed that the person who was tasked with this assignment in the lower worlds was not the topmost figure himself. That cultivator in white and the purple robe war emperor were not true representatives of the peak combat power from the holy land of Taichu. No wonder Lord Taixian was being so cautious. 20 years ago, what forces came to the original realm? Duan Tianxiong asked. It seemed that 20 years ago some things happened here, and Yifutian had some interaction with Taichu Holy Land. Song Imperial Palace, Sun God Mountain, the Shin Clan, Celestial Worthy Mountain, and possibly the Mo clan. There may be other forces in the shadows, said Yifutian. Duan Tianxiong frowned slightly when he heard his answer, a surprised look on his face. No wonder, Duan Tianxiong said. The powers that you speak of were powerful forces in the divine prefecture, so they first came to the original realm. Back then, there was no order from the great emperor. And you offended these forces. How could Yifutian have known about these forces in the first place? Listening to Duan Tianxiong's explanation, he understood that these forces were the giants among the giants in divine prefecture. Several forces were targeting me at the Heavenly Mandate Academy at the time, said Yifutian. Later, they wanted me to die and joined forces to hunt me down. I faked my death and went to the divine prefecture instead. It's amazing that you are still alive, Duan Tianxiong said. So, you have already exposed your superior talents in the original realm to the point that they wanted to exterminate you. Now that the passage is open, and with even more powerful cultivators coming, you better not provoke these forces just yet. Yifutian nodded slightly. Everyone around him looked solemn after hearing it. Back then, it was not our intention to offend them, but we had no choice. Emperor Nan said, to this day, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has never taken the initiative to attack anyone until just now with the Hierophant of Mithraism. Survival in the world of cultivation was often without much choice. Even though he knew those forces were powerful, he had no choice. It seems that the battle at Four Corner Village in the Xianxia domain was necessary, after all. The teacher had instilled fear in the world with this battle, and anyone who cultivates in the divine prefecture will hear about it eventually and take heed. Duan Tianxiong said. Yifutian knew he was referring to the departure of some top cultivators not long ago, as partly due to the deterrent effect of that battle. Outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yifutian's return and the death of the Hierophant of Mithraism caused an uproar. Especially in the Heavenly Mandate City, news spread at lightning speed throughout the entire Heavenly Mandate realm, and the whole realm was shaken. Yifutian, the #1 genius talent in all of 9 realms and perhaps even in all of 3,000 realms of the Great Path, first became known in Heavenly Mandate realm and founded Heavenly Mandate Academy to preach and cultivate. Countless people in the realm admired and respected Yifutian, but they were also the ones who suffered the most from the news about Yifutian's death. Now he was back, returning with the cultivators of divine prefecture, having slain the Hierophant of Mithraism. Furthermore, they knew very well that Yifutian's return concerning not only Yifutian's own power but his future. This was a monstrous genius talent that could shake the 9 realms to their core and cause the cultivators in all 9 realms to join forces to extinguish him. Those forces would find it difficult to rest at ease as long as he was alive. They heard that the first upper Renhuang who attacked Yifutian after his return could not split his physical body. Such a mighty Renhuang was easily exterminated by Yi Futian like an ant. After the cultivator in white returned to the Holy Land of Taichu, he started to investigate what had happened in the Divine Prefecture regarding the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor. Not long after that, he was shocked by the news he received. Yi Futian was known throughout the Xianxia domain as the only person who was able to comprehend the power within the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. Furthermore, in the battle for the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor, a mysterious cultivator from Four Corner Village was able to control the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor perfectly while outside of the village. It erupted with the unimaginable power of the gods. No one was able to withstand his attack, and the clan leader of the Nanhai family was seriously wounded by a palm strike. Since then, even the domain chief's manor in the Xianxia domain dared not demand the corpse of Xianxia the Great Emperor from Four Corner Village. The whole matter had been concluded. The cultivator from the Xianxia domain that arrived in the lower worlds was greeted by Yi Futian personally. At the same time, the Xin clan, outside the temple with several people standing there, looked into the distance. Someone appeared in the sky below and came to deliver some news. Yi Futian had returned, alive. The white-haired young man who had once led people to invade the Xin clan left a strong impression on its cultivators. It was impossible to forget him. 20 years ago, with all the forces surrounding him and hunted him, he did not die and had returned alive. At the same time, Tianxian Academy also received the news. In an attic, Jian Ao looked into the distance. Yi Futian had returned as a Renhuang of the Sixth Realms with a perfect great path. Jian Qingzhu left with Princess Donghuang a long time ago and had not returned. Now, to which realm had he gone to cultivate? He was a little worried. In the Xiao clan of the Central Emperor realm, a group of cultivators broke through the sky at the same time and arrived at the palace that sat atop the Xiao clan. They stared at each other as they got the shocking news just now. He came back. The Dou tribe in the Ziwei realm was a ramshackle existence now. They were now in a dilapidated state, as they had been invaded before. However, at this time, there was hearty laughter from inside the Dou tribe, vibrant and powerful. At the same time, in another place in the original realm, a group of cultivators seemed to emerge out of a gate from the void and came to the land of the original realm. This group was made up of mighty cultivators, their strength terribly powerful, and many were giant-level figureheads. "Vice Chief, we have arrived in the original realm," someone said as he looked at a young man with a superb temperament. This young man was the vice chief of the domain chief's manor from the Donghua domain, Ninghua. The cultivators from the Donghua domain had descended upon the original realm. At the moment, inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the seat of an ancient temple was filled to the brim. It was full of cultivators. Multiple powerful and leading figures were inside the academy at the same time. The clan lord of the Dou tribe, the great elder of the Xiao clan, Xiao Dingtian, Yuanyang clan's clan leader, and the clan of the Seven Slayers clan leader had all arrived. By now, every practitioner of the Nine Realms had already learned of Yi Futian's return, as well as his killing of the Mithraism Hierophant shortly after coming back. The pressure on several of the major factions decreased instantly, and they each came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to meet Yi Futian. Back then, the Heavenly Mandate Academy Alliance was successfully established because of Yi Futian's influence. These leading figures agreed to an alliance because each of them saw Yi Futian's limitless potential. That was what prompted the establishment of the strongest alliance within the Nine Realms. It also gave birth to an opposing alliance that was just as frightening. In these 20 years, while Yi Futian had disappeared, they had maintained their alliance. After all, their enemies were too strong. If they did not work together, the end result could have been devastating. It was only because of the alliance's stability that nothing major happened to them until today. While they were facing a lot of pressure, it was not enough to impact their fundamentals. Now, after 20 whole years, their wait for Yi Futian, who faked his death, was finally over. His return would strengthen the alliance. The potential and talent that Yi Futian displayed also increased their confidence in the future. As long as they could keep hold of Yi Futian, they would be able to support a person to assume the role of the new king 3000 realms of the Great Path, a person who could stand at the peak of the 3000 realms of the Great Path. In the banquet, Yi Futian raised his cup and said to everyone, Thank you, seniors and elders, for your hard work all these years. I went to the Divine Prefecture back then and left everything here to you all. I am ashamed." As he spoke, he drank from his cup, and the other practitioners also followed suit, raising their cups. Xiao Dingtian said, "The 9 realms change is a trend of the world. Cannot be changed. In truth, it is only because of the alliance established back then that we are still safe and sound today. Some factions have already crumbled and dissolved. Among them, various factions of the Hidden Land realm have already yielded." The others nodded. Xiao Dingtian was correct. The changes of the 9 realms were a world trend that could not be stopped. If the world wanted to change, no one could prevent it from doing so. All they could do was to adapt and survive amidst the changes, and this powerful alliance had undoubtedly emboldened them. If they were to remain single factions, they would not have been able to withstand some of the more major changes and incidents. Moreover, it also provided opportunities to the younger ones. Dou Zhao and the others all managed to prove their paths and obtained a perfect grade divine wheel. After that, they went and followed Donghuang Princess to cultivate and train in the Divine Prefecture. "These are all opportunities," said the clan leader of the Dou tribe heartily. "That's right. Now we have to wait for their return," said Xiao Dingtian. Back then, Xiao Muyu proved her path and obtained a perfect divine wheel, resulting in her becoming the goddess of the Xiao clan. Everything had to be attributed to Yi Futian. Back in the day, in the original realm, practitioners who had perfect grade divine wheels were scarce. However, Yi Futian managed to create a team of such people single-handedly. It was comparable to a miracle. However, he managed to do it. Not only was his talent unparalleled, but he was also able to help others achieve greatness. It was due to this that everyone trusted Yi Futian and was willing to follow this junior forward. The changes of the original realm come from the strongest factions of the outer realms. The practitioners that appear are all influential and exceptional figures. If they did not have these opportunities, they would have only been able to look up and gaze upon those monster-like geniuses in the Divine Prefecture, said the clan leader of the Yuanyang clan. They were also clear on one truth. The original realm was indeed a prohibited land and could not be compared to the Divine Prefecture. If the next generation did not receive those opportunities, the gap between them and the geniuses of the Divine Prefecture would have been immeasurable. In truth, it was Yi Futian who made them. Dou Zhao, this little bastard has been gone in the Divine Prefecture for 20 years now. Who knows when he will come back and how his cultivation's been? Said the clan leader of the Dou tribe with a hearty chuckle. They were all looking forward to the return of those who had left for the Divine Prefecture many years ago. The changes of the original realm led the Imperial Palace to order and provide domain chief manners to the 18 domains and allow the cultivators to enter the realm. Clearly, the Imperial Palace is very aware of the situation here. Since that is the case, the Donghuang Princess should be bringing them back soon, thought Yi Futian. Then he said, "I think it will not be long." Yes, everyone nodded, agreeing somewhat to Yi Futian's guess. "Why don't you tell us about your experiences in the Divine Prefecture these 20 years? We're quite curious," asked someone with a laugh. Yi Futian nodded and briefly summarized his experiences in the Divine Prefecture over the years, eliciting sighs and sympathy from his listeners. Who knew that Yi Futian would encounter such tragedies and challenges immediately after entering the Divine Prefecture? He was almost killed. It was a good thing Xia Qingyuan followed along and was able to save Yi Futian. It was rare for the group to have this moment of leisure to chat about Yi Futian's experiences in the Divine Prefecture and the changes experienced in the original realm. After 20 long years, many things had changed. As people feasted and drank until they were half drunk, something strange seemed to originate from the sky. Everyone quickly shifted their gaze over and beamed their divine consciousness over. After that, several people became stunned. Following that, several hearty laughs came about. "The brats are finally back," said the clan leader of the Dou tribe with a hearty laugh. Yi Futian stood up excitedly. He raised his head to look into the sky. Then, beams of lights flashed, and from afar, a group of people traveled and finally reached the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Seeing these figures, the people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy were very excited. Back then, the people who had perfect grade great paths and made a name for themselves by following Yifutian back in the day had all come back from the divine prefecture. Moreover, each of their ori was a lot more exceptional. They looked a lot brighter than they were back then. Now, they must have grown a lot stronger. After all, they left with Princess Donghuang. The group stood up in the sky and gazed down to look at many familiar faces. When they saw the white-haired youth, everyone was briefly stunned. Then, bright smiles appeared on their faces. "So, you've come back as well." Dou Zhao looked quite excited when he looked at Yifutian. "Yes." Yifutian nodded and said, "I'm back." "You little brat. You're ignoring me?" roared the Dou tribe's clan leader. "Ugh." Dou Zhao blinked several times. Then, he looked at the clan leader of the Dou tribe. "Old man, don't be so calculative. It looks like your bones have become hard after 20 years, said the clan leader of the Dou tribe. After that, he cracked his knuckles, which made Dou Zhao shrink his head back a little. Every practitioner at the banquet smiled after watching that scene. At that time, the figures in the sky descended slowly. Yifutian's excitement and happiness suddenly dimmed in his gaze. A tinge of worry could be seen in his profound eyes. Young brother. Young brother. Then Sword Saint and Gu Donglu landed in front of Yifutian at the same time. Yifutian was naturally happy meeting his two senior brothers. They had not seen each other for 20 years after all. Big brother, second brother, Yifutian shouted. Then, he looked behind them and asked, "Where's Jieyu?" Hua Jieyu was not there. She did not return with the rest of the group. Hua Fenglu, Nanda Wanin, and Huan Yinyu also walked over to look at them. They were clearly apprehensive. Yushang left with Mei Ting back then, but Jieyu left with the same group. However, right at that moment they did not see Jieyu return. "Younger brother, you do not need to worry. Jieyu should be fine," answered Gu Donglu. "Back then, after you left, Jieyu experienced a complete life-changing awakening. After that, she became silent. We do not know what had happened to her. However, your second sister has already spoken to her. Jieyu recovered her memory. After we reached the divine prefecture, Jieyu's cultivation rate was the fastest. Based on what Princess Donghuang said, Jieyu might have cultivated a long-lost secret technique that was from ancient times. She has many illusory bodies, which include Brahma's pure sky empress and Jyotian goddess. After reaching the divine realm, apart from cultivation, Jieyu moved alone. After a while, she left by herself. The princess did not stop her. However, with her frightening progress, she may reach the Lady of Brahma's pure skies level soon. In addition, she has already reshaped her body of the path. She is definitely stronger than us, explained Gu Donglu to Yifutian. Yifutian listened to Gu Donglu closely. He would never have imagined such drastic changes occurring to Jieyu after he left. However, these were all good things. Back when he left, he was most worried about Jieyu. Back then, Lord Taishan and the others had warned him that Jieyu might not be the Jieyu that he knew. Brahma's pure sky empress cultivation was special. Jieyu could be her body of the path. Helping Jieyu cultivate might have been helping Brahma's pure sky empress. However, he still took care of Jieyu. Even though it was a new Jieyu, she was still his wife. Now, upon hearing from his second brother that Jieyu might have recovered her memories, he was happy. However, he did not know how she was doing. Nonetheless, it was still a relief. As he thought of that, Yifutian showed a smile and looked at the others. Wuchen, Yaya, Xiao Muyu, familiar faces one after another. They were all very close and personal. "You're back." He patted Wuchen's arm firmly. Wuchen's aura had also changed drastically. He looked at Yifutian and smiled. Then he nodded and said, "I'm back." Seeing that he was fine, Yifutian was happy. Back then, the three of them left from a small place, and it was not easy to reach where they were today. Yusheng, Yifutian wondered how he was doing. "Yaya, Swordmaster." Yifutian habitually rubbed Yaya's head. Yaya also responded habitually by staring at him. 20 years later, this person's habits still had not changed. On the side, Swordmaster of Lihan could not help but smile after looking at the actions of these two. Only Yi Futian could thoroughly and completely subdue the Sky Sword Emperor. Normally, her tempers were ridiculous. No one would ever dare touch her head. They'd have been met with a sword to their face. Master! Xiao Muyu looked at Yi Futian excitedly. Her master really did not lie to her. He was still fine. Yes, Yi Futian replied. How's your cultivation? The Xiao Muyu now was completely different from the Xiao Muyu back then. Her aura of an empress was more outstanding. I'm a middle-level Renhuang now, Xiao Muyu smiled and answered. In the past 20 years, she had become a Renhuang of the 4th plane. She was actually not that far away from the 5th plane. Moreover, my divine wheel is still perfect, said Xiao Muyu proudly. Not bad. You have the demeanor of your master. Yi Futian laughed and said. Instantly, everyone around them also laughed. The relationship between this pair of master and disciple was truly quite hilarious. However, Xiao Muyu's respect for Yi Futian was truly from the heart. Seeing familiar and close friends one after another, Yi Futian was thrilled. If Yu Shang and Jieyu were here, it would have been perfect. Gu Donglu, Yi Wuchen, and the others' return naturally made the practitioners gathered at the Heavenly Mandate Academy happy. In particular, the older generation was delighted after seeing that the younger generation had grown stronger. Sounds of laughter never ceased during the banquet. Everyone was happy, and the sounds of chit-chat came from every direction. Sword Saint, Gu Donglu, and Zhuge Mingyue gathered together. The cultivators from the demon realm gathered in another group. At the current juncture, the 3 major clans of the demon realm, Sky Demon Court, Dragon Clan, and the Divine Elephant Clan had long become one. They were no longer constantly bickering with each other like in the past. Over the past few years, whether it was the few major demon clans that stayed behind in the Heavenly Mandate realm or the younger generations who left for the Divine Prefecture, they had become sworn to life and death. However, after learning about the changes of the original realm and the invasion of the demon realm, Jun and Longchun were still incredibly infuriated. Unexpectedly, after 20 years, the original realm did not revert to an orderly and peaceful state, and there were even signs that things would turn completely chaotic. Yi Futian did not say much during the banquet. He spent more time observing the conversations of everyone else. He looked at the older generation asking those who had returned about events that occurred in the Divine Prefecture. He sat there and listened quietly, a bright smile hanging on his face all the while. However, underneath that smile and deep inside his heart was actually a sense of sadness. If one were to ask him who the 2 most important people were in his life, he would answer without hesitation that they were Jieyu and Yushang. Even though Wuchen, his older brother, second sister, and third brother, each held a significant position as well and were people whom he would trust his life with, they could not replace Jieyu or Yushang. It was just like even though he would give his life to protect his third brother, if one were to ask his third brother who was more important to him, Yi Futian or second sister, the answer would clearly be his second sister. And the fact was that these 2 most important persons of his life were absent in this gathering. The subtle sense of loneliness that he felt could not be hidden. It was impossible for him to lie to himself. Do you miss her? Xia Qingyuan gently asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the girl beside him and nodded gently. Back then, they worked so hard to finally find Jieyu, and now he had not seen her in 20 years. How could he not miss her? Since third brother said she's all right, I'm sure she's fine. Since she has already recovered her memories, after learning of the changes of the original realm, she might come back herself, said Xia Qingyuan gently. Yi Futian looked at the girl whose head was slightly lowered beside him. As Xia Qingyuan was being considerate to him, he felt a sense of guilt. He knew that he owed this little princess of Emperor Xia's realm a lot. She could have been pampered and lived a life of luxury. However, she spared no thoughts of her life and chose to go through the crevice of space to chase after him into the Divine Prefecture. She never complained, nor did she regret it. She also never asked for anything in return. Missing Jieyu? Zhuge Mingyue appeared on his other side and looked at him with a gentle smile. Gu Donglu and the others also shifted their gaze toward them. A bit, answered Yi Futian, gently nodding. Before Jieyu left, I spoke to her. While the battle against Brahma's pure sky empress was won, Brahma's pure sky empress became her. Even though Jeyu became a lot colder, perhaps it was because of your battle. Donglu also said it, Jeyu's cultivation rate is the fastest among all of us. She's growing at a ridiculous pace. Since this is the case, she will surely return by herself, said Zhuge Mingyue as she stretched out her long and slender fingers to rub Yifutian's head. Yifutian let out an awkward smile. Only his second sister would treat him like this. Thank you, senior sister, Yifutian said, smiling. I hope she comes back soon. You also don't have to worry too much about Yushang. His relationship with the devil world is quite deep. The devil world is definitely a more suitable location for him to cultivate, said his eldest brother, the Sword Saint. Sword Saint knew about some things back then. He received a demonic blade once upon a time, a blade that he had been using since. Moreover, he received teachings about a demonic method which he had been continuing to cultivate. He was now wondering what the relationship between that mysterious person and Yifutian and Yushang was. However, one thing he could confirm was that the devil world's devil general Mei Ting had come and brought Yushang away. He was not that worried about Yushang's safety. However, he did not know when they would be able to reunite. He cultivated in the Divine Prefecture and knew just how vast the Divine Prefecture was. It was a continent that had an endless border. However, the devil world was still a region outside the Divine Prefecture. So just where could it be? Who knew how far Yushang was away from him? Unless the devil general brought him back. He did not know when they'd be able to meet again. Even though we are miles apart, we are still close brothers. It is just a matter of time. By the time you reach the peak, how can you not meet each other again? Asked Sword Saint. Yifutian nodded. By now, all he could do was to work hard and continue to cultivate. It looks like I should also try to cultivate and train faster. Otherwise, I might be left behind by Yushang, said Yifutian laughing. Yushang, who had gone to the devil world to cultivate, must be growing rapidly. His experience and growth were definitely not inferior to the training and tribulation he went through in the Divine Prefecture. It was possible that Yushang's training would completely release his talent and potential. By the time they met, Yifutian could not be the one left behind. Do Zhao snuck up to Yifutian's side and asked, "What's your plane level now? What do you want to do?" Yifutian looked at Do Zhao's glaring eyes. This bastard. His skin must be itching for a lashing. I've grown somewhat in the Divine Prefecture. I just want to know how your cultivation's been these years. Do Zhao's eyes shone. Over the years, he grew tremendously. He cultivated and trained diligently every day. Before returning, he kept wondering when he would be able to spar a few rounds with Yifutian or Yushang. Not bad. I'm at the 6th plane now. Is there any problem? Asked Yifutian with a gentle smile. Ugh. Do Zhao's eyes widened as he stared at Yifutian for a moment. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's fine. I'm just asking." Careless. Later, Xiao Muyu also came over and glanced at Do Zhao with a smile. It looked like the guy had become a little bit full of himself and was looking for a beating. "Master!" shouted Xiao Muyu after she reached Yifutian's side. "Yes." Yifutian nodded with a gentle smile. "Master, have you been well over the past few years cultivating in the Divine Prefecture?" Xiao Muyu asked. "Do I look unwell?" Yifutian shrugged his shoulders. "True. With your old man's talent and strength, how could you not shake the world and dominate an entire generation wherever you go?" said Xiao Muyu, laughing. "I have also grown a little bit over these few years. If possible, I'd like Master to give me a few pointers and tell me where my cultivation problems lie." "Sure." Yifutian nodded. After that, the other people who returned from the Divine Prefecture came over to exchange a few words with Yifutian. The practitioners from Four Corner Village and the Duan ancient royal family stood on the side, not interfering. However, they watched everything carefully. It seemed as if Yifutian had a unique meaning to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "You are his disciple?" Old Ma asked Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu naturally sensed that the aura emanating from this group of people was exceptional, particularly Old Ma. Xiao Dingtian made a brief introduction on the side and said, "This is an elder from the Divine Prefecture's Four-Corner Village. Your master is cultivating at his village. Xiao Muyu." Xiao Muyu bowed slightly at old Ma and the others upon hearing Xiao Dingtian's introduction. She seemed very polite. For Yi Futian to cultivate there, this place must be incredible. Yes. Old Ma smiled and nodded. I do not have anything particular in mind for you, but your master did not tell you that you have several junior brothers and sisters now. Xiao Muyu was stunned. She turned around to glance at Yi Futian. She looked pleasantly surprised. Her master actually took in new disciples. Are they here? Xiao Muyu looked around old Ma. However, those practitioners all had outstanding auras. Every single one of them looked like they were amazing. So, they probably weren't. No, they are still young. They're at the village, said Yi Futian with a chuckle. I do want to meet my junior brothers and sisters, said Xiao Muyu. Then, they are my junior nephews, Do Zhao said on the side. Back when Yi Futian received disciples on behalf of his master, they all went into Sky River Great Elder and could be regarded as Qi Xuangong's disciples. If there's an opportunity, you should all head to the village and visit those little brats, Old Ma said with a gentle smile. With just a few words, he seemed to have become closer to the people there. Moreover, even though Old Ma was a powerful and influential figure, he always stayed in the village. So, a sense of simplicity emanated from his body, and it was easy for people to get close to him. All right, I will definitely have my master bring me there, said Xiao Muyu with a smile. At the banquet, groups chatted as people talked about everything under the sky. Everyone was happy. After some time, people finally began to leave, albeit unwillingly. Yi Futian walked over to Hua Fenglu. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin sat in the courtyard. Tang Lan and Yanyu were also there. Why have you come here? Compared to 20 years ago, Hua Fenglu had aged a bit. I've missed you, old lady, said Yi Futian with a gentle smile. Hua Fenglu glared at him and said, Relax. Even though I'm a bit older now, I'm still not that weak. Many people returned, but Jeyu did not. Seeing everyone gathering around, the ones feeling the worst were naturally Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin. They really suffered a lot because of everything related to Jeyu back then. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. I'm just here to sit with you for a bit. As you like, said Hua Fenglu as she leaned lazily back. Yi Futian actually brought a chair over and sat there. He sat there quietly, looking at Hua Fenglu and the others. Then, Hua Fenglu asked gently, Have your Guqin skills become rusty? I probably still remember, answered Yi Futian. Play a tune, said Hua Fenglu. Okay. Yi Futian nodded. After that, he crossed his legs and sat down. Moonlight descended from the sky and fell upon his gray hair, creating a scene that oscillated a sense of loneliness. The tune of the Guqin began slowly, as if it was the meditation tune that Yi Futian played when he first began learning the Guqin. Sitting quietly under the night sky, the tune of the Guqin surrounded them, quiet and lovely. Apart from the silence of the night, the dancing musical notes seemed to be tinged with a sense of longing. Nandu Waning glared at Hua Fenglu. Why did she ask Yi Futian to play the Guqin and evoke the longing he felt in his heart? Seeing the lonely figure, with Jeyu still away, he must feel terrible. Huan Yanyu sat with her elbows on her knees, holding her jaw with her palms. She listened to Yi Futian play the Guqin quietly. Hua Fenglu slowly closed her eyes. The tune of the Guqin surrounded them underneath the tranquil moonlight as if they were in an exquisite scroll painting. Yi Futian, Gu Donglu, and the others returned from the Divine Prefecture. Naturally, they had many things to say to each other. This night was exceptionally quiet. In the morning, the Heavenly Mandate Academy still maintained its beauty of tranquility. The disciples of the Academy seemed to have become more energetic. Their confidence in the Academy's future was full again after witnessing the return of Yi Futian and the others. They were no longer as pessimistic as before. The chaos of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path left the college chief, Lord Taixian, severely injured. Before this, the practitioners of the Academy were similar to Lord Taixian in that they were pessimistic about the Academy's stature. They did not think that the academy was able to remain forever. If they did not want to be annihilated, they would have had to dissolve themselves sooner or later so that they could remain safe. However, Yi Futian and the others' return was like a ray of light in the darkness. It brightened up the entire Heavenly Mandate Academy. Perhaps they could actually sail past this chaotic time and survive through this chaotic world. Yi Futian rested at the courtyard of Hua Fengliu's residence the day before. In the morning, Yi Futian woke up early. He served tea and greeted each of his teachers. The firsts were Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenyan. After that, it was Qi Xuanguang and then Do Zhan. He visited his teachers and walked around their neighborhoods while talking to his brothers. Now, his plain level had already surpassed several of his teachers. However, these teachers aided him at different times in the past, and their kindness was something that Yi Futian would never dare forget. 20 years. He did not fulfill his duty as a student, so it was natural that he would have to pay more attention and do more after coming back. After serving tea and greeting his teachers, Yi Futian returned. He then went to create and refine some pills for his teachers and other people of the academy. In terms of the situation outside the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he did not want to deal with them for now. However, as Yi Futian prepared to create and refine pills, he found out that it was difficult to do that. The reason was that quite a number of people came looking for him. Brother Futian. Linger was no longer the little brat back then anymore. However, her calling Yi Futian Brother Futian still revealed a sense of her lively youth. Yue Divine Palace's goddess Chang, she also came back from the Divine Prefecture. She also came to visit Yi Futian. Fei Shui also came from her grandmother Xin Luoshua's place to discuss some things with Yi Futian. In a short time, a huge crowd had formed around Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not think that they would be so early. So, he had no choice but to set his pill-making endeavor aside for the moment. The quiet and tranquil academy had not seen such life in a long time. However, the calm environment was quickly disrupted. The clouds and the winds above Heavenly Mandate City swirled, and a frightening aura descended from afar and pressed against the entire city. Ever since the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy inside the Heavenly Mandate City, the ancient city had gone through several major events like this before. As a result, the people in the Heavenly Mandate Academy of the current day looked up in the sky calmly as they wondered, what's happening? Which big shot arrived? Inside the Heavenly Mandate Academy's different compounds, heads tilted upwards as gazes pierced through the sky and focused on the cultivators coming from other realms. Yi Futian, who was in the middle of a conversation, frowned. He raised his head and looked into the sky. His gaze pierced through the sky, and he instantly knew who it was. So fast. He had just come back and did not have time to visit this person. However, these people had already been contacted. They departed and arrived early at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Moreover, his formation and team were the same as those from a few weeks ago. It looked extremely dangerous. Above the swirling clouds, figures that looked like divine giants stood tall, as if looking down on everyone. They specifically looked towards the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The heart of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's practitioners beat rapidly. It was a very familiar scene. It was as if they had gone back in time in an instant and returned to that battle 20 years ago. The battle to kill Yi Futian, no matter what happened. How could Yi Futian forget each and every one of those practitioners from the top factions? The practitioner of the Shin clan stood tall, wearing his stylish outfit. The cultivator from the Golden Divine Nation was equipped with his blindingly shiny golden gears. The unfathomable Jian Ao from Tianshan Academy and the practitioners of Tianshan Academy. The cultivator of the Solar Divine Palace who bathed in the divine light of the sun, as well as the Sky-Reaching School, Martial God Clan, Celestial Worthy Temple, and the School of the Emperor Star. And finally, who could forget the cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu? Both the White Robe Cultivator and the Purple Robe War Emperor were present. Apart from those big shots, powerful Renhuangs from various factions were also there. These factions did not come from one particular location. Instead, they communicated and came here all at the same time, to gather at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and descend into the Heavenly Mandate City. As such, a replica of the scene from 20 years ago emerged. In an instant, might shook the sky, and the entire heavenly mandate city was put under unparalleled pressure. At that moment, even powerful Renhuangs on a high plane level felt their breathing hasten, their heart rate increase, and their blood pumping faster. A frightening formation. In comparison, common Renhuangs were like ants. They would not even qualify to be in consideration of making that group. These big shots were all looking at Yi Futian. They had heard about Yi Futian's return. Several factions felt quite uneasy, especially some of the weaker factions. They also heard that Yi Futian did not only just return alive, but he had also brought a bunch of powerful figures along with him and killed the Mithraism Hierophant. This operation was led by the Shen clan, Tianxian Academy, as well as a few other major factions from the Central Emperor realm. After all, they were mainly gathered in the Central Emperor realm. No matter what, if Yi Futian did not die and managed to gather a group of powerful allies, they had to come and have a look themselves. After all, this powerful alliance was capable of killing the Mithraism Hierophant directly. He was an immense threat to each of their faction. If his target was not the Mithraism Hierophant but was one of them instead, what would have happened? He really is still alive. The clan leader of the Shen clan looked downward at Yi Futian. Felt kind of surreal. In the battle back then, one of the Shen clan's big shots and great elder Shinji died in battle. They suffered great losses, but at least they thought that they had got rid of Yi Futian. However, right now Yi Futian was in front of them. One could only imagine the emotions he was feeling. The golden divine nation's sovereign's gaze was also very sharp, pierced through the sky. He wanted to kill Yi Futian directly. 2 of his sons were killed by Yi Futian back then. As such, killing Yi Futian was a must. That final battle only took place because of their determination. Everyone thought that Yi Futian had died, to the extent that none of his remains were found. However, he was very much alive, and he had returned in a much stronger form. The college chief of Tianxian Academy, Jian Ao, stared at Yi Futian. Back then, even though his killing of Yi Futian was an injustice, after all, Yi Futian saved Jian Qingzhu before. Yi Futian was too outstanding. His existence completely dominated an entire generation. Even Jian Qingzhu did not have any hopes of raising his head. He wanted to send Jian Qingzhu to train in the Divine Prefecture, to let him have the chance to follow Princess Donghuang so that the Jian family can return to the Divine Prefecture. As such, he wanted to kill Yi Futian to clear the obstacles for Jian Qingzhu. He wanted Jian Qingzhu to be number 1 in the original realm. Apart from these big shots, several faces familiar to Yi Futian also appeared, including an influential person who rivaled him back then. They heard that Yi Futian was now stronger to the point where he could even kill a Renhuang of the 9th plane. "I hope you are all well," said Yi Futian while looking at the familiar figures that appeared in the sky. These people wanted to kill him and be done with it. He was also the same. If he had the strength to do so, he would kill them all without any hesitation. "How did you do it back then?" asked the clan leader of the Shen clan, staring at Yi Futian. The grudge was the deepest between Yi Futian and the Shen clan, as well as the Golden Divine Nation. The reason was from a long time ago. They suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Heavenly Mandate Academy in exchange for Yi Futian's death. However, they now discovered that they did not actually get anything in exchange. The Shen clan's clan leader's question was also on the others' minds. Yi Futian, just how did he do it? I've said it before. Thank you, everyone, for opening the space passage which sent me to the Divine Prefecture to train, said Yi Futian, laughing. Perhaps if I had remained in the original realm, my cultivation wouldn't have progressed as fast. Oppressive might descended from the sky. Did they make Yi Futian? Impossible, said the Shen clan's Shan Gao while staring at Yi Futian. Then he continued, the attack landed on your body first before tearing a crack in the space. You were undoubtedly dead. Unless you used the divine item to block that hit and escape your death. Shen Gao's words were exactly the thoughts on the others' minds. However, that frightening attack would even annihilate an amazingly powerful ritual implement. Only a true divine item could have truly blocked that attack. Yi Futian, what kind of divine item did he have on him? Gai Qiong suddenly recalled something. His pupils shrank slightly, and his face became distorted. Even though he had some guesses, he did not dare to say them out loud. He did not have any proof. Even if he had any, he might not dare say it in front of everyone. Before that battle, Princess Donghuang said that she had to be fair in terms of rewards and punishments. She first gave Yi Futian a treasure. Then she approved the battle. Back then, he did wonder about the prize that Princess Donghuang awarded to Yi Futian. Now that Yi Futian had come back alive, he vaguely guessed that Princess Donghuang had awarded Yi Futian with a divine item that allowed Yi Futian to preserve his life in that battle. Recalling it again now, that huge battle seemed a little bit too intentional. However, back then, Yi Futian really was in a desperate situation. As such, his wish of death, along with his determination to die, had not been questioned by any of them. Now, it looked like he actually knew that he was not going to die. Gaichong guessed it. Naturally, the others were not dumb. After that, Princess Donghuang invited the exceptionally talented people to follow her into the Divine Prefecture to train. Among these followers, the majority of them were practitioners from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was as if Princess Donghuang had favored Yi Futian. As they reached this conclusion, they felt saddened. They should have killed Yi Futian. However, 20 years ago, they were tricked by the princess. Moreover, they could not really do much about it. The princess' reward and punishment were fair and unproblematic. Yi Futian certainly deserved credit. However, even if someone were to voice it out, what could they do? Princess Donghuang's actions back then were also not a problem. Back then, the princess did not want Yi Futian to die. Yi Futian saw the fighters not saying anything and knew that they probably were speculating something. The circumstances that led him to flee the origin realm were rather peculiar, and that those kinds of attacks would have definitely killed him, after all. However, given that it was a chance given by Princess Donghuang, none of them would dare to say anything about it even if they knew. The origin realm is now in peril. Are you all here to ask for another fight? Yi Futian looked at them and said, "This time, I won't be fighting like I have a death wish, as I did 20 years ago." They all wore concerned expressions on their faces. Yi Futian hadn't been fighting with a death wish back then. He knew that he would be able to escape. They all knew that things were different on that day. If they were to dare kill Yi Futian, the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy might probably go all out. Furthermore, the Academy's lineup seemed to have gotten even more powerful, with 2 more Titans added to the roster. It was also a given that their powers saw some change as well, yet if they were to go all out with the Academy, they would be put in a dangerous spot all the same. If a battle of such levels were to break out again, there would probably be no turning back from it. It was just as how Yi Futian put it. The origin realm was in peril, and the dark forces now had their eyes on the realm. If they were to go out to destroy the Academy's alliance and ended up damaged in the battle, they would most probably meet their doom all the same and wouldn't be able to survive the tumultuous times. It was especially so for those native forces without any backing from the upper worlds. If both parties were to fight right there and then, one party would definitely be snuffed out. Without such threats around, their own alliance would fall apart all the same, as none of them have any delusions about their own alliance. If they were to get into any trouble in that battle, the clan forces would probably end up doomed in those tumultuous times. As such, despite having come en masse, they had in truth realized that things at present were different altogether from how things were 20 years ago. Furthermore, it was said that Yi Futian had backing from the upper worlds, and that legendary Four Corner Village seemed to have a super powerful mysterious figure among them. With the Hierophant of Mithraism killed, news spread, and the forces had already looked into Yi Futian before they came. The leader of the Shin clan stepped out, and a terrifying spatial storm swept out. Terrifying fissures of the Great Path appeared around the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which looked like an abyss. If he were to attack the Academy right there and then, the Academy would be destroyed on the spot. After Yi Futian's death back then, they had promised Princess Donghuang never again to meddle with things in the origin realm, which was why they behaved somewhat the whole time. Before Yi Futian's return, they had initially thought of wearing down the powers of the Heavenly Mandate Academy slowly, putting pressure on the Academy from all sides and causing the Academy to eventually fall apart in the chaotic storms of Origin Realm. They had almost achieved what they set out to do by then. Lord Taixian had been severely injured, and they only had to wait for some years for the alliance of the academy to fall apart. Yet, Yi Futian returned at such a time, and those people who left with Princess Donghuang had all returned as well. Furthermore, the first thing he did when he returned was to kill the Hierophant of Mithraism, alerting the many cultivation forces instantly. Yi Futian and the others had been able to kill a cultivation force with a cultivator at perfect peak level Renhuang realm, which meant that if things would be just as dire even if they were to target just one or two of those people. Given that Yi Futian had returned alive, the promise they made with Princess Donghuang was naturally nullified, with both parties capable of going at each other's throats. The pressure remained, and there was only silence. The entire Heavenly Mandate city was in an extremely stifling atmosphere, so much so that countless cultivators in the city dared not even breathe loudly. If you all were to insist on fighting, then please make your move. If you're not out to fight, then what are you all doing at the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Lord Taishan emerged and addressed those would-be invaders. While one could tell that he was weakened just from his voice, yet the tone he used was nonetheless stern. 20 years passed, and things would no longer be like how they had been 20 years ago. If they were to fight again, it would be their last stand. If the other party were to ask for a fight, then they would be getting one. Not only are you all here this time, but many at the Renhuang realm are here as well. I guess that you're not here to ask for a fight, Yi Futian continued. If they were there at the academy to ask for a fight, they would have probably only let the Titans do the work. Bringing the others at Renhuang realm would only be getting in their way and do the supposed battle no good. The outcome of that battle between both sides was only determined by those at the very top, after all. The others were able to see that those formidable ones had joined hands to lean on the academy, yet everyone nonetheless knew that things at present were indeed different from how things were 20 years ago. Furthermore, they all sensed that while they were standing off at the moment, extremely powerful wills scanned the place on and off. That was the sign of top-notch cultivators watching how things were going at the battlefield, and they naturally knew who was watching. In the Heavenly Mandate realm at the moment, there was more than just the alliance surrounding the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There were also the top-notch dark forces. Those people were watching intently as well. If they could join hands, they wouldn't mind allying with those people to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy. But they dared not to do so. It was a massive taboo for them to ally with the dark forces out in the open to snuff out a force from the Divine Prefecture. And doing so would probably invoke the Imperial Palace's wrath. They naturally knew about that much, so even if they were to have such intentions, they would have to do so in secret, using each other just like how it had been before. If they were not there to ask for a fight, showing up en masse would naturally mean that they were there as a show of might. They were concerned that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would take them on just like how they did Mithraism, which was why they gathered their allies from all those years ago to pressure the Academy. They needed to send a message to the Academy at least, telling them that if they were to dare do anything, the Allied forces would come down on the Academy at any given moment, and a battle would break out. At present, both sides had a lot more to be concerned about than they had before. I heard that you've made yourself quite famous in the Xianxia domain. You're the only person capable of learning from the corpse of great Emperor Xianxia, I presume? A cultivator at the Renhuang realm asked. That person was not one of the Titans but was one from the Holy Land of Taichu. His bearing was formidable, and he carried himself with powerful confidence. There was a tinge of his intent to do combat when he looked down at Yi Futian. That cultivator was said to be very renowned and had been quite influential in the Origin realm. The many Titans in the Origin realm were actually all gathered there because of him alone, and that itself spoke of Yi Futian's importance. Is he really as exceptional as he is rumored to be? Just how powerful are his talents? Yi Futian looked up at that man, and he totally didn't expect that a Renhuang realm figure from the Holy Land of Taichu would come out to ask questions. He, naturally, was able to sense the pointedness of the look in the other party's eyes. He then replied, "Indeed, the number one genius who shook the Origin realm. I'd like to see how powerful you are today." That fighter didn't waste any more time talking. He stepped out right away onto the battlefield. Towering aura washed all over the place with frightening might. That man was from the Holy Land of Taichu and was a formidable Renhuang realm being in that Holy Land. He had made his name for many years and was perfection at level 6 of the Great Path. It was not every day that he made his move, and his focus was on his own training. He wanted to break the barriers of his level and made it to level 7. He was not the only one, as there were others from the Holy Land of Taichu at the Renhuang realm present. There were also such people at the side of the Solar Divine Palace, and all of them were eyeing Yi Futian. However, since someone else had already made their move, they stood aside to see just how capable Yi Futian was. Boom! That powerful cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu stepped out and exerted his pressure. Terrifying waves of the Sky River swept all over the place, bringing about a towering might that was out to suppress all living beings. The cultivators from the academy were naturally able to sense that terrifying might. Yet, Yi Futian only took a casual look above him. Level 6 at perfect great path. That meant that the man was considered quite powerful, and there were not many people at such levels, even at Xianxia domain. That man could indeed be considered a supreme cultivator. Yet, someone of such level seemed to fail to have Yi Futian take them seriously all the same. He remained standing quietly after taking a look at the other man. He looked up and said, "If you're out to test my might, I'll tell you to give up. You're not qualified enough to do so." That man was among the most powerful at the Renhuang realm in the Holy Land of Taichu. He had supreme powers, yet to Yi Futian, the man was not qualified enough to test his mettle. That was insolence unlike any other, and such powerful beings from the Holy Land of Taichu had never been belittled like this before. A terrifying storm of great path erupted right away. The academy seemed to have been put under a hurricane. The disciples of the academy all grunted and felt like they were about to be crushed under the pressure of that terrifying might of the great path. However, a formless pressure then supported them and stopped that opposing might above the air. Yi Futian was the only one who stepped out and submitted himself to experience that terrifying might from the other party in earnest. He was all confident and leisurely when he stepped out, walking totally unfazed. The storm came down in an instant, and the terrifying storm of the great path tore through the space. The other man continued to come lower, and every step he made became even more terrifying. Yi Futian remained unflinching and took a cold stare at him. As a palm attack came down from that terrifying storm, Yi Futian charged at the eye of that storm, completely ignoring the power of the storm of great path. "How insolent!" The other man shouted angrily and turned the storm into his own field, stacking of terrifying attacks like it was doomsday, and he out to destroy the world. However, he saw an incredibly dazzling figure zipping through those terrifying attacks of his right away. It was as if that dazzling figure had just ignored all that powers thrown at him. That dazzling figure made it past that frightening storm and appeared right before him. A rumbling was heard, and that sound seemed to have emanated from Yi Futian's own body. He lifted his arm and threw a single punch. That powerful cultivator at Renhuang realm from the Holy Land of Taichu was blasted away before everyone's eyes. That violent strike shook the hearts of all the top figures who were above the sky. His flesh passed through the spatial storm that tore through the area, hitting the man of the same realm. His body was broken, and his internal organs were wounded as bright red blood stained his clothing. They looked at the figure in the void as divine light flowed upon Yi Futian's torso like a divine body of the great path. His body was the way. Several powerful Renhuang stepped forward. Although they were not on the level of giants, they were full of frightening aura nonetheless. Among them, there was an elder from the Holy Land of Taichu. His hair was half white, and his temperament was out of this world. He was carrying a sword on his back. He was clearly a swordsman. This man had the cultivation of the 8th realm and gave out a strong sense of threat. He looked down at the area below, and thousands of swords fell at the same time. Even the crowd in the distance felt a strong aura of swordsmanship. 8th realm, and an extraordinary 8th realm at that. All the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy fixed their attention on the man. The aura of this 8th realm cultivator was unusually powerful. It far surpassed the existence of anybody ordinary of the 9th realm. In fact, this cultivator was once an extraordinary man in his own right. When he was a middle Renhuang, his great path had been perfect. When he broke the realm to reach upper Renhuang, some accidents had caused imperfections in his great path and left it incomplete. However, He worked hard at his cultivation and spent 10 years cultivating an extremely powerful sword technique. He was a well-known figure in the Taichu sparring grounds at the Holy Land of Taichu. It was a pity that he couldn't be the master of it. An incomplete great path was a major misfortune. But his combat effectiveness was one of the most powerful in the Holy Land of Taichu. And his swordsmanship was not something that ordinary cultivators in the ninth realm could bear. When he stood above the sky, Yi Futian could feel a trace of pressure. The light of the great path flowed endlessly upon his body. It was as if his body was the source of the great path. Buzz! The two looked at each other in the air. Yi Futian felt the gaze of the other shot at him that suddenly turned into a sword of heaven, piercing into his spiritual world, capable of immolating the soul. Yi Futian's eyes were equally terrifying. At a glance, it seemed like an endless space, so that no matter how far down the sword plunged, it could never reach the end, as if trapped in the door of endless space. Buzz! An overwhelming sword intent enveloped the boundless space. The place where Yi Futian was seemed to have been transformed into a sword domain, a world of swords. The elder's sword flew out of its sheath to intercept, and suddenly the swordsmanship in the firmament was like a fierce giant beast. Chop! The man uttered a word, and in the sword domain that sheltered Yi Futian, sword lightning suddenly appeared, traversing the void and cutting through it with an unimaginable speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. It was as if a single thought would cut through the space. Boom! A monstrous power of the great path swept out above Yi Futian. The sword of horror slashed down but did not cut through his body as expected. An amazing divine light exploded out from Yi Futian, like an immortal divine body, imperviously to the swords. His physical form is this strong? Those major figureheads felt that their breath was taken away just by the sight in front of them. They were all giants from various places and had seen many enchanting figures in their times, especially top cultivators from the upper worlds. The enchanting genius talents they had seen were in the hundreds of thousands, with many shocking existences among them. But no one had ever seen anyone whose physical form had been cultivated to such a frightening level. In other words, it was no longer a matter of strength regarding his physical body, but rather that his body had already become one with the way. That body was a pure body of the great path. Not only had it become one with the way, but it possessed many various ways, which accounted for its great defense. Buzz! The swordsman was still standing in place, but there was an even stronger sword intent that manifested. Another section of the sword he was carrying on his back jumped out again. Suddenly, the swordsmanship became more terrifying as another sword came in for the kill. Yi Futian continued forward as the great path roared, howling in the void. The sword came in for the kill but was unable to break through his physical defenses. It was as if his body was truly indestructible. The swordsman from the Holy Land of Taichu closed his eyes as he condensed a seal between his hands. In an instant, the sword behind him came out section by section, and with every section that came out, a sword was unleashed for the kill. In a blink of an eye, 9 swords appeared in different positions around Yi Futian's body and pierced at him at the same time, emitting a sharp and piercing chiming sound. A terrifying sword storm tore through the space but still could not annihilate Yi Futian's physical body. How strong! Everyone was shocked, and there was a great disturbance in their hearts. Yi Futian's physical form was stronger beyond expectation. Could that be the body of a human cultivator? This was the real body of the way. That sword intent is incredibly strong. But even so, it still didn't manage to cut Yi Futian, everyone thought. Only to see that the sword behind the man finally became completely unsheathed. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, a chiming was resounded between heaven and earth. That cultivator seemed to emerge out of his body with his sword. He descended in front of Yi Futian. The shadow of this illusion was massive, like a god holding a sharp sword homing in for the kill. Suddenly the 9 swords around Yi Futian seemed to transform into a terrible sword matrix, resonated with the sword that fell for the slaughter. Adjudication! The swordsman spat out the word as he unleashed the sword of judgment. In the past, few people who fought him could stop this sword of his, and he, too, believed that Yi Futian would be no exception. This sword obliterated the flesh as well as his spiritual soul. But at this moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked like a glaring Vajra Buddha. With a loud roar that rocked heaven and earth, shattering mountains and rivers, it seemed that the Buddha was unleashed by the roar. As the Vajra Buddha who slew the demons, its power shocked the swordsmanship. Yi Futian raised his arm and stretched out his hand. The sword river was flowing as it gathered toward his body. His physical body and the swordsmanship were one and the same. A chiming sound was born from the sword domain. It was a long and persistent howl that resonated with Yi Futian's fingers. An infinite sword intent directly entered into his body of the great path and became one. The monstrous swordsmanship from the other seemed to be used by him. The coercion of the great path. Those giants trembled inwardly. Yi Futian was able to inflict coercion of the great path against a Renhuang in the 8th realm, as if to proclaim that only he was the master of this spatial swordsmanship. The crowd saw Yi Futian's raised arm pointing forward. Suddenly a sword seemed to have materialized. A sword transformed by Yi Futian's body. The 9 swords were crushed as Yi Futian's finger landed on the elusive phantom of the divine sword. Bang! In an instant, this desolation swordsmanship collapsed and disintegrated. The swordsman from Taichu Holy Land shuddered as the spiritual soul entered his body. His face was white as a sheet. Blood poured out of his mouth. His breath was weak, as he was wounded by the great path. The crowd rushed towards him and saw that there were cracks upon his body. These cracks were hard to see with the naked eye, but those who cultivated could sense that there were cracks in his swordsmanship. On the contrary, Yi Futian's whole body was brilliant. Sword aura surrounded him, unmoving and unshakable. Could this be the strength of someone in the 6th realm? All of them had heard that Yi Futian was the only one who could perceive the corporal body of Xianxia the Great Emperor. Could the transformation of his physical body be a reward from successfully comprehending the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor? He's too strong. 8th realms. And it's a powerful figure from the preaching holy land of the upper worlds. Now, there are probably not many other than the giants who can defeat him, someone thought. Perhaps it would take a top genius from the outside world to be able to defeat Yi Futian. If there were no one from the upper worlds, Yi Futian would probably be ranked invincible just right under the major figures among all the forces in the original domain. After his return, he was already near invincible under the major figureheads. Where would he be in another 20 years? No wonder all the forces would gather here after receiving the news that Yi Futian had returned. They had to come and see for themselves how much advancements had been made by Yi Futian. At this moment, high above the sky, all those major figureheads wanted to kill Yi Futian immediately, but they had some concerns. Killing Yi Futian would provoke an all-out counterstrike from the major figures forming the alliance at Heavenly Mandate Academy, not to mention, there was a mysterious cultivator in Four Corner Village in the upper worlds. "Do you still want to continue?" asked Yi Futian. When those top figures heard what he said, they were silent. They were in a dilemma now. They dared not kill him outright, but leaving him alive would be too great a threat. The truth was that forces such as the Martial Gods Clan and Sky Reaching School had come to regret their decisions. If they could ask for a truce now, they would, but that possibility had come and gone. The conflict 20 years ago doomed them to their position today. Even if they were to seek reconciliation in private, their allies would never agree to it and may even turn on them. It was impossible to get out of this predicament where one of the two sides must be destroyed. 20 years in the Divine Prefecture has done you good. Xingao looked at and said to Yi Futian, "I always thought highly of you, but unfortunately, you have been stubborn and unamenable. Now things have gone through great changes in our world, and the original realm is on the brink of major disasters. If you are willing to let go of old grievances, we can, perhaps, sit down and talk. Of course, now that the original realm is on the verge of great changes, I am willing to let go of old grievances and work with all the forces from Divine Prefecture. This is also the hope of the Imperial Palace," replied Yi Futian, agreeing readily. However, Xingao and the others were alarmed. Although Yi Futian agreed willingly, they knew that it was impossible. Yi Futian was toying with them. Even if Yi Futian agreed, could they really trust him? Could they leave Yi Futian alone and let him cultivate until he reached the peak of Renhuang? They all knew that as long as Yi Futian was still alive, they would never have peace of mind. However, they didn't need to come out and say it, as everyone had an implicit understanding. The original realm is changing rapidly, and the Imperial Palace's cultivators had come from Divine Prefecture in the lower worlds. An internal conflict really shouldn't have happened. Let us stop here, said Xianxia. I agree, Yi Futian replied. The Heavenly Mandate Academy could not go to war either, same as them. Then it's farewell, said Xianxia. He took his people to leave with him. The rest of the other forces looked at the ground below, disappearing one after another. Soon, in the mighty void, the powerful cultivators who came with the coercion disappeared between heaven and earth. It was as if they had never appeared at all. Who could imagine that not long ago, most of the power of the original realm gathered here? It was as if they were here to annihilate Heavenly Mandate Academy for good. Now, it ended in such a comical fashion. Yi Futian watched those disappearing figures but did not relax inside. This was a warning to the other, warning them not to start things they couldn't finish. But he knew very well that, given the chance, they would not hesitate to kill him. The Shin clan and the Golden Divine Nation had launched their attack, but they did not go about it in the same way they had 20 years earlier. They had just made some threats and then retreated. This made the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm realize that this truly was not like it had been 20 years ago. Most of the forces that had come here were of one mind. They were not here to start a war but to protect themselves against Yi Futian's actions. The best outcome would be for the two sides to temporarily create a delicate balance and not disturb each other. They would live in this volatile situation. At the same time, they had come once to test out just how powerful Yi Futian was now. But when they saw the frightening strength that he had displayed, they became even warier in their hearts. They wanted to attack, but they were unable to. After the other forces had retreated, the Heavenly Mandate Academy and its allied forces enjoyed a period of calm. They did not take any actions but cultivated in peace, improving themselves gradually. That was how the situation stood. No one was willing to shatter the peace. They understood that the world would fall into chaos, but they had no way of changing this situation. The power of the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World, and the empty Divine Realm had all seeped in there at the same time. It was unavoidable that the world would fall into chaos. However, the power of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and its allies was there. The other powers would not dare to act against them lightly. Thus, all the cultivators were able to enjoy a time of peace. The forces that had come watched all the changes in the original realm. The days passed one after another. Yi Futian cultivated calmly in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, practicing alchemy and giving the pills he created to others to use. They could struggle through taking the pills to improve their physiques, allowing them to go even further along the path of cultivation. Now that he was a Renhuang, he was in harmony with heaven and earth. If he was not killed, he would live forever and not wither away. Thus, he would naturally spend time helping those who were his elders. Even while the Heavenly Mandate realm was at peace, the other realms were experiencing a time of great turmoil. Something major had happened in the Ziwei realm. At that moment, Yi Futian and others were all cultivating in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. The teleportation Grand Matrix lit up, and Do Zhao appeared within the matrix along with a group of people. Yi Futian and the others naturally noticed this. They watched as Do Zhao strode through the air towards them until they reached the place where they were cultivating. Is something the matter? Yi Futian asked Do Zhao. Something has happened in the Ziwei realm, said Do Zhao in his clear voice. Those guys are all crazy. They have cut open the veins of the earth within the Ziwei realm. Moreover, it was the faction from the school of the Emperor Star that went down and opened the underground door, causing an earthquake throughout the whole realm. Yi Futian's eyes narrowed slightly. Had they acted against the Ziwei realm? Moreover, it had happened at the school of the Emperor Star. The school of the Emperor Star was the most powerful force within the Ziwei realm. Taking the Emperor Star as its name, its inheritance must be extraordinary. What happened? A group of figures walked in, all of them looking at Do Zhao. The forms of the 9 realms all seemed to hide some secrets. Now, the forces that had come from outside did not want to let such a thing go. They wanted to open up the secret doors. For the cultivators who had come from other realms, they basically did not care whether people from the original realm lived or died, and they definitely did not care about their cultivation. They wanted to uncover the secrets of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. They wanted to unearth their treasures and leave. And if their actions caused the realms to collapse, what did that matter to them? Previously, there had been news spreading through the Ziwei realm that the school of the Emperor Star was protecting the veins of the earth there. Now, it seems like that information was not false. The school of the Emperor Star must know something, which is why they agreed to have those outsiders come and open the door. They discovered a frightening underground palace in the core of the Ziwei realm, said Dozhao. An underground palace? Everyone's eyes narrowed. The Shadow Realm had had the Shadow Divine Stone underground. Why would there be a palace under the Ziwei realm? Now, those who are going to the Ziwei realm have guessed that this underground palace is probably an imperial palace, continued Dozhao. An ancient palace of the great emperor. Of course, this is only a guess. As of yet, no one has uncovered its secrets. All of the realms must have heard this news by now, though, and many cultivators are heading to the Ziwei realm. Yifutian nodded slightly and said, "Go and let the others know." With the Heavenly Mandate Academy as its center, the teleportation Great Matrix could send people to many other top-level powers. The Dou tribe, the clan of the Seven Slayers, the Nantian Divine Kingdom, the Shao clan, and the Yuanyang clan were all connected through the teleportation Great Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Very well. After a while, the teleportation Great Matrix was activated, sending people to the other forces to let them know what was going on. Before long, cultivators from all over were gathering at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. You are wounded, and the Academy needs someone to guard it, so please do not leave, said Yifutian to Lord Taixian. Lord Taixian nodded. These days, he spent all his time recovering. When Yifutian and the others came back, he could rest a lot easier, and the pressure on him would lessen quite a bit. The Heavenly Mandate Academy needed someone to guard it. If some sort of problem were to suddenly arise, they would be able to temporarily deal with it if they had someone powerful there. The other cultivators set off, activating the teleportation Great Matrix. The Dou tribe stood high in the heavens, looking vast and mighty within the Ziwei realm. The elder of the Dou tribe was there waiting for them. When he saw them coming, he came out to meet them, saying, "Something big will likely happen here in the Ziwei realm." Everyone nodded. They naturally still remembered what had happened 20 years ago with the Shadow Realm. Ever since then, the Shadow Realm had been set on a ruinous path. Now, people had opened up the veins of the earth in the Ziwei realm. After this, it would likely go the same way as it had with the Shadow Realm. And before that happened, this sword would probably sweep up countless cultivators of the Ziwei realm. "Let's go and take a look," said Xiao Dingtian. He wanted to go and see what lay beneath the earth of the Ziwei realm as well. Ever since the Dark World had started to rampage through the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and destroyed many realms, the top forces of the 9 Supreme Realms had guarded their secrets closely. The Shadow Realm and the Hidden Land Realm had already changed beyond recognition. The forces of Sun God Mountain now controlled the Shadow Realm. The Central Imperial Realm was the most stable because there were so many top forces there. The empty Imperial Palace was there as well, and no one would dare move against them lightly. Thus, the place that most powers would want to strike first was the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Many of them had taken the opportunity to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy, but they had been blocked by the powerful figures there. Now, the Ziwei realm had been struck first. Everyone stood up together and flew up into the sky, heading off into the distance. They pierced through the air, moving faster and faster. After a while, they descended from on high down towards the Ziwei realm. They saw that terrible cracks had appeared in the earth here that spread out into the endless distance. None of them knew how wide the gashes were. They filled the entire realm. The closer they came to the school of the Emperor Star, the cracks became even more terrible. The atmosphere of the whole realm had become disturbed. The aura of heaven and earth was mightily unsettled. When they came near to the school of the Emperor Star, they saw an endlessly deep black hole that was vastly wide. It seemed to have broken open swiftly, like a sinkhole. A terrifying aura was seeping out of the sinkhole. Many cultivators stood around it, gazing down into it. Yifutian and the others moved downward. The horrible aura that was seeping out of the sinkhole had faint divine light flowing in it. As they moved into the sinkhole, they could tell that it was this terrifying power that had caused the cracks all over the Ziwei realm to appear and spread out continuously. What frightening power! Everyone could feel the aura seeping out from within. Even these powerful and famous figures were all afraid of it. It was very similar to what had happened in the Shadow Realm. If things continue like this, the whole Ziwei realm will likely be split open, which lead to the realm being divided into different continents, said the elder of the Dou tribe, a hint of sorrow in his tone. The most unfortunate ones were the common folk. The lower one's level of cultivation, the more terrible it would have been for them. They would likely have been destroyed in this transformation. They had been buried for these people's ambition. The school of the Emperor Star was gone, but its cultivators were still there. They stood off in another direction, staring down. The palace lord held a scepter in his hands, and divine light wrapped around him, mingling with the faint divine light coming out of the sinkhole. You did not hesitate to bury the school of the Emperor Star, and you also sought to open up the forbidden door? The elder of the Dou tribe lowered his head as he spoke, his voice empty. This made the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star look up at him, purple radiance flashing in his eyes. The school of the Emperor Star will only become stronger from this, answered the palace lord, looking back at the elder. Even if you do open the forbidden door, why do you think the ones who will get the most out of it will be you? Said the elder of the Dou tribe sarcastically. This transformation would attract cultivators from many different realms. If the palace lord of the school of the Emperor Star wanted to unearth the treasures to claim them for himself, it would not be easy. Even the forces allied to him would probably gaze at him like a tiger gazing at its prey. You do not need to concern yourselves over this, the palace lord responded, looking back down into the empty space. Divine light flashed on his scepter, looking incredibly terrifying. It was as if it was able to produce a resonance with the power coming out of the hole. This made many people wonder. Could it be that the divine item underground had a connection to the modern school of the Emperor Star? Up in the sky, cultivators appeared one after another as more forces descended upon the Ziwei realm. When they arrived, they stood in different places, looking down in the hole in the earth. They would not act lightly here. As more cultivators arrived, Yifutian saw some familiar figures. They were people that he knew from the Divine Prefecture, such as people from the top forces in the Xianxia domain and the Donghua domain. They had shown up here as well.